Hello? Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I was like, hold on, let me read this group chat thing. And I was like, alright. And then I was like, oh wait, actually. Hold on. Let me, I got a tweet. What do I say? Uh, okay. Oh wait, OBS. I gotta remember how to do this. Dude, this OBS had an update. I don't know when. I mean, this is the first time I've opened OBS since Saturday. So it had to be within the last like 5 days. Uh, but I guess it's their 10th anniversary, and it's a really nice UI. It's like, cause it used to be kind of like black and gray. Now it's blue and like navy blue and dark blues and some grays, kind of. I don't know. It looks very good. I like it a lot. Like I clicked the update button because I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, update OBS, and then it came up blue, and at first I was like, oh, blue, what the heck? And then once I like was reading the little kind of like patch notes thing and like looking around, I was like, wait, this is actually pretty nice. It's like soft, and the text and things, I don't know, everything just looks so much nicer. I like it a lot. Hopefully everything's good, like sound wise. What's it, Risky? All the cool streamers stream at the same time. No. I usually stream at this time because like there's nobody to watch. Like all the streamers that I follow, nobody's streaming at this time. So I'm like, you know what? I have nothing to watch. I might as well stream myself. A lot of the streamers I watch stream like in the mornings or early afternoon, and then finish by the time I'm like around the time I want to stream. Brother streaming too. What's he playing? Let me get into the game before I start ranting. I guess not ranting, but rambling. I'll let this play because I don't remember. Okay. I remember, oh, we did his Somnium. Yeah, and then he got murdered. We did his Somnium. Got here. She was super suspicious. That's right. You need to start streaming again? Dude. COD like a true nerd. I haven't played any of the more recent ones. Last COD I played was I played a little bit of Warzone, but I didn't play was it Black Ops 4? Aim to hit affiliate? Dude. You should do it. It's cool. It's fun. I mean, you nothing really changes except you have emotes. That was my whole like reason for hitting affiliate, was I wanted cute emotes. Outside of better Twitch TV. So I was like, let me get affiliate, and then I got affiliate, and now I have emotes that are adorable. What was it? Oh yeah. So man, I've had sleep paralysis. Oh my god. Like Saturday after I finished playing Splatoon, I went to take a nap because I was like, I'll take a nap, and then I was thinking about maybe like taking a nap, and if I woke up, I don't know, soon enough, maybe streaming again like that night, like out like an hour or two later. But I got sleep paralysis, and then I kept getting sleep paralysis like almost every day until yesterday. Listen to one of your lo-fi songs. I can listen to it after stream. I don't want to play it on stream. I usually don't play music or things. Like sometimes I'll watch a video or something. Wait, hold on. There's dust on my monitor. But yeah, if you want to link it, I'll check it out later. Never had it? Oh, that's lucky. I know like people have had it, but I get it all the time. I get it at least weekly and sometimes multiple times a week. Actually, I think, well, yeah, at least once a week. A lot of times a couple times a week. But it's been a while since I've had it like for multiple days in a row like this. Um I don't know. I just got unlucky, I guess. Cuz yeah, like Saturday, yeah, I was like, let me take a nap, and then I got sleep paralysis. Woke up, was like, all right, because like every time I get oh, here, I'll. Hold on, Discord update. Hold on. I don't know my Discord number. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's see. Make sure. Okay, that's my tag or whatever. So you can add me and then send it to me, or just DM me. You don't have to add me if you don't want to. But what was it? So yeah, Saturday sleep paralysis was like, all right, like after like an hour or of like trying to sleep, I just gave up. Cause like when I get sleep paralysis, when I wake up and I have sleep paralysis, I can't. Once I snap out of it, once I can move again, I can't go to sleep right away. I have to stay up, or else I'll just go back into sleep paralysis. It's a weird, annoying thing about it. Okay, added you. I added you. So you can, let's see. I'll click this wave to risky rice button. I've never done that before. I've used Discord and I've added people, but I've never hit that button. Yeah, like I have to stay up or else I'll get sleep paralysis again, which happened to me a couple times over the last few days where I like woke up out of sleep paralysis and was like, oh, I'm so tired, and I just like went back to sleep and then got sleep paralysis again. Was like, all right, fine, I'll get up. But because of that, like, yeah, it just like it makes me tired because like it's like I go to sleep because I want to go to sleep. But my brain is like, you're not going to sleep right now, or at least you're gonna wake up right away and have sleep paralysis and then have to stay up or else you're gonna keep getting sleep paralysis. And so yeah, like it's like I don't know, wanting to go to sleep, being tired, wanting to go to sleep, but then having to like stay up for another like hour or like half hour, and then like deal with that. It, like, yeah, just like made me tired and like kept jacking up my sleep schedule because every time, yeah, like I don't know, not every time I went to sleep, but I don't know, like half the time over the last few days, every time, yeah, half the time I would try to sleep, I would wake up like not even like 20 minutes later, like 10 minutes later. One time, like I fell asleep one night and it was like it was like 2:12 a.m. and I woke up, had sleep paralysis, couldn't move, and then when I snapped out of it, I was like, dude, what time is it? And I looked and it was 2:21. So I was only asleep for 9 minutes. Or trying to sleep for 9 minutes. And then woke up and was like, well, I guess I gotta stay up now. And then like most of the time I just like got on 14 and just ran dungeons or whatever and grinded some stuff out. But yeah, it was just like really annoying because like every day was just that. And then so like by the time it was like stream time, like yesterday was the first day I woke up and was like, okay, I'm not tired. Or well, I woke up, I don't know, I woke up at like 9:30 though, like PM, and was like, okay, I'm not tired, but I'm not like fully awake, and so I'm gonna wait a little bit before I stream, and then you get on that, dude. Yeah, I'm probably, I don't know, like I've talked to doctors about it and they're just like, that sucks, and that's it. They don't like, I'm like, can I see a sleep, like a sleep therapist or sleep psychologist or something? And they're just kind of like, yeah, man, that sucks. And it's like, okay, well, fine, never mind then, I won't ask again. But the weird thing is like, yeah, like the hallucinations you get, because a lot of times when I get sleep paralysis, I'm having a nightmare and then I wake up from the nightmare and I can't move, so then I start having weird freaky hallucinations. But But one of them wasn't that freaky or weird. Well, it was weird. But I've been reading Chainsaw Man, and I'm on like chapter 80 something, like getting caught. I'm almost caught up. But I had a dream that Makima was torturing me. I do not like Makima. I didn't like her from the very first like chapter she showed up in. But it was probably chapter 1. I don't know. I don't remember if she shows up right away. But I don't like her. I don't know why people, or I mean, I know why people like her, but I don't like her. Stress or something. I mean, I've had it all my life. Well, I don't know, since I was like, well, yeah, like all my life, I guess. But it started to become like a normal thing around high school. And then it's been consistent since then. But I have like memories of being like a young child and having sleep paralysis and like waking up and I can't move and I'm freaking out and I'm trying to scream and I can't scream, like nothing's working, I can't move. And then I finally snap out of it and then I scream for my mom and she comes running in and I'm like crying because I was having a nightmare and then woke up and I couldn't move and I was hallucinating things in my room. But I know like, well, for me, sleep paralysis is normal, but I'm sure I know there's like things that cause it in people who don't have it normally. But this Makima one, so yeah, I was having like I don't even remember what I was doing in the dream, but there's something, I was doing something, I was in like a hotel room, and then she came in and was like, I don't remember what she even said, but she like tied me up and like I was all like bound, like my hands were tied together, my legs were tied together and I couldn't move, and she started torturing me and like just like hitting me and doing all kinds of like, I don't know, torture stuff. And then one of the things she did to me was she was just like crushing my balls and I was like, I'm not into that, I'm not into CBT, right? And I'm not into Makima, so it was not a pleasant experience. I was just like, and I had been tortured for like however long beforehand, probably not that long in real life, but in dream time it felt like hours. But like I was like just like dying. I was like, dude, this sucks. I'm dying. Like she's torturing the crap out of me. I can't do anything. And then I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm awake, and but I couldn't move, and I was like, oh, like, what's happening? I can't move. And I was like confused for a second because I wasn't sure if I was awake or if I had passed out from the torture and was like dreaming now, and dreaming that I was at home in my bed away from this miserable like experience. And so, yeah, so I was like confused for a second where I was like, oh, I'm at home, I'm in bed, like what the heck? But I could still feel all the pain. Like my right side was hurting and my balls were hurting. And I was like, what is happening? Like, I was like, man, like like I said, I wasn't sure if I woke up into sleep paralysis or I passed out from the torture, the pain. Because like for a few seconds I was like, I can still feel all the pain. I was like, dude, like this sucks. Because like if I blacked out, like, I mean, at least I don't have to be like see Makima and like, you know, watch her torture me. But I still feel everything and I still can't move. And then eventually I was like, oh wait, no, I'm having sleep paralysis. Like I realized I'm having sleep paralysis. And I was like, then what, like what's why do my balls hurt? Like what's going on? Because the pain in my side, I was pretty sure that was from, because like if I eat too much sugar, like my gastrointestinal system gets all jacked up and I get this pain in my side, which like the doctors don't know what it is. They're like, yeah, it's not your gallbladder, it's not your liver, there's nothing there, so I don't know, just don't eat too much sugar. It's like, okay, fine. But like I was like, I know this pain, or I'm pretty sure this pain, because I was drinking soda, I was eating candy, what else, I don't know, I had like these weird like pastries that were like cherry, like, I don't know, syrup. Honestly, it's like not like a jam, but it's like a, why must the demons do this, dude, for real? But like I woke up and I was like, okay, this pain, like once I realized what was happening and I was having sleep paralysis, I was like, this pain is from eating junk, but why do my balls hurt? And then finally I snapped out of it and like I like rolled over because I was like, is there something in my room? Like, is there an actual, is someone grabbing my balls? What is happening? And like, there was nobody there. And I was like I started to like think about it, and I was like, oh, you know what? Like the way I was sleeping on my side with my knees together, my thighs together. And I usually, so I have like a comforter on my bed, like a big comforter, but I don't use it because it's too hot right now. So I have it folded, and I kind of use it like a body pillow, where I just like have it between my legs and like throw my arm over it. Um, and I realized that like the way I was sleeping, my comforter was like pushed off my bed and like into the crack. Balls hurt because you cough too hard. I don't know. I was gonna say it sounds like a hernia. I don't know. I don't know what a hernia is like though. But I remember one guy when I was in MOS school. He I can't remember what it, like we were doing some kind of PT, and he got a hernia from it, and he was saying that every time he coughed it hurt his hernia, which was like he was saying his hernia was like his ball. He was like he didn't even know he had it until he went to like take a shower after PT, and then he was like, he said he took off his clothes and his ball sack was just huge, and he was like, what the heck? And he said, yeah, every time he coughed or like did anything like that, his balls would hurt. So I don't know if coughing, if your balls hurting from a cough means you have a hernia, or if it could just be a normal thing. But I think if you have a hernia, your balls will hurt if you cough. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, then he went to the doctor and they like fixed him up or whatever. But he was just like talking about how weird it was, and I don't know. I was like, dang, that sounds horrifying. I don't ever want to see like my intestines filling up my ball sack to make it huge or something. But anyway, the way I was sleeping, you hate it. The way I was sleeping, my comforter got pushed like down to the crack of my bed, so like, or down like between the wall of my bed. So it wasn't like between my legs, so my knees were touching, and my balls like must have just got like caught in between my thighs, and were just getting like pressed together, and so that was like causing them to be sore. But it was like a weird, like it was like dreams are so weird because like the pain that I was feeling in real life was making me not hallucinate, but dream. Hypochondriac? Oh god, I'm sorry for talking about that then. Probably make you paranoid. I'm not that much of a hypochondriac, but I do like, I don't know. Anytime I do feel like a pain or get sick or something, I'm like, okay, am I dying? is this it? Am I don't know. Like I'll get like gas pains in my stomach, and like if it's on the right side, I'm like, do I have appendicitis? And I haven't like I've never well, yeah, I've never had appendicitis, but my brother, my cousin, and one of my best friends have had it. And like hearing about their experiences, and like being around for, because my brother, I was home when my brother had appendicitis. Like it was like we woke up for school and he was puking and crying and complaining about the pain in his stomach. Oh, what's up, Corey? First nosebleed, dude. I think the first time I had a nosebleed, I was kind of doing the same thing. I was like, my brain is leaking, I'm dying, dude. Because I was a dumb little kid. Dream that foretold the future? Not that I've remembered. I've had deja vu plenty of times, but like every time I've had it, it's always been like, oh, I dreamt about this. But it was like, it's always kind of like, actually, I don't know if I actually dreamt about it or if it's just brains being weird, because deja vu is like a weird like brain thing. Oh yeah, ball story time. Well, so yeah, I woke up and was like, once I realized what was happening, I was just like, dude, what a weird, like, my brain was like, are you feeling these pains in real life? And like basically my brain is like, you're crushing your balls, dude, fix it. And instead of just like waking me up, it's like, here, we're gonna give you this weird like torture dream with this character from this manga you fell asleep reading, and then when you wake up, you're gonna have sleep paralysis, so you can't even do anything about it anyway. And then yeah, like it was just like such a weird dream and experience. Ball stories. It was the only, oh, I guess, yeah, I told 2 stories, but I don't know, I'm not even like I know people like watching those like videos where people get hurt and stuff, almost like Jackass kind of stuff, like what's that, ridiculousness, the what's his name, Rob Deerdeck or whatever, the guy from like Snow's Balls. Oh god. The Robin Big guy, the Rob from Robin Big, like where people like do stuff and get hurt. And like I know people like watching people get their balls like hit and think that's funny, but I'm like every time I'm just like, dude, stop. I don't like that. Like if I'm watching a skate video, I'm like, I already know there's gonna be like a million clips of these guys messing up and busting their balls on something, because that's how every skate video is. It's not like full of that, but they'll have like either at the end of it as like kind of like a blooper reel, or like a few scenes like squeezed in here and there. There's always like dudes like grinding a rail and like landing on their balls, or like doing a trick and then their skateboard comes straight up and hits them right in their balls. Johnny Knoxville, dude, yeah, rip cooch, stuff like that, like so painful. I don't know. I'm not like, I mean, I guess everyone should be protective of their balls. I was gonna say I'm not like super paranoid or protective of my balls, but I've never like really gotten. Oh, actually, all right, more ball stories. One time in high school, we had I had a class with a guy who, he was kind of a friend. Like he was a friend, but after this incident, I was like, dude, I don't like, why do I hang out with this guy? But we had a class together, and we had a project. It was like partner project, 2 people. Credit card swipe by the board, dude. Skateboards are not comfortable. They had like grip tape too, so it's like, that's a miserable experience. That sounds the image crafted there is traumatic. But I had this partner, like we had a project together, and it was due in like 2 weeks, and he was like, hey, like, you want to come over after school and we can start working on that project? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then, but this was like, I don't know, in the morning, in like second period or whatever. And then at the end of the day, he's like, hey, you gonna come over for that, to work on that project? And I was like, actually, I gotta go like do this other thing with, like, I don't know, I gotta go home. And he was like, he got mad, and he just like hit me in the balls, and like he like did like a full force like punch, and I dropped to the ground and was like, I almost threw up, and I was just like it was the worst pain I've ever felt, and I was just like, dude, what the heck? And then like everyone, like a lot of people saw it and were all like, what the heck was that? Like, what's your problem to that dude? And like he just like stormed off and like was just like mad, and I was just like on the ground crippled, like what the heck? And then I got up, eventually I recovered and got up, and my like stepdad had showed up at the school and like picked me up and took me home. But it was just like, wait, you just skate, life-changing injury from it. Can I ask what? Did you lose your balls? I used to skate, but then I just like, I kept hurting myself, jacking on my ankles and wrists and stuff like that. I was just like, I gotta stop. I was never very like good. I could do like ollies and kick flips and stuff like that, but nothing crazy. I mostly just like rode my skateboard to and from school when I lived closer to school. But yeah, that guy, like, yeah, he hit me in the balls, and I was just like, what the heck? And then later on, like the next day or whatever, we had class together, and I was like, I just didn't want to talk to him, but I was like, we were just like, all right, you do this part, I'll do this part. So we just like split up the work and did it on our own, and then came together to be like, all right, let's put it together. Because I was like, I don't want to be friends with this guy anymore. That's kind of like what made me stop being friends with that guy, because I used to go to his house and hang out and stuff like that. Shatter your wrist, jeez. And he plays Super Smash Bros. Melee. I know, I've heard about like Melee players, and like I feel like the GameCube controller isn't a comfortable controller in the first place either, so like having to like do that kind of movement and stuff like that with a not ergonomic controller, and also having, yeah, like damage already, it sounds not not a good time. I mean, I'm sure you have fun, but I don't know. I used to have like I don't know, like my wrist. So like I play FF14, and if I play too much, well, it used to be if I play too much, like my wrist would get like jacked up, or not like jacked up, but like they would start to hurt, and it would hurt for a while. But I got like a better setup so that like my wrists and hands are in better position, so it doesn't happen anymore. But still remember like that happening. Very technical game, asks a lot from you. It seems like it. And it also seems like, I don't know, like very what's the word? Not like impenetrable, but it like, I get, yeah, like there's like a barrier to entry kind of where it's not that there's a barrier to entry, but there's like so many people who played it for so long that if you're a new person coming to it, you have to like do a lot of catching up to do. Arthritis, right? Oh god. So you have arthritis in ours because of that? I have a friend who has arthritis, in like a bunch of her joints, and it sucks because she's pretty young, but I don't think the closest I've ever had to like something like that was I had tendinopathy in my knees, which is like it's when the tendons get inflamed. So it's not tendonitis, but it's like a temporary tendonitis basically. That was when I was in marching band, and it hurt. Like it hurt a lot. It made me, I couldn't walk very normally. And it was during the marching season, so I couldn't march that much either, or run or anything like that. Permanent nerve damage. That sucks, dude. That's, man, like skateboarding, dude. Like I was saying, I stopped skateboarding because I kept jacking up my wrists and ankles and things. Because, yeah, not because I was afraid of permanent damage, but like it was just like, this sucks. I'm tired of like landing wrong and jacking up my ankle and then limping for a few days. So I stopped. But like, yeah, oh man, it like, but it's fun. So it's like, it sucks to hear. Yeah, it sucks to hear about that. Hear that you got permanent damage from just skateboarding. You're having fun skateboarding. I don't know. It's okay. It's not. You should go back in time and stop yourself from doing that. No. I'm trying to remember what other. Oh, so I can only remember one other sleep paralysis dream I had, and this one was like, so like people always talk about sleep paralysis demons, and I've had like sleep paralysis demons where like I wake up and I'm hallucinating something in my room that is like, this is a demon or something, like I literally okay. So one time, this isn't over the last few days, this was like years ago, this was when I was in high school, but one time I was listening to a lot of like backmasked music. Wait. Oh, broke it in the morning, had to go to school and rode the bus for a whole hour with a shattered wrist. Dude, that sucks. That's kind of terrifying. Like imagining myself in that situation. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I guess like what can you do if you can't just turn around and go home if like nobody's home or something? But, jeez. I'm trying to think, because I've never broken a bone. The most I've done is like sprained stuff. So like I can't even, yeah, I don't even know like what the pain would be like for something like that. That sounds so awful though. God. Where was I? Sleep paralysis. Oh, high school. Okay, yeah. So this one time, this was like probably the scariest sleep paralysis episode I've had. But I was listening to like a lot. Well, I was listening to a lot of music that had backmasking in it, and so I was listening to the songs in reverse to like hear the backmasking. Hold on. Oh. So I was like listening. Yeah, I was trying to like hear the backmasking. So listening to the song backwards so I could hear the backmasked parts forward and like listen and be like, oh, that's what they're saying, or just like look it up and see like, oh, this is what they're saying, and then listen to it later. But because I was listening to so much stuff backwards, when I went to sleep, I had this nightmare. I don't even remember what the nightmare was, but I woke myself up. Worst pain you felt in your life? That sounds, yeah, worst pain, and then for having to ride a bus for an hour with that pain, man. So yeah, so I woke up into sleep process because like I have this like I can do this. Well, it's not like a talent or something, but if I'm having a nightmare, I can usually recognize that it's a nightmare. Like I do like reality checks where it's like if I have access to like a light switch, or I can like if I can move or something, there's like a few things that I'll do to like see like, is this a dream or is this real life? Because like a lot of times it's like I'll like recognize that the situation is really weird or something's off and be like, okay, is this actually happening? And then eventually I come to the realization that it's a dream, and then I'm like, okay, I just like start waking myself up, and then I'll wake up. But if I do that, most of the time I wake up and I have sleep paralysis because I'm waking myself up. Waking myself up before my body's ready to wake up. Basically, that's basically what sleep paralysis is. Is your brain waking up before your body wakes up? Like your body isn't waking you up; you're waking your body up. So, on the way to lucid dreaming, I used to try that. I used to be able to lucid dream when I was in high school. Around this time when I had this sleep paralysis, this specific episode. But I don't know. I usually don't. I don't like when I was able to lucid dream. Not that it got boring or something, but it was just like a lot of the times when I would lucid dream, I wouldn't be able to stay asleep for very long. Like I would like start flying or start doing whatever I want, and then eventually just like I would either like forget that I'm lucid dreaming and like start dreaming normally again, or I would just wake up because like I would do something stupid or like just like realize like I wouldn't be able to keep myself asleep once I realized I was dreaming. But this one time I woke myself up. You can practice. You can like practice to do it, because that's what I did. It's like I don't remember what it is, but it's almost like meditating until you get to a point where you meditate until you fall asleep, but you're still kind of like aware that you've fallen asleep. And so you like let yourself start dreaming too. I don't know. It's hard to explain. And there's like you can read stuff on it that'll like teach you how to do it. Horrible at sleeping. I'm pretty bad at sleeping too. Like I was saying, I get sleep paralysis all the time. I sleep twice a day too. I sleep a few hours because I can't sleep more than like I usually can't even sleep more than like an hour at a time. But like I'll like wake up and then go back to sleep pretty quickly. But I usually don't stay in bed asleep for more than a few hours, like 3 or 4 hours. And then I'll wake up eventually because I'm like I can't sleep anymore, or I'm like falling asleep and waking up like 10 minutes later, and that's just happening over and over again. That I'm just like I just need to get up. But I sleep like I stream until I don't know, like I try to stream like 6 or so hours, sometimes 8 or longer depending on what I'm playing or how I'm feeling. But I'll stream until I'm done streaming, and then I'll stay up for like a couple more hours or a few more hours, usually eat something, and then wind down, like watch stuff, and then I'll fall asleep, and I'll sleep for a couple hours or a few hours, and then I wake up, and then stay up for most of the day, and then go to sleep again in the afternoon for another few hours, and then wake up and stream, or eat and then stream. But I didn't eat today because I ate a couple hours, like a few hours ago, but like an hour or two before I went to sleep. But I feel like I'm gonna get hungry soon anyway. But anyway, so okay, in high school, this one time I was like, I don't remember what the dream was, but I was listening to a lot of backmasking, or a lot of songs in reverse, and I woke up and I could hear music being played in reverse, and I was like, what the heck? And I was like, so I woke up and I was facing like my bed was up against the wall. I was facing away from the wall, so towards like the center of my room basically. And I was just like looking straight ahead, and I was like, oh, I can't move. I got sleep paralysis. And I was just like, dang it, this sucks. But I can hear this music playing backwards, and it's freaking me out because like music being played backwards is freaky. Like it like, well, I don't know how it's creepy sounding, but like for me, and it's probably because of this specific instance, it's like a primal fear. Like if I hear music played in reverse or like sounds played in reverse, it like terrifies me instantly. So if I'm playing like a horror game and they have any sort of like backmasked noises or music or anything, I'm already like, I'm already scared. They don't even have to do anything to me. I'm already scared. But anyway, so I woke up, I was looking towards the center of my room, like towards the middle of my room, and it's dark, and I'm like hearing this music, and I'm just like, where's this coming from? Because like sometimes I'll fall asleep with like headphones in, like earpod, or like earphones, whatever. Like this was back in, I don't know, like 2008 or something. I would be listening to my iPod or something, and then sometimes I would wake up, but most times they would fall out of my ears in the middle of the night, like as I'm like rolling around and stuff like that. But this night I didn't fall asleep with anything in. I remember like waking up and being like thinking like, oh, I must have falling asleep listening to music or something, and that's why I'm hearing music. But I was like, no, I didn't. Like, I wasn't listening to anything before I fell asleep, and I was just like, where's this music coming from? And like I'm like staring straight ahead, and I like start to look up, and I see someone sitting in a chair in the corner of my room, which there's not a chair in that corner. There's like there shouldn't be a person in the corner of my room, but someone was sitting in a chair, and they had horns, like gigantic, like ram's horns, like something like a demon would have. And I was like I just like stared at it, and I was like, and it's holding like a record player in its lap with like one of those like bells coming off of it or whatever. Exactly. That's the problem with sleep paralysis, is like things happen and you're like, well, I can't move. I just have to sit here and deal with it. So like I saw that, and I'm like, just like instantly like dread, like my entire body just goes cold, and I'm like, oh god, like an actual sleep paralysis demon in my room, just like sitting in the corner of my room holding a record player in its lap, playing like this backmask into demon licking. Dude, I couldn't even tell if he was looking at me or not, but because it was too dark, all I could see is like the figure and like the horns and then like the record player in its lap, and the music coming out of it being backwards. And yeah, then like eventually I snapped out of it, and like I could like move again, and I looked, and there was nothing in that corner, like just like my normal stuff or whatever. I think I just had like some stuff on the floor, and then my heart was like pounding. I was just like sweating, just terrified, like what the heck. I like and I got up, I turned my lamp on, and I just like sat in my bed, and I started reading, because I was like, I can't go back to sleep. I can't, like, I'm just gonna stay up until the sun comes up. And it was like 3 in the morning already, so I was like, I'm just gonna stay up until the sun comes up and then try to get another little quick nap in before school starts. But that was probably the most terrifying instance. But what was it? Oh, so yeah, that was like the most terrifying instance, and that was like an instance of an actual demon. But most of the time when I have sleep paralysis, it's like I wake up and I'm just like hallucinating something. So like it's like something weird is happening in my room, or I'm hearing something, like I'll hear whispers or whatever. Or what else? Or I'll feel something touching me. Okay, this one's funny. So one time I was like, I don't know, probably like 11 or 12 when I had sleep paralysis, and it was like we were having like my cousins were over, so it was me and my brothers and my cousins, when we're all like sleeping, like we're having like a slumber party, sleepover, and we're all sleeping in the same room, but there's only 2 beds, and there's like 6 of us, so like there was 1 in each bed, and then the rest of the last 4 of us slept on the floor, with like a bunch of blankets and pillows and stuff. And this was my room, but I was like letting one of my cousins take my bed. Even spooky time, yeah, but it feels like it. Oh, man, it's always, I don't know, it's always spooky time when I talk about sleep paralysis. I've also had like weird, I mean, I talk about it every now and then, but I've had like weird experiences where I'm like, okay, I think that was a ghost. Because like I'll talk about that in a minute. There's like one instance that I was like, I'm pretty convinced that ghosts are real, or at least there's something weird going on. Not that like every house is haunted, or that I'm like I can see ghosts or something, but I had this one experience that I was like, okay, that I can't, how do we explain that? Walk through the town of Silent Hill in real life. I think I would be down to do that if it wasn't the jacked up Silent Hill version. Oh god, I wouldn't want to encounter a nurse like that. What was it? Where was it? The sleep paralysis. Oh, the funny one. Okay, so one time we had this like sleepover, and I was sleeping on the floor, and I had a hamster. Like me and my brothers had hamsters, because this was at our house in our room, because me and my brother shared a room. We had like beds on opposite sides of the room, and we both had hamsters, but we had like separate cages, and we got to pick out the cages. And my hamster, the cage that I picked was not a very good cage, I guess, because like my hamster kept breaking out of it all the time. So yeah, I went to sleep, and then I woke up, and I couldn't move, but I felt something touching me, and like it felt like someone had a hand, and they were just kind of like feeling me, like, well, just like with one hand. And the dream I had beforehand was it was like kind of a nightmare where it was like, what's the hand from the Addams Family. I don't know, but like the hand that's like walks around as like a hand or whatever, just like a severed hand or whatever. I had a nightmare that was like something like that. That like there was a hand that was just like crawling around and harassing me. And so when I woke up, I could feel something like touching me, like a hand, like just kind of like feeling me on my back because I was laying on my stomach. And I couldn't move, and I was freaking out because I was like, dude, this hand is in real life and it's crawling on me. And I was like, oh my God. And then eventually like I snapped out of my sleep paralysis and I could move again. And I rolled over and there was like nothing there. And I was like moving my blankets and like shuffling around, like trying to find the hand before it got away. And then I found my hamster and it was just like crawling around. I was like, this stupid hamster. And so I put him back in his cage. And I was like, he broke out of his cage, was crawling all over me, and made me have like a horrible experience where I was paranoid that a hand was touching me as I couldn't move. But it was like, I don't know, it was funny to look back at, or like funny once I realized what was happening. I was like, my stupid hamster. I didn't remember what his name was. I think it was like Teddy or something. No, it was Tuck. Hamster. Yeah, it was like so weird how much a hamster's 4 legs could feel like someone's fingers just like walking on your back. Okay, so I don't know which day. It might have been Sunday or Monday. This past Sunday or Monday. So like in these like sleep paralysis episodes, every time it's always like, yeah, it's just like I wake up and I'll like have a hallucination. Well, not every time, but most of the time it's like I hallucinate something, but I'm like usually aware enough that I'm like, okay, it's just a hallucination. But sometimes I'm like close enough to dreaming still that I'm like in a different mindset that I'm like, it might be real. Even though like I should be reasonable and logical enough to be like, this isn't real. It's not possible. But I had this I was having this dream that like I was in a hotel room, so it was like separate from the Makima dream, but I was in a hotel room and I was like doing like I just checked in and I was like I know I was doing some kind of work. I was training people for something, and I checked into my room after like work was over and was like just kind of like tired, so I was like closing my blinds and stuff to like get ready to go to sleep so that like in the morning when the sun comes up it doesn't like wake me up or whatever. And like I'm like doing all this stuff like whatever, and I remember like sitting down in like on like a chair, like a what do you call it, like an armchair, like a seat, and like getting comfortable and just like chilling, like starting to relax. And then through one of the cracks in one of the windows, like there was like a bright light, and I was like, what the heck, like what is going on out there? And like when I like saw it at first, I was like kind of just like annoyed, and I was like, I'm just gonna close my eyes and ignore it and try to like fall asleep through it, even though it's like pointing right at me, like right on my face. And then like it was like I was like laying there trying to fall asleep, and I couldn't, and I was like, what the heck? And like I opened my eyes, and it was like there was a person now standing there, and it was like a small person, like a kid, and I was like, but like they were blindingly bright, like a person made out of light, a little kid made out of light, and I was like what the heck is that? What is going on? But now I couldn't move, and I was like, and like I was just like in this chair, like leaning back, kind of like just like staring at this light person in front of me, and they started like moving towards me, but they weren't like walking, they were just like kind of like floating towards, or like shifting towards me, not even floating, because they're like their feet were on the ground, but they were like sliding towards me. And I was like starting to freak out because I was like, what the heck, like I can't move, and this kid is like, this light kid is coming at me, and I wasn't like, I was scared, but I wasn't like I was more confused than anything, if that makes sense, where I was just like, because they didn't like I was saying, most of the time when I have sleep paralysis, well, not most of the time, but a lot of times it's because I woke myself up from a nightmare. And this was like different because like I wasn't scared, but it was like I was still kind of like freaked out. But like whatever they were wasn't like scaring me. Like it wasn't, because like a lot of times when I'm having a nightmare that I wake myself up from, there's something scary in the room that I can like, I'm like, this thing is trying to kill me, or this thing is aggressive or whatever, and it like makes me like start to like think like, okay, is this real life or is this a dream? And then it's always been a dream. I'll say if it's a dream, I'll wake myself up as if there's like times where I've been in a situation where it's not a dream. But anyway, yeah, this like kid was like coming at me, and I couldn't move, and it was like getting closer and closer, and I was like, as it got like when it got real close, I started like that's when I started to like get scared in a way that I was like, I need to wake up, because I realized it was a dream, but I was more curious, like I was saying, I was confused, that I was like, what is happening? What is this thing? Why is it coming at me? Like, is it gonna do something? When is it gonna do something? What is going on? I wanted to see what would happen. Like I was kind of lucid at that point, where I was like, I'm gonna let this play out and like see what happens. But then it got real close to me, and I was like starting to get like scared that I was like, I need to wake up, and I started to like try to like wake myself up, but I was like also like kind of like I didn't want to, because like a lot of times when I wake myself up in my dream, I like close my eyes and imagine myself laying in bed and like basically wake up like by realizing like kind of like yeah, like trying to like feel myself in my bed and realize like what my senses are around me in real life or whatever, until I'm like, oh okay, and then I open my eyes and I'm awake, but now I can't move. But so I was like, I was like, I wanted to do that, but I was like kind of like scared to close my eyes as the scene was coming at me, and it was really bright, like I was saying. So it was like, even closing my eyes, I could still see like light coming through my eyelids, that I was like, this isn't, I can't, what do I do? And then eventually like it got real close, and like I know I like in my dream I was like trying to scream and I couldn't, and like then I woke up and I was staring at my wall. Oh, all right, take care, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the lurk. Okay. So what was it? Oh, so yeah, so when I snapped out of it, like when I woke up from the dream, I had sleep paralysis, and I was staring at my bedroom, like I was facing my wall, and my face was like really close to my wall, that I was like, dang, I'm real close to my wall, and it was really bright, because like the stream I had been watching, the stream that I fell asleep to, was over, and their like offline screen was like something super bright, and it was like lighting up my whole room really bright, and like it was like a white screen basically that was like projecting, like filling up my room with light, and it was like reflecting, the wall was reflecting that light right into my face, that because like when I woke up and opened my eyes, I could see like the light that was in my dream that was in front of my face, the kid made of light was like in my face, and when I woke up, that same shape was there, because the way my like I have this like loose pillowcase, like there's no pillow in it, it's just a pillowcase that I use as kind of like a sleep mask sometimes, where because like I was saying, it's like sometimes I go to sleep in the morning when the sun's up, and so like I throw it over my eyes just to like make it darker so it's easier to sleep. But the way like I'd fallen asleep with that on, because like I think at some point the stream ended and was bright, so I threw that over my eyes because I didn't want to get up and like close the tab or like turn off my monitor or something. But like the way it was like sitting on my face, it made it so like it made a little gap that was like perfectly letting the light through, like that I was like, I woke up and I was just staring at the wall and the light, and I was like, that was this the whole time, like just like one little strip of light coming through this like pillowcase gave me this weird nightmare. But it was so weird, because like when I woke up, I was like, man, that wasn't even like a sleep paralysis demon, because like nothing happened, like it wasn't like I was saying, it wasn't like aggressive or threatening, it was just creepy, like scary, because I didn't know what was happening, and it wasn't doing anything. Like I was scared because I didn't understand, because like every other nightmare, every other sleep paralysis thing is something scary and coming at me that I'm like, okay, I understand this thing is trying to kill me or something. But with this kid made of light, I was like, I don't know what they want from me. I don't know what they're doing. And that scared me. But I don't know. I can't remember any other like sleep paralysis instances over the last few days. But I've had like, I had so much sleep paralysis. It was so annoying. I feel like there was one other instance that I was kind of close to remembering, that I feel like it had to do something with me having to go to the bathroom or something. But I don't remember if it was sleep paralysis or that was just a weird dream. Because I know I had a dream about having to pee. Well, it ended up with me having to pee and then waking up because I was like, oh, I gotta pee in real life, and then I woke myself up. But I think I talked about that a few days or however many days ago. That's the other thing that sucks about like sleep paralysis and dreams. They get like mixed up real easy because like I don't know, it's all weird memory stuff. But anyway, let's play this game because like it's been like 6 days or something. 5 days. What was it, Saturday? No. Well, yeah, I didn't play it Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday. So like this is okay. It's been 5 days since I last played, or 6 days, whatever. And like I'm like every day, dude. I talk about this every time I miss like a bunch of days. Oh, I guess we have to talk to them. Every time I miss like a bunch of days of streaming, I come back and I'm like, dang, it sucks to miss a bunch of days of streaming because that means I'm not playing the game that I wanted to play or have been playing. She seems the most suspicious, so we'll save her for last. Oh, we can wink sync. I'm gonna wink sync with her immediately, actually. Oh, she can't. Never mind. Why is it giving me the option? Okay.
しょうまくんの家でゆうきさんたちただごとじゃない雰囲気だったからティアラがどうこうって言ってたし行き先がドバイタっていうのも聞こえてそれで心配になって追いかけてきたんです。でもすぐに来たというわけではないです。
They're not coming right away.
しばらくは追いかけるべきか
I was gonna say these kids are like
みんなで話し合っていた
turbo stalking me.
結論が出たのは
2.5 hours.
2時間半ぐらい経ってからかな。やっぱり行こうってことになってここに。ちなみに現在時刻は23時半。
11:30. So we've been knocked out for that long?
まあなんとか。
I mean, they just showed up. They didn't get hurt. Or they weren't here when all that went down. When we got whacked or tased or whatever. How did you get here? Someone drove? This guy! This guy's from the first game. He's a weird taxi driver. Why is he here? Oh. I was like, if he dropped him off, why is he still here? This guy talks so weird.
さっきのレシートお渡しするのを忘れてしまいまして。
ではあなたが4人を乗せてきたと。
ええ、さようでござんす。あし昔から機械の類はからっきしダメでござんして、テレビの配線はもちろん音楽を聴くのすら人任せでしてね。以前 CD を聴こうとして開け方がわからず
Didn't know how to open the CD player, so I smashed it with my fist.
はあ、それがどうかしたんですか？
そのぐらい機械音痴ってことでござんすよ。そんな足ですから、カード決済の端末なんてスムーズに操れるわけもなく。
Could not handle the card payment as smoothly as I would have liked.
ほんでもって支払いの処理に
like
手
the
間
first
取
time
って
he's
おり
done
ま
it?
したら。
She ran out.
マメちゃんが
先に降りたってことみたいね。
So she knew, like that's what I'm saying. She's like,
そんなことされたら、こっちはなおさら慌ててしまうでござんしょ。
huh?
というわけで、さらにもたつくこと3分、4分、いや5分はあったかもしれませんね。どうにか決済は終えることができたんですが、あしは焦っておりました。カードだけお返しして、レシートをお渡しするのを。
その間後部座席の3人は
ずっと待っておりました。カードはキズナッチのものだったんです。でもキズナッチは一番左に座ってたから、私としょうまくんは降りることができなくて。
では用も済んだので足はこれで失礼するでござんすよ。
What is he even saying? I'm like trying to listen to his Japanese. I've never heard like the way he ends his sentences and things. Okay, wait. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like last time I was like, yeah, she's like being high, like she's separated. I mean, he's kind of separated, but they're all in the shadows. But I guess it's also like he just saw his dad dead, so he's gonna be standing in the dark. But she's guilty, or there's something suspicious about her, so that's why she's being highlighted. But if she knew something, like, I guess we'll find out. I was gonna say, if she knew something, why did it take 2.5 hours for her to be like maybe it took 2.5 hours because she was like, we should go, and everyone else was like, no, we should stay. But still, like, if she had an idea of what was happening and she was trying to stop it, maybe I feel like she should have been more urgent or come by herself. I don't know. I guess we'll find out what actually happened though.
誰かというのは犯人のことですか？
いや、それ以外の人物も含めて怪しげな人影を見たりとか。
いいえ、全くどなたにも会いませんでした。
そっか。
助けたというのは大げさですね。私たちはロープを
Untie the
ほど
rope
いて差し上
that
げた
bound
だ
me.
けですから。
I appreciate it.
あそこにあるやつね。
Oh.
僕、あれで縛られてたってこと？
はい、手足をきっちりと。私たちがここに来た時、龍樹さんはその状態で倒れていて、それでキズナッチと私でそのロープを。ええ。私とキズナッチとショウマくんは3人で一緒にこのスタジオに。
So that means she got in here before. Like, she might have done something too. Like, she might have shown up to like clean up any last minute things before they could walk in and see it.
その時はすでにマメさんはここにおりました。
They really want me to talk to her.
そのことがどうかしたっていうの？
いや、別に。
Is he even gonna talk to us? No.
どう言葉をかけていいか。本当に。なんでこんなことに。大丈夫なわけないでしょ。コメジは彼の父親なのよ。
Okay. Alright. Hold on. I forgot about this thing. I ended up getting Iris. Or not Iris. What's her name? Because I think I did it after the stream. Like, I think I finished streaming Friday and then was like sitting in the menu and was like, oh, let me mess with the eyeball-y, and then I got someone that I didn't want or something, and then reset it. Or maybe I didn't. No. Hold on. Is Iris one of the final ones? Not trivia. Manual. No, he told me is the last one. Okay, never mind. So we need courage or naughty, which is like brave and something else. Brave and impish, I think. So we have to. Oh, we can't do it. Oh, excuse me, man. We have way too many points in loving. Because if we get, excuse me, if we get 3 points in brave, that'll put us at 15, but everything else gets 1 point. So I put it at 19, and then we can get 18. We get another 3 points, put it at 18, but this will put it loving at 20. So unless we, yeah, I don't know. But I'm gonna pick Crystal Skull. Cursed. Oh yeah, we got Hitomi again. Reset. What do I think of eyeballs? I'll say scary this time. Impish, okay. Oh, I didn't read what it said that time. Whoops. Okay. Face in her hands. I wonder. Mame.
そう誰も見てないんだね
I don't know if I can trust her.
だがアビスと本庁に連絡は
もちろん速攻でそろそろ捜査班が到着するはず。一応カウンセラーも手配しといたわ。4人の精神状態はかなり。
Oh, I didn't mean. I was trying to turn the
翔
camera.
馬くん
Why does the right click count as a click still?
大丈夫ですか？
That happens in 14 too. Like, I'll be trying to turn my camera with a right click, so I'll right click to like drag. And if I barely move, if I don't move like, like I'm right clicking right now, I just right clicked. If I move like that much, if I don't move like this much, when I let go, it'll click on whatever I'm, oh god, click on whatever I'm hovering over, which is annoying because like it'll change my target sometimes.
Shouma-kun,
ちょっと龍騎何してるの？早く後を追わないと。
Why? He doesn't like me. Why should I go after him?
ああうん
That doesn't make sense. What's happening now? Oh, excuse me. The Twix is pretty good. I don't understand what we're doing here.
ダメだどこにもいない
It seems extremely unprofessional.
スマホは無反応だし GPS の機能もオフになってる一体翔馬くんはどこに
あの様子で飛び出して行かれたら探さない
This
わけにはい
seems,
か
this
ないわよ
feels so
ね。
weird. Because also, where could he have gone that we need to drive like this? He just ran out.
ほっといたら何をしてかすか。落ち着いて龍騎。翔馬が行きそうな場所を考えるのよ。
行きそうな場所
That amusement park?
そうか翔馬くんはきっとあ
Yeah. Oh god, is he gonna kill himself?
翔馬くん
What is he gonna do? Don't tell me he's gonna try and like climb it. Okay. I was he's gonna hop in a car and then
まあいいじゃ
try
な
to
い。
climb to him.
これは観覧車よ。待ってれば必
That's
ず
what,
戻
yeah.
ってくるわ。
Unless he jumps from the top, we just have to wait at the bottom. But also, how does he know how to turn on this Ferris wheel? What kind of Ferris wheel has like no control locks and things to keep little kids from running over and turning it on? Well known. The way that all went down was so weird. Because our job is to investigate this, like...
それにしてもふざけたことしてくれるわね。
Hold on.
今日はバレンタインだっていうの
Valentine's
に
Day.
午前0時を回って2月14日になったのよ。
そっかでもそんなことどうでもいいんだけど
どうでもいいってことはないでしょ。
それより翔馬くんが乗ったのって2番の観覧車だったよね。
Number 2 car, yeah.
なんでそんなこと聞くの？
We're gonna wait for it to come down, and he's not gonna be there anymore.
確かに翔馬は2番の観覧車に。
I can't look at the first wheel.
だとしたらそろそろ戻ってくる頃だ。
What are they saying? Something about how it all went down. Which doesn't make sense, because, like, we're investigating this, like, murder, these murders. I knew it.
どうして？
But did he jump? I feel like we would have heard something if he did jump.
片っ端から全ての観覧車を調べてみた。なのにどこにも翔馬くんの姿は。
この世はプログラムによって構築された偽りの世界ですから、そのコードを書き換えられれば奇跡を起こすことができる。
It's been like 6 days. You missed it. I was talking about getting my balls tortured in one of my sleep paralysis dreams.
そんなバカな。
I'll talk about it in a second. Hold on.
ありえない。ありえない。確かに翔馬くんはあの観覧車に乗ったんだ。この目ではっきりと見たんだよ。
Wait, are we gonna have another freak out? Yeah, I knew it. He always, I don't know, anytime he like starts, yeah, he's gonna start speaking gibberish.
ちょっと待って。
She knows it's coming.
もしかしてまた？
I wonder if he's actually saying something and they've like garbled it up enough that it turns out all weird. Not in this text here, but like his voice. Or if it's just like sounds. Demon vibes. He's oh god, like 8 hours later. And we always end up here.
知ってる？
Oh, look at his eyes. Okay, well, okay. Let me tell you, kind of creepy at night. It is like, I think if I was playing this by myself, I would probably get pretty creeped out by it. But streaming it makes it less scary. What is it? Oh, so yeah, I was talking about this earlier, but I've had sleep paralysis like every single day, until yesterday, over like since like Saturday. But one of the sleep paralysis things I had was, so I've been reading Chainsaw Man, and there's a character named Makima, and I don't like her. I didn't like her from the very first moment she showed up. And I'm on like chapter 80 something, and I still don't like her, even though it feels like they're trying to make her likable. I already know like her secret, because like she's like mysterious and all this stuff from like the very beginning, that you're like, okay, there's something up with this girl. Like she has some kind of like, there's something going on with her. And like I kind of predicted it. Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Well, it's not obvious what it is, but you know that there's something. And then when they reveal it, you're like, oh, okay, of course. Oh, I didn't mean to go to the next line. But anyway, I don't like Makima, and I was having I was having a dream, and like I don't remember what it was, but I was in like a hotel or something, and she came in and she tied me up, like my hands were tied together, my legs were tied together, and I couldn't move, and then she started like just beating me and torturing me, and one of the tortures was like she was like crushing my balls, and I was like, I hate this, because like I'm not into CBT, all right? That's not one of my keys. No. I'm not into that, and I'm especially not into it when it's Makima. I don't like Makima. It's like yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want anyone to do that to me, but I don't want someone I don't like doing that to me. It is an actual thing, I know. CBT, cock and ball torture. It's a meme on Twitch all the time, but It's also, it is a thing. But yeah, I was just like, dude, like in my dream, I'm like, this sucks. I'm dying. Like, well, I'm being tortured and I'm miserable and I hate this and everything. Subconscious saying different, but I wasn't enjoying it at all. Maybe not with her. I don't think I would enjoy it with anybody. I don't like being, I'm not a masochist. I don't like pain does nothing for me except hurt. It's not, like I know masochists have a thing where their brain, oh, what's up, Saint? Wait. Saint Shriki's route again today. Love Tom until the end. What's up? Welcome, welcome. You came in just to hear about my Makima CBT dream. Sounds scared to step on balls. I feel like you're stepping on a bug. Yeah, I don't like. I know that's a thing, and like I've seen videos where people like not like gore videos, but like videos like, okay, I've seen this one video where this guy is like getting his cock and balls tortured, like it's like his fetish thing or whatever, and the girl's wearing these like stiletto heels, and she's like stepping on his wiener, and like it punctures, and then she like steps out and like blood squirts out, and I'm just like, why do people like this? Why do people want this? And like that, like every time balls get stepped on, I'm like, dude, they're just gonna like pop his balls. Like what are they, like, why? Like there's like permanent damage can be done here. Like why do people like this? You want Tama to do that to you? I'm exposing myself. I'm not watching these videos. I'm on 4chan, all right? And people are like, boom, here you go. Watch this guy get his wiener punctured. Or whatever. And it's like, why did I watch that? Like, dude, there's, oh man. There's this guy who's been posting gore in the 14 threads like the last, well, he hasn't done it in like the last week, but he would spoiler it, so you're like, oh, what is under this spoiler? And then you'd open it up and it's like this video of just like some kind of gore, and you're just like, oh, of course. But those get banned pretty quickly. Hot dog near a campfire. I guess Tama being here as I talk about this is pretty relevant, like Saint pointed out, because I didn't even think about it. But anyway, in this dream, yeah, Makima's like torturing me, and like she's like hurting me all over, and then she goes to like crush my balls, and I'm like I'm in so much pain that I wake up, and like for a few moments as I'm like laying in bed after I wake up, I'm like, oh, I'm in bed, like what the heck? I'm like, oh, I must have passed out from the pain, and I'm like imagining myself. 4chan's pretty tame. Yes, it is, and that's why like a lot of times when I talk about 4chan to people, like I still feel like people still think 4chan is stuck like back in like the early years where it's just like child porn and gore and racism. I mean, there's still racism and like whatever, like bigotry or whatever, but it's like, yeah, it's definitely way tamer and like way more functional. But still, you get people who are like try-hard edgelords posting stuff like that where it's not supposed to be posted, because they have boards for that. There's B, there's GIF. I think that might be it for like if you want to post gore. But anyway, I woke up and I was like I woke up from the dream, but I wasn't like, for like I was saying, for a few moments I was like, am I like, I passed out, like there was like, I was definitely convinced that the torturing was real, and I didn't wake up. I fell asleep basically, like I passed out from the pain and was like dreaming that I was at home in bed comfortable, like, oh, this is my happy place to get away from the torture. But I could still feel the pain, and I was like, well, this sucks, because like I blacked out from the pain, but I can still feel the pain, but at least I don't have to see Makima and like be in the bad space. I just have to feel the pain, which is like, it hurts, but whatever. But then I realized, like, wait, no, I'm awake now. I just have sleep paralysis because I couldn't move. So I was like, okay, I'm awake. That was a dream. So now I just need to like snap out of sleep paralysis. Mainly go on V. I usually go on VG. I don't like V. V is like too shit posty for me. I like going to like specific threads on VG. And sometimes on VT, like the VTubers board, now that it's a thing. I mean, it's one of the newer boards, but it's also like months old now. But also that board kind of sucks too, because like people are just like constantly trying to drama monger. But I'm just like, I just go to specific VTuber threads, like, oh, this is the Selen Totsky thread or whatever. Falling asleep and I probably cursed you with wiener dreams. Well, so what happened was like when I woke up, and I like was in sleep paralysis. When I snapped out of it, I like rolled over on my back and like spread my legs apart to be like, what is here? And there's like, oh, there's nothing here. And I realized that because like the way I sleep, so like I have a comforter on my bed and it's too hot to sleep with, so I have it folded and I kind of use it as a body pillow. So like I like put it between my legs and like throw my arm over it or whatever, and put like one arm under it, basically like a body pillow. Like I had body pillows when I was younger, and so like I still like having like I used to sleep with a body pillow I don't know, all the way up until I was in like high school, and so like I still like sleeping with a body pillow, if that makes sense, even though I haven't had a body pillow since I was like in high school. I didn't have one. Like once we moved from Stockton, we didn't bring, like we threw away our body pillows because they were like old and busted, and we just didn't get new ones. But I like still wanted one. I would like always like bundle up my blanket and like tuck it between my legs anyway. But anyway, the so like I sleep with the comforter like that, and I realized like what happened was my comforter got pushed between my wall and my bed, so it wasn't between my legs anymore. And so like my legs were just like perfectly aligned, that my balls were perfectly aligned and everything, that busted. They weren't like weirdo body pillows. It was like I had one just like long red body pillow. My brother had a blue one. There wasn't like an anime girl on it. I don't even know if they did that at that time. But anyway, what happened was because the comforter wasn't between my legs anymore, my legs were just like somehow lined up in a way that like caught my balls perfectly, that they were just being squished together, and I was making them hurt. And then my side was hurting because in my dream she had me like laying on this like super like, not like spikes like spikes that would puncture, but it was like bumpy, like pointed bumps that like my side was hurting in the dream. And I realized like when I woke up I was like, oh, like, or even when I had sleep paralysis, like when I was in sleep paralysis still, when I couldn't move, I was like, oh, my side hurts because like I ate too much sugar, because I was eating like I even have candy here. I already ate one of these Twixes, but I have like 3 more that I'm just like waiting to eat. But I've been eating like a ton of like, well, that day I had eaten a ton of candy, drank soda, ate these like weird pastries. Well, they're not weird, they're like Danishes or whatever, but they had like cherry filling or whatever that like was like very sweet, and I had 2 of those, and like I just like everything I ate had sugar that day, that I was like, oh, that's what my teeth are gonna fall out. My teeth are fine. It's not the pain. Well, I don't know, like I don't, yeah, I didn't have teeth pain. My side was hurting from eating so much sugar, but like I realized like, oh, that pain in my side is from consuming too much sugar. This stupid, like, why did I do that to myself? I knew it was gonna happen too, but I was just like, I don't care. I want to eat candy right now, and drink soda, because my mom bought like a bunch of Cokes that like nobody's drinking. So I'm like, well, I'll drink them because why not? But anyway, yeah, like when I like realized what was happening, I was like, what a stupid, like my brain was like, hey, you're crushing your balls in real life, so instead of just like waking you up to like let you stop crushing your balls, we're gonna give you this weird CBT dream where Makima shows up and just like tortures your balls. It's just like, what a stupid, why did my brain do that? I don't even like Makima. I mean, I know why my brain did that. It's because I fell asleep reading Chainsaw Man, and like the chapters I was on featured Makima quite a bit, because like it was like doing like the whole like, oh, this is Makima and this is what has been going on, this is what she does, this is who she is, and it was like, okay. And then because I remember even like as I was falling asleep, I was like trying to like finish the chapter I was on, because I was like I was like nodding off, and I was like, no, I want to see what happens. And like eventually I did just like fall asleep completely, and when I woke up and snapped out of sleep paralysis, I unlocked my phone and I was like in the middle of a chapter, and I had to go all the way back to the beginning because I didn't remember anything I just read. But that's why it was Makima. But I don't know why it had to be, well, I mean, that's why it was Makima, and it was just like my brain, like I was saying, my brain, instead of just being like, hey, wake up, you're crushing your balls, stupid, it was like, oh, we're gonna give you this weird dream where Makima shows up and starts torturing you. She ties you up and starts torturing you. and it was just not a good time. But like the whole like the last like 5 days, I've just been like sleep paralysis like every time I try to sleep, almost every time, and then waking up into sleep paralysis and being like, well, I guess I don't get to sleep right now, and then having like getting up and like wasting a few hours because I'm like I can't sleep, because if I try to go back to sleep after I've woken up from sleep paralysis, I just get sleep paralysis again, and that like it's impossible to sleep. Excuse me. But what was it? Yeah, so like that's why I've been missing like so many days of streaming, like the last 5 days. It's because like every day I'm like I'm too tired to, like, I tried to go to sleep at like 5 p.m. or something, and then I woke up at like 5:30 with sleep paralysis, and was like, I have to get up and I have to spend like at least like half an hour sitting here, and by the time I do that, I'm like I start doing something else, like I start playing Final Fantasy 14, and then it gets time to stream, or time where I would usually stream, and I'm like, I'm too tired, like I want to go to sleep now, and like that just kept happening like every day, like something like that. Or like I wouldn't get any sleep at all during the day, and then I would go to sleep in the afternoon, and then I would get sleep paralysis, or I would sleep and then wake up and I'm like, dude, I'm still too, like, I have to go back to sleep, I'm so tired, like I'm like I'm at a sleep deficit right now. But then yesterday I woke up at like 9 something, like 9:30ish, and I was like, okay, I could stream, but I'm still kind of tired, and I still need to eat, and like all this and that, and by the time I was like fully awake and had eaten, I was just like, nah, it's too late now. But then today I was like, I woke up at like 7 and was like, I didn't want to get up yet, but I was like, I don't know, I felt rested, and so I was like, okay, I think I can stream tonight. And then I sat on Twitter for like 45 minutes, and then I was like, all right, let me get up. Oh wait, what did he say? Oh yeah, this place, dude, this is creepy. Like his face, because like we've been here a few times now, and it's always been after one of those episodes where he like starts freaking out and the world goes all weird, and he starts like garbling, like what, everything comes out all garbled. But every time we wake up here, he's like pretty normal, but this time he's not looking good. What was it? I was gonna talk about 14 a little bit, because I did the Barbaricia fight, the trial. I did the normal one yesterday, and it was like it was a lot of fun. I was like, dude, what the heck? This is so chaotic and fun. And then I did the extreme one today. We didn't clear it, but I spent like an hour and a half learning it and things like that. And it's like a little less chaotic because like there's the strats and stuff like that, but it's still like really fun. But it's also really hard and really long, dude. Like I spent like, yeah, like I said, we spent like an hour and a half trying to clear, or like learning and then trying to clear. Like we got to like 15% was like the closest we got, and we were able to like consistently get to like 30 and 20%. But so like almost finished the fight, but it was just like each attempt took like 12 plus minutes. So like even if we clear, it's gonna take like 13 minutes or 12 minutes or something. So like, yeah, like in an hour and a half, that's like 90 minutes, we got like 8 attempts. And then eventually our group just like disbanded because someone was like, I gotta go, and someone else was like, I gotta go too, and then everyone was like, all right, we're leaving. And then I was just kind of like, I didn't want to like get in a new group, because I was like, all right, like it's like, it was like 4 p.m. ish, and I was like, all right, if I find a new group, I'm gonna get stuck with them. I'm gonna want to get stuck with them for like at least an hour, and by the time that's over, I'm gonna like get ready to go to sleep. And I was like, I might as well just like stop now and wind down. But anyway, Barbaricia fights cool. The Scarmiglione, whatever, however you say his name. He's like, I don't know, like the Final Fantasy 4 stuff that's showing up, because that like, I don't know, I was like, I was telling Shiro, like, dude, this is the Final Fantasy 4 expansion. Everything is like Final Fantasy 4 related. The Loporits and Walker, like all this stuff, like there's Final Fantasy 4 references everywhere. And now they're literally like, here's the four fiends from Final Fantasy 4. Well, they've only shown 2 so far, or at least I've only seen 2. I don't know if anybody else shows up. Because I stopped after I did the Barbaricia normal fight, and then haven't done more of the story yet. But also I did Pandemonium. I think I talked about it. Yeah, because this is week 2, right? I talked about it last week, so yeah, whatever. Pandemonium is cool too. I like all the bosses. Like, I like their designs, and none of the fights. I don't think any of the fights suck, at least. But like, I really like the carbuncle fight, and I like his. Like, it's funny to see that these cute little like carbuncles that are like, I don't know, you get to summon them as an arcanist or whatever. They originated from this gigantic, massive beast. Anyway, let's see what else. This guy. Oh, the fruit of immortality. Who was that? Was it Iris who was talking about it in the last game? Yeah, it was her, because I remember we were in her Somnium. That was the one we had to do the Minecraft, or the shovel forge.
ねえリュウキ、はっきり言わせてもらうけど、あなたの精神状態はまともじゃないわ。ずっと前から普通じゃなかったけど、今はそれに輪をかけておかしくなって。
See, this is the other thing, is like, I've known that he has something wrong. Like, I don't know, he's breaking down. But it makes it confusing because, like, Tokiko was talking about, she's been talking about, like, the simulation stuff. And every time he breaks down, it makes it seem like, oh, look, we're in the simulation. And he's, you know, he's seeing it. But it's also like, well, he might just be losing his mind. Like an unreliable narrator kind of thing. Like, we can't really trust that he's seeing the simulation. Because he's mentally unstable, so he might just be hallucinating or freaking out, and that's how it manifests.
ちゃんとお医者さんに見てもらわないと。
大丈夫だよ。この神社に来たらちょっと落ち着いたから。
こんなところに来たって何の解決にもならないのよ。神や仏に頼んだところであなたの心の傷は癒えたりしないわ。だからお願い、リュウキ。
Man.
分かったよ。
Oh.
病院行けばいいんでしょ。でもその前に一つ頼みがあるんだ。スタジオドバイタで見た光景。
Why does he want to read? Oh, okay.
してくれないかな。
I thought he was gonna. I thought he meant the video that they saw at Studio Dvaita.
リュウキ。
どうしても HB 事件を解決したいんだ。
Dude, and look at him.
いや、解決しなきゃいけないんだよ。殺された。コメジさんのために。
So this is like, I was talking about it on the day before in this game, where when we went chasing after Shoma, like, he's like, oh, we gotta solve. I'm gonna hit the log. Where is it? Yeah, I want to solve the HB case no matter what. But when we're like in the crime scene, he's like, oh, instead of, you know, investigating this area and figuring out what we can, I'm gonna run after this little kid who doesn't like me, who also has 3 other people going after him anyway. And then I'm gonna hop in my car and drive, because I mean, we found him at the amusement park, but like, if I was him, well, if I was him, I'd be like, all right, you guys go take care of that. I'm gonna look around here and figure out what happened or what's going on. But even if I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go chase after the kid too, I would not. I don't know. I would like drive around the area and be like, where is he? And if I can't find him, I would just be like, well, let me go back inside and look at this, because I don't know where that kid could be. He could be anywhere. I'm not gonna like guess where he went and waste time. I have a job to do, and this kid doesn't like me anyway, so even if I find him, he's not gonna come with me willingly.
あんたってほんと。まあいいわ。わかったわよ。だけどその代わり、捜査が済んだら必ず。
Let's talk about all that. I guess we don't have to investigate ever since she can just like scan the whole area and remake the scene for us. So anytime we like encounter something, we just be like, all right, Tama, you got that, and then we just go do whatever we want and have her replay it for us later. But I don't think that's what he was thinking at the time when he decided to go after Shoma.
それじゃあ目をつぶって始めるわよ。ねえ、ここで何を調べるつもり？
ちょっと気になったことがあって、あそこに三脚のついたカメラが倒れてるでしょ。あれ、僕らがここに来た時には。
I noticed there was a few things. There was like also like a water cooler on one of these tables or something that got knocked off.
なんで倒れたんだろう。
Why did it fall over?
テアラが倒したんじゃない？
Because Mame ran in and knocked it over.
理由はわからないけど、テアラ以外に考え
Could
ら
have
れないじゃない。
only have been him.
そんなことないよ。
Yeah, I was gonna say how did it could be
倒し
Mame.
た可能性のある人物。
Say Mame.
僕らが意識を取り戻した時、イリスちゃん、キズナちゃん、マメちゃんと、それからショウマくんの4人だ。そのうち最初にスタジオに入ったのは
アマメね。イリスとキズナがそう言ってたわ。もしかしてアマメがカメラを倒したって言いたいの？
可能性は高いんじゃないかな。
でもなんで？
Why would she do that?
それをこれから調べようと。
Well, that feels like such a weird thing to like lock onto. Oh, okay. I was like, I wonder if we're gonna do like a movement one, or if it's just gonna be a static, like turn the camera one. Why was I born into this world? Shut up. It worked. I'm angry. I'm gonna bury your child. What? How's that the... What? Why is that a response to that? Oh wait. I forgot we have like the different modes.
確かに立ってないわね。アルコールのせいなんじゃない？
The alcohol's
よ
fault.
くあることよ。気にする必要はないわ。
何の話？
Oh, what is that? Footprints? Or like... Oh wait, that's the thing. I was saying, oh, electric kettle, okay. Yeah, I was like, there's something on this table, like by water cups and stuff that's knocked over.
床に電気ポットが転がってる。
きっとテーブルから落ちたのね。
なんで落ちたんだろう。
テーブルの上で誰か
Someone did a
が
pile
パイルドライバ
driver
ーをし
on
た
it.
から。じゃないとしたら誰かがテーブルにぶつかったんでしょうね。
That reminds me of something I was thinking about yesterday. Like I was listening to a podcast or something, and someone, like I just like was thinking about wrestling, because I haven't watched. Like I don't like pro wrestling anymore. I used to watch it when I was younger, but I kind of like grew out of it, I guess. But I still really like kind of like that aesthetic or whatever. Not aesthetic. Well, like I don't know. Like I like wrestling characters, like in Street Fighter 5. Well, I guess like Street Fighter 3, 2, or whatever. Rainbow Mika, our Mika, is like one of my favorite characters. She's my favorite character to play as in Street Fighter 5. Horalu from Elden Ring. He's basically a wrestler, like a pro wrestler. He's my favorite boss from Elden Ring. Like all this, like I think it was because people have been playing Rumbleverse. That like battle royale wrestling battle royale game. I think I was watching like somebody, maybe it was the day before yesterday. Cause I think it was Wooly. I know I've seen a few people playing it over the last few days, and I know Wooly was one of them. But I know I think that's what like made me start thinking about like, man, I don't know. They should put wrestling characters like that in more games.
下の方がぐしょぐしょに濡れちゃった
Why
わ。
would she say that?
言い方。
びしょびしょの方が良かった。おそらく
Why is she
ポットには
moist
熱湯が入ってたんだと思うわ。
right now?
電気ポットだから保温のままになってて、それがこぼれてこんな風に。
Anyway, I don't remember why I was thinking about wrestling. Like, or I don't remember what I was thinking about
お湯を
specifically.
踏ん
There
だ
was
ことによっ
something.
てできた足跡ね。まだ冷めきってないところを
Because it
見
had me
ると
thinking about all kinds of different, like, wrestling characters and games. And I was like, man, like, whatever. I can't remember what triggered that. Because, like, it was something I wanted to think about. But now I forget. Now I've forgotten.
このデータを取得するほんの数分前につけられた足跡ってことになりそうだわ。
僕らが意識を取り戻す直前ってこと？
ええ。
Huh.
誰の足跡かわかる？
Mame's.
靴底の形状、
Yep.
サイズから考えて間違いなく甘めのものよ。
足跡はあっちの扉の前まで続いてるね。
西側の扉ね。西の方にある扉、外側からロックされてるわ。こっちから開くのは無理そうね。
Do I have to go back?
このスタジオに他に出入り口は？
私たちが入ってきた東の扉だ
I
け。
wonder why.
つまり東と西2箇所しかないってことだね。
Confirm the status of Komeji's corpse.
死亡推定時刻は？
およそ1時間半前よ。この死体が発見された時を基準にしてね。
つまり2月13日の22時前後ってことか。僕らがここで目覚めたのは23時半頃のことだったから。
I don't remember what time we got knocked out at. I remember he was looking for something behind here.
東側の扉よ。
僕らが入ってきた扉だね。
Oh,
隆起が亀甲縛りされてたろ。
I was like, what else should I look at?
亀甲じゃなかったと思う。
Wait, what? Had me in the tortoise shell bondage position. What?
あれ？カニ縛りだったかしら？
What is this? There's something. Yeah, there's like things on the rope.
カニでもエビでもヤンハンでもないね。それより見てよ、これ。
A fake nail.
これ
Mame's?
甘めがつけてたネイルチップだわ。
よし。一通り調べ終えた感じだ。今の捜査で重要なことが
I
分か
can
った
make
よ。
one conclusion. Mame did it.
何よそれ？聞か
まずは
Oops.
マメちゃんがスタジオに入ってから一番最初にどこに行ったかについて考えてみよ
I want to make a cup of tea. So I think after this a little bit, I'm gonna go put the water on. Where did Amame go first? To the door? To lock it?
う。まっすぐ西の扉を目指したと思
なんで？
う。なんでだろう。
真面目にやらないと
Why
頭に
indeed?
電流流すわよ。
Okay, well, did she knock this camera over first then?
このカメラに突進していって。
Well, I guess,
倒した
yeah, if I had to, like, she would, like, knock the camera over, then knock the kettle over, then run over to the door.
どんな理由で？
三本足の宇宙人が
Okay, never mind.
勘違いしちゃったんじゃないか
I
な。
have no idea
それで
where she went
地球
first.
を
Unless it was to
侵略した
untie
の
me
に
or
飲んで
something.
あんたのもう一
But
本
it
の
feels
足
like
を
she's
引きちぎって
guilty of
やろう
something,
か？
so why would she untie me?
動線から考えて最初に僕のところに来たのは間違いないと思う。お湯を踏んでからここにっていうのは考えられ
Oh,
な
I
い。
guess. Well, the water thing was last, or the door is last, going from the water to the door. But this could have been second or third. Just
だってそうだとした
it
ら
not being last
足跡が
doesn't
残って
mean
るはずだ
it
から
was
ね。
first.
で、マメちゃんは 僕のロープをほどいてくれようとしたんだ。その時にネイルチップが取れちゃったんだよ。だけどあることがあって
Something happened that
中断
stopped
せざる
her.
を得ない状況に。
あることって？
それについては後で言うよ。
I'll tell you
と
later.
にかく
What?
豆ちゃん、
どこに向かった
I
の？
didn't mean to do that. The nail thing. So I don't know, like probably more than a month ago, I keep doing this thing where like well, this is related to the month ago thing, but in this game, so in 14, if you click right and left mouse click, like the left and right mouse buttons, your character will walk forward like this. But in this game, that doesn't work. But I keep trying to do that because like in 14, like you can play with one hand, so I'll be like this and I'll just like be moving my character around by holding down the left and right mouse buttons or clicking the middle one. Oh, I didn't even know that I did that. Cool. Just making sure there's nothing. Anyway, I keep trying to like I'll be like looking in one direction, I'll push both buttons down, and I'm like, wait, why is he not moving? I'm like, oh, I have to use the WASD. But what was it? I forgot what I was saying. Talking about 14. Talking about oh, the nail thing. Yeah, like a month ago when we moved. Not this time to move here, but the time before. I talked about it on stream, but like we dropped. Me and my brother were moving a thing, and we were going down from the sidewalk to the street, so that little like part of the curb. And the thing we were moving, it was on like a furniture dolly thing, and it like went down. Like the furniture dolly didn't, like the thing was sticking out past the edges of the dolly. So like when we hit that part of the curb, like the thing was like coming out straight, like still parallel with the sidewalk, and then the dolly dropped down to the street, and then this thing dropped down too and smashed my toe, and like there was blood under the nail or whatever, and like it's still like I've been watching it every day, I guess, not like literally like tracking it or something, but every now and then I look down at it and I'm like, oh, I can see the progress it's made. Like I've noticed that it's moving closer and closer to the edge of the nail, like it's moving away from, what do you call it, like the cuticle or whatever. Because it was like a lot. It was like, I don't know, I don't want to show it, but it's like it's I don't know, it's like it goes from like the whole, almost like the whole length of the nail, but not like, it doesn't fill up the whole nail. It's like kind of like there's like a spot at the bottom, like by the cuticle, and then there's like a gap where like there was like, it was like this whole, so like, yeah, there's a spot at the cuticle and then a spot near the top, and then like a little bit in the middle, like between those, but there's spaces between them, and then the one at the top has like basically a hole in the middle that's like not blood and clean, like clear, like just like normal. But like when it first happened, that whole like strip was just like blood, like underneath my nail, and like over like the next few days it was like healing up or whatever, and like I don't know, there are like spots between, like there are now just like those 3 like blood spots, because everything else around them healed up, and so like I can see those like moving closer and closer to the edge of my, I guess, toe, and they're about to like reach the point where it's like, oh, like I don't know, like in like another week I'll be able to like trim the nail and like see the chunk of blood, I guess. I don't know how it's gonna be though, because it's like it can't be dry, if that makes sense, because it's like under the nail, and like I don't know, it's basically a clot, right? Like a blood, like clotted blood. So I'm kind of like curious to see what happens once it like comes out, or like breaks free from the skin, if that makes sense. Because like I don't know, like the nail doesn't. I mean, it hasn't reached the edge of the nail, or the, like, what do you call it? Where like the skin and the nail, like this part. I don't know how to explain it. It hasn't reached that yet. Like it's still like just like I was saying, like maybe in another week or 2 weeks, maybe then like the furthest blood spot up will like get to that point where it's like, okay, now the nail is like extending past where my skin is connected to it. Anyway, it's just an update on my toe from a month ago, or like 2 months ago. But that's the other thing, is like it's been like 2 months and it's so like moving so slowly.
だからカメラを倒しちゃって。
それで次はどこに？
Okay. So I kind of had the steps right. I just didn't do the rope part first. And also kind of had him... Well, I went here first. But then I was like, oh wait, of course. She would have started over here at least. And then like bumped her way through. But then even then they were like, no, no, no. Why would this be first? I was like, well, why wouldn't it be first? And it's like, no, obviously the rope is first. That's not that obvious.
次にやってきたのはここだ。豆床に熱湯がこぼれる。
Ran into the table, caused the kettle to fall.
になったんだ。
その後は？
最後にたどり着いたのはここ。だけど扉にはロックがかかっていて開かなかった。だから豆ちゃんは外に出ることはできず。
Oh, I wonder. Well, what was her plan then if she would have been able to get out that door? Just run away and look extra suspicious?
豆ちゃんがどうしてロープをほどくのをやめたのか。
Oh, maybe she went to chase somebody and then they locked the door.
バレちゃったか。でも続けてくれる？あなたの考えが知りたいの。
じゃあ答えを言うよ。きっと豆ちゃんはテアラがスタジオに入ってくるのを見たんだよ。僕のロープをほどいてる時に。同時にテアラの方も豆ちゃんを発見。なんとかしなければととっさに考え、豆ちゃんに向かって駆け寄っていったんだと思う。こんな中途半端な位置に死体が放置されていたのはそのためで。
So, he's saying Terror wasn't even done when they came in. When Mame came in. Why did she run in?
なるほどね。私の考えと同じだわ。
I didn't think about that. I didn't consider that. Because Komeji's body, like Terror would have wanted him somewhere to be seen, not just like wrapped up in a body bag. I think.
いくつか疑問点が残ってたりもするけど、まあその件については置いておくとして、とりあえず始めましょうか。
始めるって何を？
Forgot about this.
決まってるじゃない。フィルムの撮影よ。
It's probably one of my least favorite parts of the game.
またやるんだ。
何か文句でも？
Takes too long.
というわけで準備はいい？
I don't think it's very funny.
いや。
行くわよ。
嫌って言ったけど。
よーい。アクション。今回は甘めとして彼女の行動をたどってもらうというわけで、甘めがスタジオに駆けつけたところ。
確か。
I'm gonna fast forward through this.
うわあ。本当に
お願いだからもう。龍騎さん。
この時ネイルチップが取れたのよね。
豆ちゃんは必死にロープを。
テアラと鉢合わせしてしまった。
テアラがいるから東の扉からは逃げられない。そこで豆ちゃんは。
Oh, she's trying to run away. Okay, never mind. I thought Terror came in through the west door. See, how did they know this? Because like my thought was Terror, like the body was already, because yeah, when they pushed the body in, I was like, how do they know they were bringing the body in and it wasn't just already there? Because I thought the body was there, they came in through this door to be like, all right, time to get the body in place or whatever. Like they went to like put something away or get something else, and we're coming in through this door, and Mame saw them and like ran to like stop them, and then they ran back out and closed the door and locked it or something.
さあ、そこは迫真の演技で。
But they're telling me Tyra was pushing the body in from that door. But then how did nobody else see? I mean, I guess, I don't know, since Mame ran in so early, she could have just like caught them perfect timing to see them come in, but also get in without them seeing her come in or hear her come in, or I don't know.
じゃあ、キモ。じゃあや。ほらず。で、逃げる途中、カメ。ポットを落としながらも。
The way he's running, stupid.
だけど、やっとたどり着いた西の。
最後のはいい表情だったわ。
What? Did something wrong?
うん、そうよね。アマメはこの扉の前へと追い詰められて。でも、その後は一体何があったのかしら。さっき疑問点があるって言ったのはそのことよ。それともう一つ。アマメは犯人を見なかったかって尋ねた時、確かに。
Yeah, what? So what I was trying to get at earlier, and one more thing, she didn't see the culprit. Or she said she didn't. I don't know what she's trying to get at. I'm like, I don't know.
どうして彼女は嘘なんか。
But also, yeah, why did she lie? Even if she was trying to help us and all that, I don't know. I like I was saying, her running in by herself like that, that's already like extremely suspicious because she knew something was up.
ねえ、タマ。このスタジオのデータはすべて丸ごとスキャンしたんだよね。
And she's been like acting weird the last, I don't know, the last few times we've interacted with her.
X 線のものも含めて。
ええ、そうよ。
だとしたら。
Did we just do this thing? Has it been 20 minutes already? Cacao ratio and chocolate. Give me like 60%. Same success rate as Date using eye drops. What does that mean? We got Oda, gross. What does Oda go or turn into? Pewter and Mama. Okay, wait. Didn't we get... I think we got Mama. But maybe it was Pewter. It was Pewter. Okay, so we need... Whatever, I'll worry about it next time. X-ray. Ooh. They have a gun.
やっぱり。
そんな、あいつがテアラ？
だと思う。
How does she not know that?
私たちが意識を取り戻した時、
Or is she pretending to be
このスタジオにいたっ
surprised?
ていうの？
She scanned all this. She has all this information.
そうなるね。
Oh, they were hiding in here. Oh. That's why Mame was standing over here. And she was like scared and said no, she didn't see. Because she did see, she saw them run behind this.
っていうか、タマは気づかなかったの。
And this is why we ran out. Because they needed a reason for us to not stay and look around and find them behind here.
君には X 線の光景見
The,
えて
the
たはずじ
riders.
ゃ。
だってあれセットの一部だって思って
That's
た
what
か
I
ら。
was saying. Part of the set. Okay.
ところであいつ、銃を持ってるよね。
ええ、50口径。
50 caliber automatic handgun. What? Who is this guy?
弾が体の一部に当たっただけで致命傷になる銃よ。
How can you shoot something like that? How do you have a 50 caliber automatic handgun though?
ここからは
I'm not saying that's impossible, but like, how do you shoot something like that? Like a 50 caliber handgun by itself is gonna like have so much recoil, you're not gonna be able to shoot, I don't know, successively accurately. So having an automatic one.
テアラが西の扉の前へとマメちゃんを追い詰めた後、東の扉の方から駆け寄ってくる複数の足音が聞こえてきたんじゃないかな。イリスちゃん、キズナちゃん、ショウマくんの足音が。でもそれが子供たちの足音だなんてテアラには知る由もない。そこでテアラはマメちゃんに向かってこんな感じのことを言ったんだ
This
と
said something like, keep your mouth shut, I'm gonna go hide over here, or I'll kill you and all your friends. Yeah, if you do, I'll shoot you.
で、テアラはセットの裏に隠れたんだよ。西の扉は開かなかったから。
それで甘めは嘘を。テアラに脅されてたから本当のことは言えなかったのね。
多分。
Now I'm extra annoyed that we ran out. Like that just made no sense already. And then for it to not make sense so that they could have this weird like twist of like, oh, he was in the room the whole time. It's like, it feels really like forced.
すぐ近くにテアラがいたのに捕まえられなかったなんて。
仕方がないわ。あの時は
Shoma was the top priority. Why? It's not like we could do anything anyway. All we would do is go find him, and that would be it. We would catch him and be like, "Hey, man, we know you just witnessed your dad's, I don't know, half body, but it'll be okay." Like, like us finding him does nothing. It just gives them an excuse to be like, "Oh, look, you ran out, and Terror was in the room the whole time." That all, yeah, I don't know. That all feels unnecessary. They could have just like not had that sequence at all. Like Shoma not running out and Terror not being in the room. It could have been like, oh, like I was saying in the beginning, Terror ran through the west doors and locked it behind him. That would make way more sense. And I don't know. You could still have Shoma run out, and then yeah, I don't know. That feels like such a weird. It's not like, I don't know. It's not doing anything for me. It's not like a revelation or like a surprise. It's like, what? Why?
とにかくやるべきことは一つだ。マメちゃんを探そう。
Or if they'll make it make more sense later.
重要参考人だ。
Because like I'm trying to think, like there has to be like, I have faith in the writers and the director for that not to be so pointless, if that makes sense. Because the last game never had pointless stuff like that. So like now I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm missing something, and like, or I'm like getting ahead of myself that it'll make sense. Like we're gonna go talk to Mame, and she's gonna be like, oh yeah, like I knew they were gonna be there the whole time or whatever. And so then you're like, oh okay, so I mean it still doesn't make sense with the Shoma thing. Like the only thing I can think of for the Shoma, for us running after Shoma like that, is like, oh, they wanted to give us another kind of like glitch moment of like, oh look, he got in the Ferris wheel and then he disappeared. So like they wanted to feed into the simulation theory thing, but I feel like they could have done that a different way.
あいつから何か大事なことを聞いてるかもしれない。もしくはテアラーの声、歩き方、何らかの身体的特徴について知ってるかも。ねえ、タマ、マメちゃんの居場所は？
わからないわ。スマホの電源が切れてるか、電波の届かないところにいるみたいだ。
I'm gonna go to, what was it, Brahma? Nobody picked up.
っていうかそんなことより約束はどうなったのよ。
Promise.
大丈夫だよ。
Oh right.
それと、できれば翔馬くんからも話が聞きたい。確か今自宅にいるんだったよね。
Oh, stupid cushion.
まり目的は3つ。甘めの捜索と病院で診察を受けること、それと翔馬に会うことね。分かったわ。しょうがないから
Fine, I'll
付き合っ
tag
てあげるわよ。
along. She doesn't have a choice.
何しろ今日はパートナーと
Special for
誓いの日、
partners.
セイントバレンタインデーだからね。
それってどういう意味？
さあ、どういう意味かしら。とにかく行きましょう。移動
Smile
開
on
始
his face. Valentine's Day. Okay. I'm gonna go put the water on. I'll be right back. Okay. So go check on that in a few minutes. Let's go to the hospital first, so we can get our meds or whatever. Oh God, why here? Excuse me? What just happened? Is that gonna happen everywhere we go? We're breaking down.
治療？
That reminds me of a creepy pasta I read forever ago. I mean, it has to do with like the whole simulation matrixy kind of thing, but it was more about like aliens having a guy kind of like trapped in a simulation where they're just like watching him or whatever. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Vegeta blanket? No, it's a Pokemon blanket. It's like the Pokemon, like the evolutions or whatever. I have it folded so that it's like Glaceon on this side or whatever. I don't know if you can see it. Ooh, I'm trying to get out of the way. Whatever. It's all the EV evolutions. I have it like I like this blanket, but I don't like I like it too much to use as a blanket that I don't want to like ruin it. Like I don't want to have to like I don't want it to get dirty and then have to wash it and then eventually have it like fade and stuff like that. I mean, I still wash it every now and then because like I'll put my head on it and stuff like that. So like oils from my hair and things, sweat maybe get on it every now and then, but it's better than using it like an actual blanket. 'Cause I want to preserve it. Vegeta's shoulder blade. I assumed because like the yellow part, you'd be like, oh, it's like Vegeta Super Saiyan hair or something. Wait. Oh, that's right. I was like, there's like the creepypasta or whatever I was talking about. Let me see if I can find it. Creepypasta. Because there's like a website that's, yeah, creepypasta.com. Top ranked. Because I remember it was like, oh, shoulder pad. Oh, wait. Because the yellow part. Wait, this website's broken. Hold on. Let me see. Binge round. Like looking at top ranked, because when I read it, it was like top ranked at the time, but this was like maybe in like 2012 or something. I think it might just be called Psychosis. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was a creepypasta. Oh, this was written in November 2010. There's a creepypasta called Psychosis, where like this, I guess this is spoilers for that creepypasta. Wait. Favorite candy. Here's our high cheese. I like high cheese a lot. And sweet tarts. We have these sweet tarts ropes that are pretty good that I eat like all the time. But my favorite candies, it's a specific thing, specific to kind of California. Well, I guess you can make these anywhere. But there's these chocolates. There's this place called C's Candies. It's like a chocolate place. They have other kinds of candies too, but they're like, they focus on chocolates. But my favorite is it's called a Scotchmallow. And it's like it's a marshmallow with a layer of caramel on top, and it's all covered in dark chocolate. That's my favorite. Other than that, if you're talking about like candy bars and things like that, I don't know, maybe like a Twix. Like I have these Twixes. Twix is definitely one of my favorites, but I don't know if they're my... Actually, maybe like a Milky Way. I don't know, I like chocolate though. Chocolate, caramel, however you want to say it. But Scotchmallows are my favorite. Like if I have to like eat one... If I can only eat one kind of candy for the rest of my life, it'd be Scotchmallows. Milky Way. I like, yeah, Milky Ways. Like, Scotchmallows are kind of like Milky Ways. Except Milky Way is like nougat or something, right? Instead of a marshmallow. Even though it's kind of marshmallowy. Nougat topped with caramel, covered in milk chocolate. But I like the dark chocolate Milky Ways. I think they're called like Midnight Milky Ways or something. Like I like dark chocolate. Yeah, Midnight Milky Way. Like I like all chocolate. I love chocolate. Like chocolate's my favorite candy, like type of candy over like sweet, like sour candies or like fruity candies and stuff like that. I like I prefer chocolate, but I will eat candy. Like I eat candy all the time. I can't help it. It's too good. I will not turn down candy. If someone gets me, yeah, like if someone brings candy or gets me candy for my birthday or Christmas or something, I'm like, thank you. I will eat this, and this is better than like, probably one of the better things you can get me. What was I saying? Oh, but yeah, Scotchmallows. I don't know, like they're like like I was saying, I'm sure people can make them and have variations of these or versions of these in other candy stores. but See's Candies has Scotchmellows and they're so good, and they sell them in like little like half-pound bags, or like you can get like a whole box of them, like a pound box or 2 pounds if you wanted to. And I remember like I got sick from eating, like I got sick of eating them because I was like, the last place we lived at, there was a See's Candy that was like less than 5 minutes away, and I would stop and grab a bag of Scotchmellows every now and then. And then there was like a few weeks in a row where I was like, let me get a half-pound bag, and I ate the half-pound bag, and I was like, all right, let me go back and get another one, and then I ate the half-pound again, and then I was like, all right, let me get another one, and I did that for like a month. And by the end of it, I was like, dude, I can't. I'm like, thinking about eating these is making me nauseous. Like, I've kind of like, I don't like these anymore, but I still love them. Like, I just don't want to eat them anymore. But I do, like, I would crave them, but I would feel sick about craving them, if that makes sense. Like an alcoholic or something who is just like trying to give up alcohol. You're like, okay, I don't want to be drunk anymore. I don't want to drink anymore, but I'm pretty much addicted. Puking rainbows. Oh God. What's it? I don't know. I like Skittles are good too, but actually I like sour Skittles more than regular Skittles. But I don't think I've ever actually gotten sick from eating candy. Like, I've just been like nauseous, but I don't think I've ever puked eating candy. I also like Starburst a lot too. Starburst pretty good. Love sour. Sour Starburst are good too, but I think I like the like they make the all reds versions of Starburst where it's like all the red flavors, like cherry, like I don't know, it's like reds, purples, pinks, like all the red-ish flavors, like colored red. I like those ones. What else? Oh, let me check out my water. Hold on. Oh, I mean, my water should be done. I'll be right back. I gotta set my tea going. I'm gonna run ads because it's gonna take a few minutes. So if you're not subscribed, I apologize. I'll be right back. Okay. I gotta go get it in like 3 minutes. Once it's done brewing. So when my session timer tells me it is what, 220, I guess. Scotchmallows, dude. If you can get them, you should try them because they're very. I don't know, like I like chocolate, so if you like chocolate, like marshmallows, caramel, dark chocolate, see if you can find those. Okay.
こちらで全てやっておきますから。
What was I? I'm trying to think of like what I was thinking of before I got up to make the tea, or like once I got here. I don't remember now. I know like everything was freaking out, so it was like, okay, something's going on. That like, I don't know. Yeah, like it's hard to tell. Like, well, I don't know. I know they're doing it on purpose, but like it's hard to tell if the simulation theory thing is real or if he's like, this is his breakdown. His mental breakdown is imagining it's a simulation. If that makes sense. Oh, I think I was talking about that psychosis story. That's what it was. It's a creepypasta that's like, it was, I don't know, I feel like it's a good read. I don't know if it's that scary, but it's basically this guy who's just paranoid, and I think it's called psychosis because he feels like he's psychotic or like going crazy because he's just like paranoid about everything that's happening around him and like suspicious of everyone around him. Like he won't open the door to anyone because he thinks everyone's an alien or something. And then the story ends and you're kind of like, oh, this guy was just crazy. And then it has like a little like epilogue thing that's like written from the perspective of the aliens watching him and like, yep, he's, you know, he's freaking out. He thinks he's catching on, but he'll never catch on. And it's kind of like, oh, he was right. He just couldn't prove it.
ちょっと待ってください。入院って何
Oh
の
wait,
ことですか？
he's gonna get committed.
もしかして覚えてないん
Wait,
で
is
す
this the end of the route? Do we just
何
lose?
を？
弱りましたね。
This stupid thing. The Mecca of Otakus. Akihabara. Sunfish Pocket. That wasn't an option. Whatever. I think I picked that last time. But that's... What is this? Oh, right. That's when we talked to Tama. Oh, I gotta go check out my tea. I'll be right back. Okay. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually make this like a route ending. But I guess we'll see. Also, so I like this tea a lot. The only thing I don't like about it is you have to boil the water. I mean, a lot of teas are like that. But it's too hot to drink right away. Like if I make, cause it's like it's a black tea. Well, it's like a blend, I guess, but uses black tea, and black teas are usually boiling water. Green teas are a little bit less, like 185-ish degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is Celsius, if you use Celsius, but boiling teas, I don't know. Like I like them, but it's just I don't like having to wait for it to cool down a little bit before I can drink them. Cause I have a microwave water. I mean that works too. I have an electric kettle that I can like set the temperature on. I used to have this fancy one. The one I have now is kind of fancy, I guess. There's like different. There's like the temperature button, a boil button. Cause like you can set the temperature and you can set it to boil, or you can just hit the boil button and it does it automatically. And then there's like a keep warm button, and then like the power button or whatever. But I used to have one that was like super fancy, where it had like a little like a little cage inside that was like you put your tea in the little what do they call those things? Like people like they sell them like little balls and things too, that you just like put your tea and you like dip it in the water. Love tea and open and try more. Green tea and lemon ginger tea. I don't know if I've had lemon. Well, I've had lemon and ginger in teas, but I've never just had like a lemon and ginger tea. But I think well, I mean, like greens are my favorite. Jasmine is my favorite tea. But I like pretty much all kinds of tea. I don't know if there's a tea that I've had that I've been like, I do not like this tea. But this tea right here, this one's called it's called Paris tea, but it's like it's from this place called like Harney and Sons or something like that. I didn't know about it until a few months ago or something, and then I bought some and was like, wait, this is super good. And it's super good. Smells really good too. Like that's like important for tea. And like when I've made my first cup, or when I first opened the bag, I was like, wait, this thing smells so good. And then made my first cup and was smelling it before I drank it. I was like, dude, this smells so good. And then drinking, it's like, man, this tastes so good. Everything about it is so good. It's like so it's like it's a black tea, but it has like has vanilla, has like some kind of like fruity stuff too, and then I think it's like black currant or something maybe. Hold on, let me see if I can find it and read it. Paris flavored black tea. Details. Blend of 3 teas. The leaves are black. Natural flavors are added. Smells like Earl Grey with black currant and vanilla aromas. Hint of caramel. That's what, yeah, when I first drank it, like the first time, it does taste like Earl Grey, but like Earl Grey, like with, I don't know, fruity flavors, I guess. I guess it doesn't say specifically what, other than the black currant. I know it's got like bergamot in it too, which is Earl Grey. Okay, yeah, black tea, oolong tea, black currant flavor, vanilla flavor, bergamot oil, caramel flavor. Okay, that's what's in it. It's very good. I still like jasmine the most though. Jasmine, I don't know, I love jasmine tea. I know people like to like, I don't know, like people like jasmine tea is kind of overrated, but it's like it's overrated because it's good. Played any of the Chilla's art games. Chilla's art games. I don't know if I've even heard of that. Hold on. Oh no, I haven't. Oh, okay, I haven't played any of these, but I've seen these, and I was like, kind of like, I was one of my buddies. Maybe I'll play them for Halloween, cause like, last Halloween, what did I play? I played all the what do they call them? The DreadX games, the DreadX collection. 1, 2, and 3, I think. But yeah, I didn't know there were so many of those shows because I've only seen the convenience store, the hold on, let me open it back up. Convenience store, and night delivery, I think, and I think there's and the closing shift. Those are the 3 that I've seen because those are the ones that a lot of VTubers were playing. But I also watched one of my friends, like he streamed the convenience store and he was too scared to play by himself, so he had me in the Discord call as he was playing it. They can be pretty buggy. They look, well, okay, they look cheap. Like they look not poorly made, but like, I don't know, I feel like saying they look cheap gets the point across. Not that they're low quality games or whatever, but they're not. They are cheap, exactly. Like, so you know what I mean. But what was it? I know people like them, and I've liked watching them. I haven't played any myself though, just cause like I don't know. I've been playing. My backlog is too huge. But maybe I'll play those for Halloween, cause like I don't know what I'm gonna play this Halloween, because there's not, like, I've played so many, I played almost every horror game there is to play, and like I played the Silent Hill games and the Fatal Frame games like earlier in the year, so like I cleared those up, so that, like I'm not gonna be playing those for Halloween. Maybe I'll play Silent Hill, or not Silent Hill, Fatal Frame 3 again, because I was actually thinking about that the other day, where I was like, man, I really want to play that game again. As onto the spook. Akamanto. Oh, isn't that the one that Markiplier played a little while ago? I feel like I watched that one too. That one though, I feel like that one seemed kind of annoying. That's the one you're trying to beat. That one, like, I think he was playing it and I was getting annoyed because of like the sound effects in that game. Because it was just kind of like loud and constant and annoying until you get away from the monster or whatever, and I was just like, ugh. Not hard, just crashing. That's part of the difficulty. You have to, like, they made it, part of the experience is enduring the crashes. Ain't even scared. That's what, there was a horror game. There's, yeah, I don't remember what I was playing. Oh, maybe it was something in the DreadX collection. I know there's, like, some kind of horror game that I was playing relatively recently, within, like, the last couple years, that, like, it kept breaking on me. And it stopped being scary because of it. That I was just like, man, I can't even like the monsters like stuck on stuff, or like I keep getting stuck and I'm like, well, now I can't move and I just have to sit here and wait till I die. And it's just like, it was more frustrating than anything else, and that was making it so like I couldn't get immersed, so I couldn't get scared. But yeah, I need to like remember to check those games out around Halloween, because like I've been like thinking about like, what do I play for Halloween this year, because I don't know, I don't want to replay stuff, and like I don't want to play the, I mean those games are kind of jank, the Chilla games, like, but I don't want to play like the Euro jank that is like, oh, here's a game that's like just nothing but jump scares, and it's very clearly hastily made and thrown together for a quick buck. Silent Hill 2. That's like I didn't play Silent Hill 2 for the first time until earlier this year, like February or whenever I went through that like marathon. And it was like I was talking about it the other day, but it was pretty scary, and then I kind of got used to the scariness. But it was still like unsettling. Like it still was scary in other ways that like and it had like the whole psychological aspect to it that was like, that's kind of a scariness you don't get used to, if that makes sense. Like I feel like actually that is like Psychological horror is like one of those scariness. That's one of those genre of horrors that gets scarier the older you get and the more mature you get, because when you're a kid, you're like, psychological stuff doesn't scare you because you're not your brain hasn't fully developed to understand psychological scares as much as like monsters and things. But then once you get older, you're like, oh, bubblehead nurses, whatever. Pyramid Head, he looks cool, whatever. And then you're like, oh, but did James kill his wife? What's going on with Maria? What's going on with what's the girl's name? The girl who's always talking about her mama. And then what's the I remember Laura's the little girl. What's the guy? The pizza guy. The fat guy. I don't know. But all these characters, you're like, are they? What happened to them? Are they? Angela. Yeah, Angela. What's the other guy? I can hear his voice and I can see his face. I can't remember his name. The one who's like puking in the toilet the first time you meet him. Eddie. I wanted to say Johnny. I was like, it's something. It's like a very kind of like American name. The pizza guy. Well, yeah, because then he's eating pizza at the bowling alley with Laura, or like they're hanging out at the bowling alley. But like they have all these characters that you're like, they're not scary, but you're like, the scariness is like, what happened to them or what did they do, and like, why are there monsters? Why are their monsters the way they are? My shoulder blade keeps itching. It's annoying. Speedrun SH2 glitchless. Beat the game in 50 minutes. Nice. That's what I was doing that with Resident Evil Village, where like, dude, that game, I love that game so much. I know why people don't like it, but I really like it. Well, I know why people don't like it as much as other ones. Wait, hold on. What is this? Oh. What was it? Why don't I like Silent Hill 4? It doesn't play like a Silent Hill game. And I feel like it's not nearly as scary. Like I was saying, like there's like Silent Hill 2 and 3 have all the psychological horror stuff to them that 4 doesn't. Like 4 tries to do it. Like, I don't know, when I played through Silent Hill 4, it felt like a fan game basically, but like a fan game made by someone who didn't understand what made 2 and 3 scary or good. You knew it. Yeah, it didn't feel like a Silent Hill. Like it's literally because they changed the gameplay. Like they changed the menu systems. They changed, like they made it more. Oh my god, that scared me. I almost knocked my water off. But I was like, I knew I just put my cup of tea down, but when I hit the water bottle in my head, I just slapped my cup off the desk. What was it? Yeah, it's like way more like action oriented or combat oriented, like where you have weapons, and the weapons have durability and things, or some of them, like the golf clubs and things like that. That it's like, yeah, like it felt like a fan game. That's not like it. I don't know. It didn't land with me like the first two, or well, I guess the previous two, because 2 and 3 are the second and third game. And then playing Fatal Frame right after 4, Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3. When I got to Fatal Frame 3, I was talking about it last time. They do the same thing, or not the same thing, but they have kind of like the same concept of there's a room that is like your base, and then you go out to the scary stuff, the scary areas from your home, and then every time you come back, something is wrong or something's changed that like makes it scary. But Silent Hill or Fatal Frame 3 did Silent Hill 4 the room better, if that makes sense. Most terrifying monster in all of Silent Hill: Twin Victims. I don't know if they're that. I mean, the look is terrifying, and the kind of like story behind them, of them being those 2 kids that Walter murdered, the 2 kids you read about in Silent Hill 2. That that makes him scary and creepy. But when I was playing through the game, that's it. Like that's the other thing is like, yeah, like there's so many. It's like kind of like what we were talking about earlier of like the game stops being scary because it's like breaking. But like so many times the twin victims would just like run in circles around me and they wouldn't even hit me. That I'm just like, what are they doing? And it was just like funny instead of scary. And so they stopped being scary to me. And then like every other instance, every other like run-in with them, they would just like sometimes they would hit me or whatever, but so many times they were like bugging out that it was just funny instead of scary. And I was just like, okay, and I just kept running or whatever. And then the other thing, like the other, I guess, I don't know how scary those like in the hospital, those like ladies who are like, I don't know, I can't remember if they're like missing their stomachs or whatever it was, but they're missing something. The burping, I want to say I don't think they were nurses, but the burping women, they weren't like, they're kind of grotesque and like ugly and like you're like, like I don't want to look at them. But then once you hit one and once you get to the stairs where they fall down and they're just like like it just makes it funny. It's not scary and it's like, I don't know. Silent Hill Homecoming Monsters, but hated the game. I never played it. I've only played 2, 3, and 4. Hit the burping ladies down. That's the stairs part. Why did they do that? That's what I don't know. Did they do that on purpose to be funny? Because it's like, it's not. It makes I don't know. It makes the game kind of a joke. What do I want from an anime? Give me story. Most likely, it had to have been. But like, why? That's so out of character for a Silent Hill game. Because 2 and 3 don't have like much humor at all. Like I feel like 3 is the only one that has humor, and that's just because Heather is like, she doesn't really like, Heather is, I don't know, Heather's pretty cool. She's like this hardcore teenage girl in this like horrible like, I don't know, landscape, and she's just kind of like, like her attitude is so, I don't know, cool. She's like so just done with everything, doesn't really get scared of anything. And then yeah, like she is able to like, it's kind of funny seeing the way she reacts to a lot of things, and the way she talks to the detective guy. I don't remember his name, but like at the end of the game, at the end of one of the endings, because I think I only got one ending, but I watched the other ones. But at the end of, I think it's the end of the good ending, she like makes some joke or something about like she makes him think she's possessed or something, and then she's like, nah, I'm just kidding. And it's kind of funny. What will the Japanese think next? Japanese horror, yeah, Japanese horror is pretty good. I was watching like a bunch of Japanese horror movies a couple months ago or a few months ago. A lot of movies that I hadn't seen that like were kind of like classics, like The Ring and The Grudge. Like I'd seen the American remakes, the Hollywood remakes, but I hadn't seen the originals. So I was going through like watching those, and then also watching other stuff that like Dark Waters and Pulse and things like that. More games like Silent Hill. I know I saw a tweet earlier today or yesterday. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think it was a Konami thing. But it was something, I think it was Konami, because I think the screenshot someone posted was like a Silent Hill thing or something. But someone said something like, oh, Konami is saying like keep an eye out for the Tokyo Game Show because they have something coming from a beloved franchise or something like that. That I was like, oh, here we go. Konami is about to announce an unknown game in a world-loved series. This is from IGN. At the Tokyo Game Show from September 15th to the 18th. That'd be cool if it was Silent Hill. And that's what, like, I haven't played PT, but I've watched it a few times from, like, different people playing it. But, like, why did they cancel that? Like, that would have been perfect. Like, I hadn't played Silent Hill at the time. I mean, I played Silent Hill 1 before that came out or whatever. But like now that I've played 2 and 3 and 4, I'm even more like, dude, why did they cancel PT? That would have been so good. Like that's what we needed. That's what I wanted, even though I hadn't played Silent Hill games yet. Silent Hill 1, I talked about it before. I played Silent Hill 1 like forever ago, like probably around like 2011 or 12 or something. And I liked it, but it was so old. I think we talked about it a week or two ago, but it was it hasn't aged very well, if that makes sense. Not that it's bad, but it's like you can feel its age. But it's still very good. Like the setting of Silent Hill is very good, and that kind of like carries the games enough. And I think that's also part of the problem with Silent Hill 4 is that it's not in Silent Hill. It's like you're leaving the apartment to like you're leaving the room to go to like different areas, but I think only one of them is actually in Silent Hill, and it doesn't feel like Silent Hill. Like it doesn't feel like you're in. There's like a sign that says, "Oh, you're in Silent Hill," and that's kind of it. It's a town over. Okay, but still, it's not the town. Like when you're in the room, it doesn't feel like Silent Hill. When you're in all those areas, it doesn't feel like it's Silent Hill. I think that's at the forest around Silent Hill. I think there's a sign that's like, "Oh, this is the Silent Hill forest" or something. And that's kind of like when you get it's when you get out of the car or you buy the car or whatever the first time, and you're like, oh, you can kind of see like the Silent Hill. You're like, oh, this feels like it's related to Silent Hill. But then you like go find that like orphanage and that guy who wants chocolate milk and stuff like that, and then it stops feeling like Silent Hill. Silent Hill, like the town, not just game wise, series wise. Toluca Lake. Oh, that's right, because that's where those I don't know if they're like gravestones. I remember there's like stones that you have to read or something that like what's her name? I can't remember the girl's name, but she's the one who reads. What's not Cynthia. Eileen. I knew it started with an E. Yeah, Eileen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the lake. Worst companion of all time. Yeah, kind of. And it's also like their relationship. That's the other thing, is like okay, that's another thing I didn't like. That like made me not really take the game seriously was Eileen and Henry's relationship. Cause like he's kind of a creep, stalker, weirdo, and Eileen, like yeah, like when she becomes your companion, it's right after she's like been almost murdered, and you find her in the hospital, and you're basically like, hey, I'm your creepy stalker neighbor, and she's like, oh my god, I love you, I will follow you, and you know, at the end of this traumatic experience, I'm going to flirt with you and let you move in with me. It's like, that's not how that works. What? That's so random, and like, I don't know. It didn't feel earned. It didn't make sense to me. But I don't know. Some people like it. I guess like that. Yeah, I don't know. That's the other thing, is like, I know people like Silent Hill 4 a lot. Like some people have it as their favorite, and I'm just like, man, how? Like I understand that it's a taste difference, like a matter of taste and like timing, like when you play it and stuff like that, because I feel like a lot of people who do have it as their favorite, it was their first one. I feel like I never see someone say that Silent Hill 4 is their favorite if they played 2 and 3 and 1 before it. Like they can still, I feel like I know I've seen people say they still like it, but I don't think I've seen anyone say, oh yeah, Silent Hill 4 is my favorite, but I played it last. It's always been like, oh, I've played Silent Hill 4 first, or after 1, or, you know, before 2 and 3 at least, and that's my favorite. And it's like, okay, there's a bit of nostalgia there, but also like, if that's like your introduction to the series, I can see how your expectations are changed. Because like like I was saying, Silent Hill 4 does not feel like a Silent Hill game. So if you play 1, 2, and 3, and then you play 4, you're like, this is not a Silent Hill game. But if you play 4 and then you play 1, 2, and 3, you're like, these are not Silent Hill games, because Silent Hill is supposed to be like 4. But I don't know. Silent Hill 2, I have like the exact same opinion, where Silent Hill 2 is my favorite overall, and Silent Hill 3's gameplay is better than 4 or better than 4. Well, better than 4, but also better than 2. But I think I also like well, I like Heather way more than James. Like James is so frustrating because like he's not a bad character. He's just like, I don't know. He's I understand that he's like, it's part of his character, but it's so like frustrating to see him just kind of like not handle these situations like you should in a world like Silent Hill of like, oh, there's monsters and things everywhere. Like you don't just like, I don't know, bumble around and kind of like act like there's no danger. You have a thing for Heather? I don't blame you. She's like I was saying, she's so cool. Like, I don't know, her personality and attitude and all that. Very good character. Definitely, yeah, definitely waifu material. What was it? Yeah, 2 and 3. 1, 2, and 3. I think one is probably, well, I don't know. I was gonna say one is the best for like the lore stuff, but it's not really like the best for the lore stuff. It's the lore stuff is good because it sets up for 2 and 3. It sets up for 3 mostly, but it's like good because it establishes this setting, and then you play 2 and 3 and you're like, oh man, that was in 1, or like these are like connections to 1, and like this is happening because of the stuff that happened to 1, and it makes 1 better after the fact. But then yeah, like I was saying, then 4 kind of like just, the only thing 4 does is like, hey, remember Walter from 2? The one note you get that is like, I don't know, at the beginning of the game and then never mentioned again. This is him and this is his story. And then it's like, everything is unrelated to Silent Hill though. Except for the fact that there's like the cult, but that's also just being like, oh, remember the cult and all that stuff that happened in those other games? Yeah, that still happened, but this game is separate because this is their backup plan, but they don't want it to happen in Silent Hill. Love and hate the fact that they added Silent Hill to Dead by Daylight. I haven't played Dead by Daylight, but I know they added Heather and Pyramid Head, didn't they? I think that's it, right? But I kind of agree. Like I don't know, I haven't played, but it's cool because Dead by Daylight is basically like a horror genre, like horror games and movies Hall of Fame. So getting Silent Hill stuff added to it is acknowledging that, which is pretty cool. But it's also kind of like annoying because it's like, dude, stop pimping out your franchise and do something for the franchise. Make a new game. Make a good game. Heather in that game doesn't look like the Heather we know. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. Cause I know I looked it up, or I was like, when it happened or when they announced it or whatever, I was like, oh look, that's kind of cool, but just make a new one. But I don't remember. Like I don't know if I had played the game yet. If I had played Silent Hill 3 yet. So oh yeah, I see the resemblance, I guess. She looks maybe older, I guess. But she also like kind of has a different face that I'm like, yeah, I guess her face has like a different structure cuz she looks like she has the same outfit and hair and everything, but she looks less dirty, if that makes sense. And her face, yeah. Face isn't the same. But I don't know. I probably will never play Dead by Daylight. Not that I'm like against it or something, but I just don't want to play asynchronous multiplayer games. I want to play either fully like PvP, like equal teams against each other, or co-op games. And I know you can look at those as like co-op of like, oh, it's us against them, but I don't know. Wait, we can just wing sync with her? I guess there's nobody else here, so I might as well. What is happening? Put your ball away. What? playing basketball in the hospital.
クセモンゴいいな
Kusemon Go. It's like Pokemon Go. What does Kuse mean? Dead by Daylight bad game? I don't know if I would say it's a bad game. It's just not something I would be into. Kuse. Habit. Wait. Bend, music, melody, composition, pleasure, injustice, fault, curve, crooked, perverse, lean, or habit. To become a habit. I guess that's like a pun, a joke, because it's like Pokemon Go is addicting. It's pretty bad. Run around getting deaded simulator. But can you be a good what are a survivor? I don't know what the non-killers are called. I know, I don't know. I haven't played Silent Hill. I haven't played Dead by Daylight, but I at least know that it's kind of like the one that started it all in those kinds of like horror, because they have like the Friday the 13th one, which I think is canceled now or like killed, like they shut down the servers or something. Hold on. There's like a weird. I have this Ibaraki Doji mug, and like I felt like something like a, I don't know, like a speck or something on her face, so I had to like clean it. I had to wipe her face off. Up against killer knows how to play the game, you're just dead. Unbalanced. Okay, that's what I mean. That's kind of like what makes those games unappealing to me, is that like because it's asynchronous, because it's like 1v4 or 1v5 or 1v3 or whatever depending on the game, you can't balance it very well. Like it's like makes those games harder to balance, because yeah, it's like if like one side has to have the advantage, which is probably the solo person. And so like if they're really good, they're like, I feel like those games always turn out like that, where if the solo person is good enough, it's the way they have to balance it makes it so that they're just gonna win, like even if you're good yourself, unless like everyone on your team, like it's I mean yeah, I don't know, it's kind of like the problem that most PvP games have, where if they're team games, unless everyone on your team is good or good enough, you're gonna lose. And so like yeah, if it's unbalanced like that, and then you have to hope that happens, then it makes it harder to enjoy, for me at least. Going off on you right now. I don't know. I haven't watched much Dead by Daylight or played it, but it seems fine to me, at least. It's just like I was saying, it's just not a genre I'm into. Like I don't know. I pretty much avoid PvP games in general. Like I'll play them every now and then, but I just get too, well, team games. I get too frustrated with my teammates to like have fun for very long. Like in Final Fantasy 14. Wait. Oh, he's the one who got you to play it because he likes mentally torturing you. In Final Fantasy 14, they added a new PvP called Crystalline Conflict, and it's fun to play, but it gets frustrating, for me at least. Like after playing, I don't know, a few matches, like 10 matches. Once I get to like my 10th match, I start to get real annoyed when I get bad teammates, because it's like you can't solo carry in Crystalline Conflict. Like it's too not snowbally, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of snowbally. Like, well, not, yes, well, okay, yeah, snowbally. If you die, if you're trying to carry, as soon as you die, the enemy team like gets to just like push for free. Bribed you with the Silent Hill DLC. That's how they get people. That's why they have those kinds of like crossovers and stuff like that. I'm trying to think. I know I've played games because of crossovers like that. What's I know I tried, so Final Fantasy 14 had a crossover with Yokai Watch, And I know I downloaded the Yokai Watch demo back whenever that happened because I was like, all right, let me see what this Yokai Watch thing is all about. And then like I played it for a little bit and was like, okay, I see what it's about. It's like it's kind of like Pokemon. And then what else? Like, yeah, I don't know, crossover things like that. That's how they literally the only reason you touch the game. That's how they get you. But at least they didn't keep you. Cause like that's the other thing that's like, well, I don't know, maybe they did keep you. Maybe you do play it every now and then to play with Code Reader and whoever else. But I know like that's what Fortnite tries to do, is like they have crossovers to get people to start playing and to keep people playing. And then they also have like the whole thing of like, oh yeah, play with your friends, so that you kind of have, like, I have friends and I know people who the only reason they play Fortnite is because their friends play Fortnite, and that's like that's their hangout game, and they're like, I hate Fortnite, but I have to play it because it's the only game that my friends will want to play. Elementary School in Silent Hill 1 as a map. That's kind of cool. That's what, like I was saying, Dead by Daylight seems cool because of the kind of horror, like, what's the word? Congregating it does. I feel like there's a better word than congregate. Consolidating. Like, the way it kind of is like, here's all kinds of horror stuff. Here's, I don't know. What's don't they have like some Japanese horror, like Sadako or someone from some kind of like Japanese horror genre, or not genre, movie? Oh, that scared me. What light novel genre might get popular? Isekai, easy. It's like saying rice is going to be popular in Japan. It's true though. Isekai is like Sword Art Online ruined anime and light novels because it's like, oh, we can just write an isekai. We don't have to come up with something creative. We can just make it a, oh, regular guy got teleported to a different world or something. Instead of just writing something in that world, writing characters that are relatable, we have to just make it so like, oh, pretend it's you and self-insert in this world. But what do I know? I don't watch anime. I don't read light novels. Not anymore. Actually, I don't think I've ever read a light novel. And I do, like, what was it? It's not that I don't watch anime anymore. I don't watch, like, I don't follow anime like I used to. Like, watching currently airing stuff as it's airing. It's, like, rare. Nurse from Silent Hill. I'm waiting. So, like, well, when we walked in, how everything was, like, glitching out. I guess we should talk to her. But I'm waiting for her to be like, oh, welcome to the hospital. We're now going to inject you, and then she's going to transform into something, like, at least into, like, the blue people. Hanayo Nasu. This is the girl from the last game. I didn't even recognize her until she said her name now. That's like, oh wait, yeah, that is a girl. We met some girl in the last game who she's married to. Oh, I don't think we met him in this game. She's married to a Yakuza guy. She's married to this guy's friend, and oh wait, what? Where's Moma? Oh, he used to work for Moma. But he was like the Yakuza doctor. I think it might be Shinpei. Maybe Shinpei's married to her. No, because his wife's or fiance's pregnant. This girl's not pregnant. Wait. Hold up. Oh yeah, the nurses with, dude. That was like, yes, that was like the biggest, like one of the biggest surprises. Is like, you like walk out into a hallway and then a nurse just like points a gun at you, and you're just kind of like, for a second, like I remember when I got to that, I was like running down the hallway, or like I came out of a room and a nurse like was walking, and then she like pulls up a gun or like aims it. I don't remember if she aims it with one or two hands, but she like aims a gun at me, and I was like, is that a gun? Like I was confused for a second. Yeah, exactly. And then she shot me. And I was like, oh, she shot me. And I was just like, oh my god, they have guns now. This isn't fair. But at least they don't like just sit there and spam like shoot you. They like still try to come at you. So it's not completely unfair. Hold it like a gangster.
つい最近まで闇野という名字だったのですが。
ご結婚を
Got married. I was right.
いいえ、逆
Oh,
です
she got a
よ。
divorce.
離
So
婚し
she
たん
did
で
get
す。
married and then got a divorce.
それで旧姓
Back to
に
her
戻ること
maiden
になっ
name.
て。お見えになったのは数時間前だったと思いま
Been
す。
here for a few hours.
数時間
Wait,
そんなバカな
that's what that glitching was. Because we lose time every time that happens. Like every time that's happened so far, it like happens and then we wake up in like at the temple or at that park and it's like several hours later. So we walk in here, glitch out, and then she's like, hey, it's been a few hours. Are you alright? Also, yeah, Tama's not saying anything. Why?
龍樹さん、さっき診察を受けたことは覚えてますか？その時に担当の先生からいろいろと説明があったはずですが。
いえ全く
そうですか。まあ無理もないのかもしれません。龍樹さんは健康式障害を患っているようですから。今がいつなのか、ここがどこなのか。
Forget what time it is where I am. Yeah,
知ってる
that
はずの
happens.
人物のことさえわからなくなってしまう。そんな病気のことです。
My condition.
龍樹さんはそれに加えて近似記憶に関する障害。
God.
タマ本当なの
ええ、事実よ。
大変言いにくいのですが、龍樹さん、あなたの症状はとても深刻なものだそうです。すぐに治療を始めないと取り返しのつかないことに。
I wonder if, oh, yeah, what happened to him? I was gonna say, I wonder if this is because of being a sinker.
それじゃあ私、書類を取ってきますね。すぐに戻ってきますから。
Is he
こ
gonna
こで待
run?
っててください。では。
Is he gonna jump out the window?
さ
Okay.
てと約束通り診察は受けたしそろそろ行こうかタマ
はあ？何
Hmm.
言って
Her
んの？
eyes. Relax.
すぐに入院する必要があるってさっきの看護
Does
師
she?
が。
Does she not understand that?
そんなことしてる場合じゃ
Yeah,
ない
we
んだ
can't
よ
really just check ourselves into a hospital and stay here in the middle of an investigation like
事
this.
件を解決しなきゃいけないんだ
We got diagnosed. Why can't she just inject us with something? That's what Aiba was doing with Date. She was like injecting him with the, what's it called? It's the love hormone. Oxytocin. I feel like Tama could do the same thing. Just be like, all right, what's our prescription? All right, Tama, take care of that and just inject us with it whenever we need it.
お願いだよタマあと3日でいいから
Just 3 more days. But we've met him in the future, 6 years in the future, and he's like still jacked up.
却下よ。
だったら1日だけ24時間だけでも構わない捜査を続けさせてほしいんだ後でチョコ
I'll give you some chocolate later.
それって
She can't even eat
よく
chocolate.
私が食べられないの知ってて。
そうじゃない
Wait,
気持ち的な意味で
emotional chocolate.
何よそれ。ああ、もう分かったわよ。ただし本当に24時間だけだからね。
To solve this
そ
mystery.
れ以上は1秒たりとも譲らないから。
ありがとうタマ
I like how he has to get permission from her. When she's just like an AI eyeball thing. Okay. I'm trying to think of like which one I would want to do last. I guess I don't know if it would. We're looking for Mame and we're looking for, or we need to talk to Shoma, which I think would be here. And I think Mame would be here. I feel like I want to save Mame for last, so maybe I go down the list and then go to Shoma's house and then Brahmin. I love Mama.
まだ開店時間じゃないんだけど。
Some of the jokes are annoying, but it's the same thing with everyone whenever they make like sexual jokes or innuendo. Most of the time they're not very funny. Like the funniness is that they're making a sexual joke. And that's not enough for me. What?
はい、これ、リュウキちゃんにもあげる。
これは
Oh god. Oh, because it's Valentine's Day. I forgot.
ちで始まって、こで終わる3文字の。
It's hard and leave a mess all over your hands. Chocolate.
そんな
Honey
ま
whiskey.
さか
Honeys and honeys.
チョコだよチョコ
そう言うと思ったのよ。
Okay.
今日はバレンタインでしょ。だから来てくれたお客さんに配ろうと思って。
Wanted all my customers to get some.
湯たんぽ売人
Handwarmer
4人の
trader.
少年が危険な物質の入った湯たんぽを抱えて旅する話よ。
What? Oh, whoops. Oh, I was talking about this earlier. I saw like whatever an occult poster that reminded me of like just occult stuff or whatever. I started thinking about like occult things for a second. I was talking about this earlier, and I forgot to tell the story when I was talking about like all the different sleep paralysis things, and how I was like, yeah, I've like seen stuff that I'm like, okay, that was a ghost. That had to be a ghost. So, this is a story that like I was talking about. I was like hinting at, but one time when I was like 10 years old or something. No, it must have been like maybe 12. Between like 10 and 12 or something. I was talking about how like my cousins were over. My cousins were over again. This was like a different day. And we're all like, my grandpa was babysitting us because like my mom and my aunt went to like, I don't know, go out for the night or something. Like they might have gone to a concert or something. They went to do something. So my grandpa was babysitting us. And we were playing hide and seek. And I was it. So I was like counting, like cover my eyes and counting down as everyone's hiding. And when I finished counting down, I turned around, like I was like, all right, ready or not, here I come. And I turned around and I saw my cousin. So one of my cousins is black. And I saw like a dark person run down the hallway. And I thought it was her. And so like, I was like annoyed because the hallway and like all the rooms down the hallway were supposed to be off limits. So like I immediately went after her because I was gonna be like, all right, you're it. You cheated and you're it. And so like I went down the hallway, like I saw her run down the hallway and like went after her and like looked down the hallway and I didn't see her. And the only like I didn't hear any of the doors open and I didn't see or hear any of the doors open or close. And the only thing was like at the end of the hallway was the bathroom. So like you look down the hallway and you can see into the bathroom, but it was dark. And because it was nighttime when we were playing. And the whole, like all the lights in the hallway were off in the bathroom and all that. Everything was off. But I could see into the bathroom, like enough to see like, oh, there's no one like standing in the bathroom. So I was like, I'm going to have to go down in there. She probably went into the tub and is hiding behind the curtain, the shower curtain. And so I went down the hallway, turned on the light and like moved the curtain and there was nobody there. And I was like, what the heck? And then like I started like opening all the doors, like all the rooms and like being like, Marlisha, you're not supposed to be over here. You're cheating. Like looking for her and I didn't like she wasn't in any of the rooms and I went out to the living room and I was like, Grandpa, do you know where everyone's hiding? And he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna tell you. And I was like, well, I thought I saw did Marlisha go down the hallway? And he's like, no, like that you guys said that was off limits, like she didn't go down there, I know where she's at. And I was like, well, I saw someone run down the hallway. And he was like my grandpa was like, all right, everybody come out, that's it, you're done playing. And like he had us all sit and like just like watch TV for the rest of the night because he got scared because like I didn't hear this conversation, but my mom told me about it later, like years later when I was talking about this specific story, like telling it again like to my family. I was like, oh yeah, I remember this one time we were playing hide and seek and I saw someone run down the hallway and my mom was like, I remember that because when we came home your grandpa pulled me aside and was like, hey, Rigo saw something. He saw someone run down the hallway and when he went to check, there was nobody in any of the rooms or in the bathroom or anything like that. And he was like, and then like, cause my mom was saying that he was scared. He was like, you guys, your house is haunted, and you got to be careful. And like, at the time, like, I didn't even think anything of it. I was just like, oh, I must have, like, I wasn't even scared. I mean, I was kind of creeped out because I was like, what the heck? Like, I know I saw someone running down the hallway, but I didn't think like, oh, it's a ghost, or oh, I should be scared that there's a ghost in the house. I was just kind of like, oh, well, that was weird. And then like later on, like I don't know, it took me a while to be scared of that moment, and it was like more instances of creepy things happening, more instances of like kind of like ghosty kind of stuff happening in that house, that I started to be like, oh, I remember that one time actually, so I should be scared. But that's that moment, like that instance, like I was saying, like that's kind of like, that makes me think like, yeah, if it turned out that ghosts were real, I would not be surprised. And like, cause like that's literally one of those things of like, there's no explanation for it, cause it wasn't like I literally saw a person, I saw a dark figure. Like I was like, all right here I come, and I turn around and I see them like start sprinting from like out in the like open area down the hallway. So it wasn't like, oh, a shadow moved that like kind of like went and disappeared once it hit the corner of the hallway. It was like, no, I saw a person running, like a full, like I was literally like, oh, Marlisha's cheating. She ran on the hallway, and like went after her, and like it was not like, yeah, like it wasn't like a trick of the light. It wasn't like a hallucination. It wasn't like any of that. It was literally like, I was like 100% convinced, and I like literally spent time going through every room. Like I wasn't like, oh, I must have been seeing things. I was like, no, she's in here somewhere. Like I definitely saw that. And then yeah, like I was saying, like it makes me like, yeah, I don't know, like it makes me, I guess, kind of agnostic to the idea of ghosts being real. Of like, I don't know if they're real or not, but I definitely saw something that would be kind of like counted as a ghost, or like an experience like that like an unexplained phenomenon thing. But yeah, like I was saying, there's like other things that happened in that house that also like started to make me like scared of that house and think that it was haunted and things like that. But nothing as like convincing as that. Like a lot of other things were like, okay, I could see that being hallucinations or whatever. Like I used to, like I was saying, me and my brother shared a room because my grandpa was like, he used to, at this time he didn't live with us. Like when that happened, he didn't live with us, but there was like a time where he was living with us, and he had the like extra room, and then when he moved out, I got to move into that room. So then me and my brothers had separate rooms. But when I moved into that room, I would always hear like whispers and things in the middle of the night that like made me super scared. Like for like months, I was just like terrified of sleeping in that room by myself. But I did it anyway, and then eventually I was like, I told my mom, I was like, all right, Mom, that's enough. I can't sleep in that room anymore. It's like I hear whispers all the time. Like I hear whispers at night, and like it wasn't like oh, I woke up, because I was talking about sleep paralysis. It wasn't like, oh, I woke up into sleep paralysis and I'm hallucinating hearing noises. It's like, no, I just got in bed and I'm laying down and getting ready to go to sleep. I haven't like fallen asleep yet. I'm not even falling asleep yet. Like I'm not tired yet. I'm just laying in bed and I can hear whispering, and it's not me. It's not me like falling asleep and like starting to hear things. I'm like literally like, I just climbed into bed, got under my covers, and I'm like getting comfy, and I'm like, someone's talking, someone's whispering in my room, and like it just like throw the covers over my head and just kind of like just try to ignore it until I fall asleep. And like that lasted, yeah, like I was saying, like that lasted for months, until I was like, Mom, I can't do it anymore. Let me move back into the room with Chase. Like I can't sleep in my own room anymore. And then she did, and then like my aunt moved into that room. So like, yeah, so my grandpa, oh, and that's like the other thing, my grandpa he had stories about that house too, that he was like, yeah, when I lived there's like some creepy things. Like he was saying that like one time he went into he woke up in the middle of the night, and like when he told the story, I was kind of like, oh, he's probably just like sleepwalking or half asleep or whatever. But he said he woke up in the middle of the night, went to the kitchen to get water or something, and he heard people playing cards at the table. Like he heard like cards being shuffled and like kind of like flipped and stuff like that. But like there was nobody in the kitchen or nobody at the table, and he was just like, yep. And I walked in and I could hear it, and I was kind of like, he was saying like he just kind of like disregarded it at first because he was just like, oh, like I'm half asleep, like like I'm hearing things. Let me get my water. But he said like he started to wake up once he he started to realize like, wait a second, this is weird because like it's still going, and I'm like, I feel like I'm fully awake now, and like he was like it like he was saying that he heard it at first and was just kind of like whatever, like I'm hallucinating or whatever, and then he was like he said it started to wake him up, and then when he was like fully awake he was still hearing it in a way that was like, all right, I'm going back to my room immediately. And then like I can't remember, there's other stuff that he talked about in that house that happened that he was like, yeah, no, your guys' house is haunted. But the other thing is like when my aunt moved in, so she's kind of what got me into like computers and like not like video games but like PC gaming, at least, even though we didn't have a PC we had a PC but we didn't play, like we didn't have a PC that could really run games until like a couple years after this. But she was living with us for a little while. I actually don't even know how long it was because like my time frame reference at the time, like I was a little kid, so like I just have memories of them being with us. I don't have like dates in mind of like, oh yeah, they moved in around this time and left around this time. But as they were saying, because it was my aunt and her kids, so my cousins, so same cousins, the ones that like had the sleepover with us with the hamster, and then one of those cousins, the black one that like I was saying ran on the hallway, she is one of that aunt's daughters. But they shared that room, so like my aunt would take the bed and like maybe one of the kids would sleep with her in the bed, and then the other two would sleep on I don't think they had air mattresses. I think it was just like a bunch of like blankets and pillows like made into beds on the floor. But she had a computer in her room, and like she used to be on it, like she would be on it late, like early, like late night, early mornings, like 2-3 in the morning and stuff like that. And like sometimes I would wake up and like I would wake up from my room and I would go to the bathroom, and as I would just like head back, I would like stop by her room to like hang out for a few minutes in the middle of the night, like just like I'm bored, I just woke up, I gotta like, I don't know, I'm just like, I'm not tired enough to fall back asleep, so I'm gonna hang out in here with you, auntie, as you're playing. Like she would be playing like she'd be playing like a lot of like, not like gambling game, well yeah, they're like gambling, like cards and dominoes and things like that, but like online games. And I would just like sit and watch her, and like she would just like, we would just talk for a little bit or whatever. But like, so like, and I would know, because like I would know when she's awake because I would hear her like typing, and like I'd be like, oh, she's awake, I'm gonna go see what she's doing and see if she'll let me, like if I can hang out and like just chill out for a little bit. But one night I woke up, well actually this happened a couple times too, like I woke up and I think it only happened twice because like after the second time I was like, okay, I can't go anymore. But like I woke up and I went to the bathroom, and then I heard typing, so I was like, oh, she's awake, and I went to go like see what was up, and I like walked over to the room, and the door was like, it wasn't closed because they would like she would leave the door open when she was awake, but like at like when she would go to bed, she wouldn't close it all the way, but would like close it so that like there's only like a crack, like a little bit like left open or whatever. And so like I went to go see if she was awake, or like to hang out because I could hear the typing, and so like I went down the hallway and the door was like closed as if she was asleep, and I was like, what? And like I started to big woman, yeah, mom was pretty big, but she likes rubbing these balls. And she puts it away as soon as I say that. But yeah, I went down the hallway to check, like to go hang out, and she the door was closed as if they were going, as if she was asleep, and I was like, oh, like I like peeked in, and I was like, oh yeah, they're asleep. But I was like, I can hear the typing, and like I like kind of like pushed the door open to see like who's on the computer, and like there's nobody there. But I could hear the typing like loud, like not like louder than normal, but like I was like, there's definitely typing happening. Like someone is pressing keys on that keyboard, and I was like scared, and I was like, and then I went back to my room and went back to sleep, but I was like scared, like, dude, what the heck? And then like I don't know, sometime later, like days later or weeks later or whatever, the same thing happened again. Like I would still like stop by the room and she would be there on the computer typing away, and I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. But this other time, yeah, this is like the second time or like third time, I don't know. I know I've done it at least twice, but or at least it happened at least a couple times. But like I went to go hang out, and I could hear the typing, and there's nobody on the computer, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna go back to my room. And then I was like, dude, that room is haunted. This house is haunted. Like, I don't know. There's like, now I'm getting paranoid about my own room. But like, there's just, yeah, so many instances of like just like creepy things happening at that house that I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure that place was haunted. And it makes me want to go back and like just like go find that house and like knock on the door and be like, hey, to the people who live here, like, hey, have you guys had any like weird things happen? Was it just me, or is this house haunted? Why must I do this? I don't know. It's creepy though, and like it's the kind of thing that, like, I don't know, like I was saying before, it makes me kind of less skeptical when someone else tells me like, oh yeah, I've seen ghosts and stuff. Like when you watch like TV shows where they have like not the ghost hunting shows, but like shows where people are like, oh yeah, I called the medium to my house, and like the medium goes and tries to like cleanse the home or whatever. Like those people telling the stories, even if they're like reenactments or like what's the other word? Like when it's like fake, like reenacted or whatever. It's still like, I'm like, okay, they're doing this for the show, but I'm sure the real people have seen weird stuff enough that they're like convinced, and like I don't think they're faking it or lying, like the origin of these stories, because like I've seen stuff that I'm like, okay, I don't know. I don't want to sound crazy. Also, I've seen a UFO, which like not like a UFO like aliens. Well, it was a UFO. Like it's literally the unidentified flying object UFO description. I always talk about these like this, where it's like, okay, I start talking about like the scary, spooky, ghosty things that happened, and then I'm like, you know what? I also remember the ghosts, or the alien, not aliens, but the UFO thing. Because one time, my grandma used to take us to drive-in movie theaters, like as kids. She would just like take us to a drive-in, and we would just all kind of like she had this big old van. Wait, weird yellow bright orbs in the sky that were flying inhumanely fast. So, yeah, when people tell me, so like because of what I've seen, when people tell me stuff like that, I'm like, I believe you. Like I don't even think you're crazy. I'm like, I saw something that was unexplained, that like I saw so clearly. Like here, so yeah, my grandma used to take us to this drive-in theater, and like she had this big van that she would just like open the back, and we would all like, there would be like a bunch of blankets and pillows and stuff like that for us to like lay on and like watch the movie from the back of the van. And this one time we went to see the Willy Wonka remake, and I think I just kind of like, I don't know, I didn't like the movie, and I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna go to the other side of the van and like take a nap and fall asleep or whatever, because like this movie, I don't like this movie. This movie sucks. And so I went to like the front of the van, where like the front seats, like the driver's seat and the passenger seat. And I went over and like I laid down. Like I wasn't even like tired or anything yet. I was just like trying to get comfortable. So like I went to the front and like sat down and like pulled the seat back and like lay down, and was like staring off into the distance, where they had like more like screens for movies, but these ones didn't have movies playing on them yet. Like they were off for the night, so it was just like the big screen, and it was dark, and so I'm like just like staring off, and you can kind of see like the hills behind it and stuff like that. And I was just like staring at it for like not even like a minute. I was like just like, yeah, like laying there, and then I saw something come from like behind the hills and like It was literally like the UFO like saucer shape with like lights on it that were spinning around it, and it slowly like floated behind the theater, like the movie screen or whatever. And then I was like when I saw it go behind, I was like, it happened. It wasn't moving like super fast, but it like moved fast enough that I was kind of like, oh, I don't know if I was like, I think I'm just seeing things, or like it might have been like a reflection of like another movie screen or something. Like it might have just been like a trick of the light. And so like I was like whatever, but like I focused, like I was like watching the other side of the screen, waiting for it to come out the other side, because I was like, if it went like the way the direction it was moving, it has to come out the other side eventually if it was something in the sky. And then it did, and I watched it, and it was like literally like a UFO, like straight out of like a TV show or a movie or a book or something, where it's like the saucer shape with lights spinning around it, and it's like came out and like slowly just like went until like it went too far away for me to like track anymore. And I was just like watching it, and as like once I realized, like when it came out the other side and I saw it again and I like looked at it and kind of could tell what it was, I just like immediate dread filled my entire body, and I was like, aliens are real. This is scary. And like I don't know if aliens are real. Now when I think about it, it's like, okay, I know I saw a saucer shape, but I don't know if it was aliens. Like it could just be like, knowing what I know. I mean, I don't really know any secrets, because I used to have a top secret clearance when I was in the Marines, so I know some secrets, but I don't know anything. I don't know about aliens. Like I don't know if aliens are real, but I know like other like just like military operations and government kind of things like that. Like when the whole like Snowden thing happened, like everyone in the military who had like a TSSCI, like a top secret clearance, they knew about all that stuff. And like it was funny, because like the kind of like attitude of everyone in my job when Snowden leaked all that stuff was like, this guy, what is he doing? Like that's like, everyone knows you're not supposed to tell everyone. Like we're like, why is he leaking stuff? Like people in my job field were mad at him for doing that. But then like once I realized what actually happened, I was like, you know what, he was right to like kind of like let the people know, like, hey, we're spying on you. And what I was more annoyed about was that it made the U.S. look bad in front of everyone else, even though everyone, like, in front of all the other countries, even though all the other countries do the same thing. Because like one of the big things was like, oh, the U.S. is spying on its allies, and it's like, yes, but also those allies are spying on us too. Like, why are people acting like this is special or something? Like we're doing something wrong. I mean, we are doing something wrong, but everyone's doing it. So it's not like everyone, it basically gave the world to be like, oh, look at the US, how dare they, when it's like, you guys are literally doing the same thing. We are like, in my job, like I was learning, like, oh yeah, there's like, you know, like, oh, Britain or the UK, like whatever country specific in those, like the UK and Britain and things like that, or like Asia, are spying on us, even though they're supposed to be our allies. And it's like, well, yeah, we're spying on them too, and we have like spies, and they have spies. Like it's not a surprise or news. It's just like, it just makes us look bad, because we're the ones who got caught, we're the ones who had the leak. But anyway, I never learned about aliens. And it's funny because my brother is he's getting out of the Marines soon, I think in like next month, or maybe he's already out this month, I don't know. But he's supposed to get out soon, and then he's getting a job that's like in Nevada. I don't think he's not working on Area 51, but it's close. That he's like, dude, the first chance I get, I'm gonna try to find out about aliens, find out if aliens are real. But I don't know, like I was saying, when I saw the UFO, I was like, aliens are real. But nowadays I'm like, I don't know if aliens are real. And like I think that might just be secret technology that they're testing, if that makes sense. And so, because the other thing is, like, my brother, like you're saying, you saw those yellow bright orbs. My other brother, he was telling me that on his drive, he took a trip to I think to Arizona or something, I don't remember. He took a trip, like a road trip, and then on the way back, or like driving at night at some point, there's like just like a long stretch of road with like nothing happening, and he said he saw something like just like zoom by, not like right in front of his car, but like in the on the horizon at night, and it was like bright enough to see, and his girlfriend was asleep, so like she didn't even believe him when he like woke her up. I think she believes him now, but like he was talking about like he's like, yeah, I like woke her up and I was like telling her like asking her if she saw, or I went to ask her if she saw that, but she was asleep, and I was like, wake up, look, did you see, like there's a thing that just flew by, whatever. He's like freaking out trying to explain it to her because he was scared, and like I was like, dude, I don't even blame you, and like I believe you because like I've seen things that are like, I'm just like, wait a second, I don't know. I don't know if it's aliens or if it's just, yeah, like secret tech. It's just, I mean, the only thing I know is that it was unidentified to me, and yeah, it was like another thing that's just like related to the whole like, I don't know if ghosts are real or not, and then it's like, oh well, now I've had my experience that it's like, oh, you know what, I would not be surprised if ghosts are real. And it's the same thing with the aliens. It's like, I don't know if aliens are real or not, but if it came out, if like some top secret documents got declassified and it was like, yeah, aliens are real, we have aliens, we've been working with aliens, I'd be like, oh, okay, that explains that thing I saw. Like I wouldn't be that surprised.
特製ピンチョスか。
I just say, like, every time I talk about this, I feel like I sound like a crazy person, but I'm not crazy. Hold on. Okay. I was trying to think of other like weird things that I can talk about that are like related to that. Unfortunately, you like crazy. I like crazy. But I don't want to sound crazy. I don't want to sound unhinged. Or like I'm, what's the word? My faculties aren't all there. Suspicious book. Best eats in the spirit world. We're all crazy. Kind of. That's true. Like, well, I don't know if you mean to get deep about it, but it's definitely, I feel like the kind of people who are like, what's the word? Like who refuse to believe in that kind of stuff, like ghosts and aliens and things like that, or weird UFOs. I feel like they're I guess closed-minded, but it's like, it feels weird to say that about like someone to be like, hey, you're closed-minded because you don't want to believe in ghosts and aliens. But it is like kind of like, I feel like the people who are like open to the idea and who aren't who don't refuse to believe, who are willing to believe that something like that could happen, are like, I don't know, more sensible people. Because like, I don't know, you can't explain everything. Like I don't know. We don't know everything yet. And we can't explain everything yet. Wait a second. Oh. Anyway. I don't know if there's anything. Oh, well, I guess, like, I don't know. I was going to talk about, like, demons and angels. But I haven't really, like, other than that one sleep paralysis thing, I've never really had experiences with demons or angels, I guess. And also that was, like, probably not a real demon, just a hallucination. Hopefully. But I did have this, like, recurring nightmare. Or not recurring nightmare, but it was a girl who was, like, recurring in some of my nightmares. Alright, now I'm just gonna go on this tangent. So I used to have this, like, I don't know, not like I had nightmares all the time, but sometimes I would have nightmares. I guess this has only happened like 4 times. But I had a nightmare once where, what was I doing? There's like these 4 dreams. I can't remember the exact order now. Oh no, I remember. Okay, the first one was, this was when I was in like high school, I think. And I had a dream that I was like visiting my old elementary school, but I was like myself. I wasn't like in elementary, like I wasn't a kid anymore. Or I mean, I was still, I guess I was like a teenager, but I wasn't like elementary school aged. I was like a teenager at the elementary school, and like I remember walking, like I was walking into the school and walking kind of like towards the playground or like the blacktop area, and I saw this huge crowd of kids like circled around someone or circled around something, and I was like, what is going on there? And like I was like pushing my way through them to like see what was happening, and they're all like yelling and like screaming towards the center, and like I'm like moving through them, and there's just like this girl like sitting and like huddled over or whatever, and they're just like screaming at her and like yelling at her. And I'm like, dude, like leave her alone. What are you guys doing? Like stop bullying her. Like this is, it was like insane because like it was a massive crowd. Like it wasn't just like, oh, there's a few kids like standing in a circle. It was like I was pushing through like several kids to get to the center, and I was like, man, like it was like in my head it was kind of insane that there are so many kids who are willing to like all collectively bully this one kid. And I was like, leave her alone. Like, what is your problem? And I was like looking at all these kids, like telling, like trying to push them away and get them to like break it up. And then when I turned to like help the girl, she was looking at me, and her face was like, she had like gigantic like eye, like, well, she didn't have eyes. Like she just had like black holes where her eyes were, but they were gigantic. And then she had like a gigantic black hole for her mouth. It's like basically like the trope of like a lot of like horror stuff nowadays and like horror games is like, this is the spooky face of like, oh yeah, big open empty eye sockets and a big open mouth. It was like that, but this was before that trope became like kind of like a trope. And like, yeah, like when I saw it, like I just like froze with terror basically. Like I literally could not move and I could not look away, and I just got locked in place. And like it like got closer, like she wasn't moving closer to me, but like my vision basically was like zooming in on it so that it started to like just like fill up my vision. And then like eventually like I woke up, and I was like, I didn't have sleep paralysis, like and like with these nightmares, like this specific girl, like oh, the other thing was like she, like all she was wearing was like a really long like white t-shirt. Like it wasn't even like a white dress, it was like a just like a long, because like I don't know, in the style where I lived, where I grew up in Stockton, and like the friends I had, like I wasn't like a lot of my friends were not ghetto. Like we lived in a kind of like a ghetto neighborhood, but they like, we weren't very, I don't know, like I had like a lot of like gang related or gang associated or like gang wannabe friends, if that makes sense. Like not all of them were like wannabes, but like some of them actually like had family members who were in gangs and things like that. But like one of the styles is to like wear like these really long white t-shirts and like jeans or something. But like it was like she was wearing one of those like long white t-shirts, but she wasn't like, she didn't look like that style. Like it was just like a long, and she was like a kid, so she was like short, so like one of those long t-shirts like would look like a dress on her, if that makes sense. Or would be like dress length, I guess. But it had like in big black capital letters ETF. And I was like I remember when I like looked at her, I could like I was saying, like at first like I like locked onto her face, but in my peripheral I could see the letters on her chest that said ETF, and like her face started to like fill up my vision, like zoom in basically. And then I woke up, and I was like kind of like, the first time like when that happened, I was like just like terrified, and I was like, what is ETF? Like I was like kind of like, why were those letters on her shirt, and what does that mean? And I was just kind of like confused, but also like scared, because I was like, what the heck just happened? And then I just kind of like forgot about it, because I was like, okay, that was a weird nightmare, but whatever. And then like a year or so later, I had another dream where I was walking. In my dream, I was walking with a friend through a park. So this was, I know I was in high school for this one, because I remember this was at a park, because like we moved from Stockton like after my freshman year or whatever. And the park that we were walking through was in the new city. And so like we're me and my friend are walking through the park, and we're just like talking about whatever. And I remember like looking over to him to say something, and I could see the girl in the distance, like sitting on a swing. And I was like immediately, like I saw her, cause like she was like, she's literally like Sadako from The Ring, where like she has like long black hair just like covering her face. And like I like look over and saw it, and like immediately like recognized what I was looking at and looked away before I could like get scared, because I was like, I know what's gonna happen if I look at her again. Like she's gonna have that face and it's gonna scare. Like I recognize what is happening. I'm in a nightmare and I need to not engage with it. And so like I immediately looked away, and I was like, my friend was like, what are you, like, what's going on? Like the way I moved, he was like, he noticed and was like, why did you, like, what are you doing? And I was like, there's a girl over there. Like, don't look at her, cause like if you look at her, she's gonna have a scary face, and it's gonna lock you. Like you're not gonna be able to look away. And he's like, what girl? And like him saying what girl made me like look to point. And when I looked to point, she was looking at me and she had that face. And like I was saying, she was like super far away on a swing, like just like sitting on a swing. And like when I went to point and look, she was looking at me and she had the same face. And like I like froze and I couldn't look away, and it like zoomed in again. And like she had the same shirt, the ETF shirt. But she was older this time. So like the first time she was like a little kid, and this time she was like probably closer to my age, but maybe still younger than me. And like, yeah, like it scared the crap out of me, and I woke up and I was like, what the heck? Like, what is ETF? Why is this girl, like, this is the second time I've seen her. Like, what the heck? And I was scared. And then I had another dream, maybe like another year later, where this dream was like completely like, it was like a full dream. So like I don't remember most of the details, but it was like almost like Saw, where I was like trapped in a house with a bunch of people. I think Saw 2 is the one that's like people trapped in a house. I don't remember, but there's like a Saw movie where there's a bunch of people trapped in a house and they have to like go through all these things to get out and stuff like that, or to try and get out. And I was trapped in a house with a bunch of people when we started this podcast. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I don't have enough stories to like do a podcast. But and also that's what the stream is for. Is like I get to sit here and talk about whatever. I do think about like clipping these like conversations and just like separating them from the stream archives, cause cap when I upload these to YouTube as like part of the archive, I literally just like click the export to YouTube button on Twitch and then leave it at that. But like I was thinking about it yesterday, especially like I should probably start like cutting out, like not cutting these from the archive and like editing the archive to like leave these out, but like take these and basically like make a copy of them and upload them separately, so I could just like have all these stories separate. But I don't know, I'm just kind of too lazy to do that work. It's not even like a lot of work. I would just like have to like download the video or just like cut it in Twitch. The long hair gang. I'm trying to think. What's it? I don't know any podcasts that have like people with long. Well, I know podcasts that have a person or two with long hair, but nothing where like everyone has long hair. Oh, so the dream. So yeah, so like this dream, it was like a Saw house, or like Saw 2's house. I think it's Saw 2. I'm pretty sure it's Saw 2. I haven't seen Saw 2 in a while. I liked 1 and 3. I didn't really like 2 as much. I don't know if I saw 4, but whatever. Anyway, it was this house where there's like all kinds of like traps and stuff, and it's like me and a bunch of random people I don't know who are all trying to like escape. And I remember like eventually we found a way out. And it was like we were crawling through these kind of like I was talking about how I had a hamster and I had a cage, and the cage was like it was like a plastic cage with like little tubes and stuff connecting all over the place, like little tunnels for my hamster to crawl around in and stuff like that. And in this dream there was like a hamster tube tunnel thing to crawl through to get out of the house. And when we crawled through and got out, and when we got out, we were all like just like we kind of like just like split up and ran in different directions to like run away. And like I was like running for a while, and then I was like, okay, I feel like I'm far enough away that I can like start walking now. And it was dark, and Like it was nighttime, but like the street that I was walking down had like street lights, so it was like lit up enough to see where I'm going and stuff like that. And I'm like walking, like just walking down the sidewalk because I don't know where I am and I don't know how to get home. But I'm like, I'm just gonna keep walking until I can like kind of figure out where I'm going and how to get home. But as I'm walking, I see someone on the other side of the street walking the opposite direction. So like walking towards me, but not like walking at me, but like we're like walking just opposite directions on opposite side of the street. And like I look at them and I'm like for a second, like I'm like kind of like who is that? And then I'm like, oh, and like I realize it's the same girl again, and like immediately like look straight ahead. And she was like, the way she was walking, she like was like head down, like hair covering her face, like Sadako from The Ring. Even though I hadn't seen The Ring, I think I had seen the remake, the like Hollywood remake of it. So they had that kind of like Sadako girl, but I didn't even like the movie, and like that never really stuck with me. Like I wasn't like, oh, I'm scared of the Ring girl. It was literally just like, I don't know why this girl in the stream was like that. But anyway, like I saw her and was like, oh god, and like I like just like looked forward because I was like, I'm not falling for this again. I fell for it twice. I'm not falling for it a third time. And I can't remember what happened, but like I know as like we're walking, something happened that made me look at her. I can't remember now. I literally can't remember. I know something made me look at her. Like something got my attention and made me like look over at her. Or maybe I was like looking to see if she was gone or something. But when I looked at her, it was the same thing again. And this time she was like, yeah, she was like older. So like in each dream, she was like aging up. And so this time she was like probably exactly my age. Which is probably like 16 or 17 or something. But I looked at her and it was the same thing, like locked on, like empty, big, gigantic, like black holes for eyes and a mouth. Locked on, couldn't move, zooms in. She still had that same like long white t-shirt with ETF on it. And I was like I woke up scared and I was like, what is ETF? Why is this so consistent? And like, why does she keep showing up? And like, everything is exactly, well, the dreams aren't exactly the same, but she is exactly the same, except she's like older each time. It was just like such a weird, like confusing recurring thing that I've never had before, or like had happen, because I've had recurring dreams where it's like, oh, it's the same dream, maybe something slightly different, but like recurring dreams or nightmares or whatever, but never something like that. And like I had never heard of something like that either. And so like and then yeah, so like that happened the third time. And then one day I was playing Maple Story. I don't know if you've ever played Maple Story. It's this Korean MMO. It's still running, and they also have like a Maple Story 2. Spam some Kirby's to like cheer up the lighten the mood. Kool-Aid Kirby? Wait. Oh wait, that is Kool-Aid Kirby. Wait, you played it? Wait, what did I say? What game? Hold on. Did I talk about a game? Oh, Maple Story. Yeah. I was like, wait, what game am I talking about? Maple Story. Yeah. So playing Maple Story, I like forgot. I, like in my brain, I had moved on past that. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just like was like, my brain is moving too fast to like keep up with with myself, or like realize. I do this a lot too, where I'm like my brain is trying, like I want to tell these stories, and my brain is like hurry, get to the good part, or like hurry up and like say it or whatever, and then like I'm like talking and like not remembering what I'm saying because I'm just like, I just gotta get the words out so I can get to the good part. The good part being, I was playing Maple Story and someone was running around and they were like jumping around. They had a macro that like spammed text, and it said like ETF, like something, like a whole like message, but like ETF was in there a few times, and I was like and like that like maybe remember like the dreams, like that ETF. And I was like, I like sent like a message like, hey, what does ETF stand for? And he's like, oh, it's Escape the Fate, it's a band. And I was like, what? And I was like, I looked it up and I was like, oh, it is a band. I was like, I've never heard of this band. I don't like I listened to like a few of their songs, but like this isn't like, I don't like it. Like I don't think this is the message she was trying to send. So it's like, I still don't know what ETF stands for. But then I had like another dream one time where, so like this was the final dream kind of, where the dream, it was like this whole like long adventure or whatever, but it ends with this girl being kind of like, she was trapped in this, like I remember like I was like walking through like a desert. I just heard more clout than I already have. I appreciate that. I don't know. I mean, well, yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know what to do. I mean, I do kind of know what to do, but like, there's like a lot of stuff I could do that I just don't want to do because I'm not like, I don't know. Do so much stuff not been noticed. I don't really do that much. I play games and talk. But what was it? Oh, but yeah, so like I had another dream, and this was like the final dream, I guess, of her. This like, I feel like this resolved it all. Oh yeah, I mean, I am like, I guess I do kind of grind, but it's not that I'm I don't know. This is like I've talked about it before, but when I stream, I'm just literally just doing what I would be doing anyway. Like that's kind of what made me start streaming, was like, I'm playing these games, I might as well stream it, right? And then like I play all these games, beat all these games, and just put them on YouTube. And then talk, because like I like talking, and I like talking like talking about all this stuff. I love talking about, I mean, I love talking about whatever. And like, if like when I'm playing games, even when no one's here and like there's no one to talk to, I'm still talking about whatever, because like it's therapeutic. I don't know, it feels like it's almost like a vlog, where it's just like I'm just here like talking about my day or the last few days or whatever, or just like whatever I'm thinking about or feeling and stuff like that, or the game, and just kind of like, oh, like this reminds me of something else, or like whatever, like just comparing it to other games, or critiquing the game that I'm playing, or whatever. Yeah, well, that's what, like, yeah, that's like, that's just, I don't know, that's what I want my stream to be and how I like to do it. So like, there being a lot of games I've played and like streaming I've done is more, I mean, it is like, I do want to stream, but it's not that I'm like trying to grind it out. I'm literally just like, you do the same thing. That's exactly, I'm literally just doing what I would be doing normally, but now it's on the internet. But hold on, the dream. So yeah, it was like this whole like dream. There's like so much stuff that happened, and I can't remember most of it. But like, I remember I met this girl, and like, or like, yeah, like, so there's one part. I do want to talk about one part of the dream that was like really weird. Well, so like, yeah, there's like this girl. Like, I remember I was in this hospital, and like, I could hear someone like a woman like struggling, and so like I like was like walking down this like hospital corridor, and when I turned the corner, all of a sudden I was in an alley, and this guy was like on top of this girl, like trying to like rip her clothes off or whatever, and I like I had a bat with me, and I hit him with it, and he, you know, like got knocked out and fell off, and like I helped her get up, and we like ran away or whatever, and then we were like, I don't know, we were running away for a while, but eventually like we lost each other. But there was like this one part where we were both like we jumped over a fence, and it was like this pool party, and like we're like there's all these people like, oh, here, like get some, like have a drink or whatever, come hang out, come party, get like jump in the pool, like all this and that, and it's like, oh yeah, sure, whatever, like, but we were like, we're trying to get out of here, like trying to get away from those people, because they also like, when I knocked that guy off of her and we ran out of the alley, there's like a van that like drove up like right next to us, and like some guys jumped out to try and grab her, but we like got away from them or whatever. So basically, yeah, we were just like on the run, and these people at this party were like, hey, come hang out, come party, and it's like, no, we got places to be, but okay, whatever. And so like we like push through the crowd, and we see the pool, and these people are like, there's people jumping off the diving board into the pool, but the pool is empty. So these people are literally like jumping off this diving board and hitting the bottom, like just like dying, like hitting the bottom of the pool, and like just like breaking their necks and like crippling themselves and just like killing themselves. And it was just like, we gotta get out of here. And so we climbed the other side of the fence and like kept running. That was just like I don't know, like a lot of that. This stream was like huge, like so much happened in the stream, and it's just like one moment. And I just like remember that because it was so like graphic. Like I just remember like we're like pushing through and we see the pool and we're like, wait, it's empty. And this guy like jumps off and like just like hits the ground, and I like see him hit the ground, and there's like all these other bodies already down there, and someone else goes like to get up next and like goes to jump, and it's like, what are these people doing? Like it was just like so freaky. But anyway, eventually, yeah, like I was saying, we got split up somehow and I lost her. And then like I ended up in a desert somehow, and I was walking through this desert and I saw this big like cage, like a fence going around, and inside of it were like all these like shipping containers and like a bunch of like broken down cars and things like that. And I was like, what the heck is that? And like I got closer, and like looking inside, I could see all these people, and I was like, not like a lot of people, but there's like people like hiding behind stuff. And I was like, what is happening? And so like I climbed over the fence and got inside. And then like somehow I ended up like I went into one of the shipping containers because like I realized these people are like shooting each other. These people are having like a battle royale kind of thing going on, like a deathmatch thing. And so like I went into the shipping container to hide, and the girl was in there, and like she was like hiding because she was too scared to like fight back or whatever, and she or too scared to die, like not too scared to fight back, but she didn't want to kill anybody and she didn't want to die, so she was just hiding. And I was like, yeah, I'll hide with you. And then like we found like at the back of the container there was like a door or something, and then it like had a tunnel, and eventually like we went through that door, went through that tunnel, and came out of like the other end of the tunnel. And then I can't remember what happened after that, but I know like I remember like she was like a normal person, and I remember getting this feeling like kind of like nostalgia of those nightmares. Like this feels like the girl from those dreams, but she's not scary this time. And she wasn't wearing the like I think she had a like long white t-shirt, but it didn't have the ETF letters on it. But I remember like we had like what do you call it, like a resolution. I don't know how to explain it, but like there was like, I know there was a moment where we were kind of like acknowledging like, I know you and you know me, and like I've seen you before in my dreams, and like she was basically like, I know it was like she was like, thank you for saving me from that like that whole like ordeal. And it was kind of like her being like, I'm not gonna haunt your dreams anymore. And it was like, okay, cool, thanks. And then I woke up and was just kind of like, that was, like I was like, man, the saga is over, I'm free from those nightmares. And then I never had a dream with her in it again, or at least no nightmares like that. But I think I talked about this last week. You might have been around for it. I was talking about how one time I had sleep paralysis. So I was in the Marines, and I was in Okinawa for a couple years. And when you're in Okinawa, unless you're like a staff sergeant and above, you have to stay in the barracks. And when you stay in the barracks, unless you're I think even if you're a sergeant, you have to have a roommate. But if you're like below sergeant, you have to have a roommate for sure. But I think if you're a corporal and above, there's like, they'll fill other people's rooms up before they give you a roommate, if that makes sense. So they'll try to keep you in a separate room or like in a solo room until they run out of space. But I had a roommate, and like I remember, so this is like a sleep paralysis thing. But like, oh, so like, yeah, like I told all these stories and dreams and stuff like that to my friends at work in Okinawa, and they're like, dude, you got like, we were watching the show Dexter at the time with the like that serial killer guy, not Dexter's Laboratory. And like in the show, Dexter has what he calls his dark passenger or whatever, and it's basically like I don't know, a spirit kind of like living in I don't want to spoil the show, but like someone is like, he has like, there's like a voice in his head, and like as I like told all these stories or whatever, my friends were like, oh, you got a dark passenger, that's what that is. Like she is your dark passenger, that's why she's like stuck with you and showing up in your dreams so much, and like she brings you good luck. And I was like, you might be right, I might have like a guardian angel, not a dark passenger, but whatever. But anyway, oh, that's how I even got here, was like talking about demons and angels. Like I was like, I might have like an actual literal guardian angel. I don't know, like I feel like I'm just like, not like that I actually believe that, but like talking about ghosts and aliens, and it's like, well, since we're talking about paranormal, supernatural stuff, let me bring up this other thing. It's kind of like a weird occurrence, and then like me being kind of lucky in life in a lot of places and a lot of things, especially like being when I got to Okinawa and then when I got to Tampa after that, like the two like best jobs you could have in the military. But anyway, this sleep paralysis. This I guess I should have told this earlier when I was talking about all the sleep paralysis, but it makes more sense now after I've talked about these dreams. But one time I woke up and I had sleep paralysis and the lights were on in the room, and I remember like waking up and just being like annoyed because I was facing the other side of the room, so I wasn't facing the wall, I was facing towards the room, and I could see my roommate on his side of the room sleeping in his bed, and I was like, man, this dude. And then like as I'm like laying there with sleep paralysis, I was like, I know what happened. He came home drunk, turned the light on, climbed into bed, and did turn the light off because he was too drunk to like go back and turn the light off or whatever. And I was just like, I can't believe he did that. And I was just kind of like annoyed that like now I'm in sleep paralysis with like the light being bright in the room, and I couldn't move. And I was like, man, and like I looked down towards the doorway, so like just kind of like I was just like looking at the doorway to like look at the light switch because that's where the light switch was. Just kind of like looking towards it to be like, all right, well, I'm gonna go over there once I snap out of this. And when I looked over, there was someone standing in front of the door, and this guy was tall. He was like as tall as the door, and he was like big. Like this guy was huge, and he looked like, but he was just like a shadow, like a dark, like he had like a form, like it wasn't just a shadow on the wall, but he was like just like dark, like just like darkness, I guess. My tea's cold. I mean, there's not that much left, but that's annoying. But yeah, like there's like this tall black shape, like a guy standing there, looking like he looked like he was wearing a trench coat or something. And like when I saw him, I just like got scared and like froze and was just like, oh god, like what like this guy's gonna kill us. Like what is happening? Who is that? Why is he in my room? And then like I started like yeah, like a million things ran through my mind. Like my roommate's name was Egbert. I was like, Egbert came in drunk, probably like left the door open or whatever, like left the light on, or maybe that guy turned the light on. But now it's like now I have sleep paralysis and Egbert's passed out drunk. Like what are we supposed to do? Like this guy can just kill us. I can't do any, like I'm literally paralyzed. And he's passed out drunk. Probably. That was my assumption. Because like he went out drinking that night. I stayed in. He's one of my best friends, so it's not like I was like actually like this guy wasn't a bad roommate or anything. It was just like this was just like a night where I was just like, man, he got drunk and then came back and was just like drunk, so he didn't like do everything like he should. Anyway, this figure standing there and I'm just like freaking out, and then he like starts to like reach into his trench coat, and then I hear a voice like right above my head that says don't do it, and I look up to like see who is there, because like my roommate's still like in his bed facing the wall like asleep, but then there's someone like standing at the top of my like at the head of my bed, but I can't see them. They're like just outside of my vision. Like I can't, like I'm looking as high as I can, like looking up, like I'm laying on my side and I'm looking up, and there's someone like standing right here and I can't see them, and it's a girl's voice, and she's like don't do it. And the guy like is like still like reaching into his trench coat, and she's like don't do it, and he like goes to like pull out a gun, and then I hear like a gunshot, and then he just like disappears, and I was like what the heck, and I was like pretty sure like I couldn't see it happen, but I was like she shot him and killed him or like got rid of him or whatever, and then like I saw her like step forward and then like climb into my bed, because like the bed was kind of tall, not like super tall, but like high up off the ground where you would have to like climb up into it. Like you have to like put your leg up and like get into bed. You can't just like sit on it and roll onto it. You have to like climb up onto it, whatever. Anyway, so I'm laying in bed, and like I see her like climb up onto my bed, and she rolls as if like if you were climbing into your bed to like roll over and lay on your back. She does that and like perfectly lines up with my body, and then as soon as she like I can see her like cover, like she like comes over into my face, and like I see like the back of her head like sink into mine, and like the rest of her body like perfectly like line up and fall into my body. And as soon as like she like perfectly lines up, I immediately wake up into real life and like I can move, and the room is just like pitch black dark, and I was like, what the heck just happened? My heart's like beating fast. I'm like scared, and I could see in the darkness my roommate is in his bed and he's like facing the wall, like how I saw him in the dream or whatever. But it was just like it was so weird because like I thought like, yeah, I was just like so confused because I was so convinced that I had woken up and like the light was on and I could see him because he was in the exact same position that like I saw him in the dream or the hallucination, because it might have all just been like I might have woken up and hallucinated that the lights were on and all that stuff. But then I like told everyone that at work the next day, and they're like, yeah dude, you definitely have like something going on. And I was like, hopefully it's good. And so far, like I was saying, I haven't had the nightmares anymore, or at least the nightmares of that girl, and like she saved me in that instance. So like I don't know what would have happened if she hadn't, if that makes, I don't know, sense. Because like I don't know, like I don't know, I don't really believe in, like, I'm not very religious, so I don't know about all the thank you for gifting us sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. What is that? Still chill, or still chill 755. Enjoy your adorable emotes. Thank you. That scared me. Talking about scary stuff, and I get jump scared by my alerts. I'm gonna get jump scared by my alerts anyway when I'm talking about normal stuff. But what was it? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I haven't really had a. I mean, I still have nightmares and stuff like that. Like everyone gets nightmares and all that, but I haven't like had very. I don't know. I'm sure I've had more instances of like a guardian angel coming in my dreams to like save me from something, but I can't remember anything specific anymore. That was like one of the last like big instances of something like that happening. Trying to think. I don't know. What else? What else is weird? What are other like weird topics to get into that I can like remember and be like, oh, you know what? I've had an experience with every weird thing. I've had ghosts. I've had aliens. I've had angels and demons. Nut. I've had nuts. No. What? Like, I don't know. How's it going? Pretty good. Just a little hungry, and it's kind of hot in here. But I've been distracted from this game for quite a bit now. So I guess game progress isn't going very well. I mean, I'm enjoying the game and we're making progress, but I keep getting distracted. But that's how my streams always end up. Is like I just start rambling about whatever off-topic thing unrelated to the game. How's it going for you? How are you? Have you played this game before? Excuse me. Let me actually do something. Never. Stream is just a podcast and you love it. That's what I mean. I've talked about it before, but yeah, I don't know. I try to like stream how I like streams, if that makes sense. So like when I watch people, like I like watching people like stream like I do, kind of. And I feel like I go a little off topic too long and too much, but I also don't really like. I don't mind doing that. I just get worried that people mind. Because like some people come to watch a game, and then I sit here and talk about aliens and ghosts and sleep paralysis demons for like an hour or two, and then I'm like, oh, these people are probably like, dude, just play the game. I know that's the other thing is like, who cares? It's my stream. That's what I usually end up. I'm like, it. I mean, yeah, it's my stream. I'll do what I want. But spelunking. Oh, I was watching. Wait, hold on. Oh, but yeah, so I was saying like, I stream like how I like I stream for what, like I stream the way I would want to watch a stream, if that makes sense. Like I stream, like when I'm doing stuff, it's like this is what I see in other streams that I like, that I want to be like them, and I want my stream to be like their streams. Not that I'm trying to rip people off or, you know, ape someone's style. It's just like I like these kinds of streams, and I like doing this for myself, that it's like, you know what, I'm gonna do that. I'm not like, I haven't really stolen anyone's gimmicks, I guess, if that makes sense, because like this isn't like what I do isn't like specific to one person or something. Like I'm not like, yeah, I'm not stealing anyone's idea, if that makes sense. This is like, a lot of streams are just like this anyway. But like I think of like Germa, not that Germa is like, I don't know, I haven't like I'm like a relatively recent, like new Germa fan, I guess. Like I had always known about him and like seen the memes with him and stuff like that, but it wasn't until like a few months ago that I started actually watching his streams. And that guy is very funny, and he's very like entertaining and fun to watch. And he kind of does what I do, where like he's playing games and then he just like talks about some like random off-topic thing, but he also goes into like dumb little like skits and like tries to like do like bits that are like usually funny, and even when they're not funny, it's funny that he failed the bit and failed to like execute it. And he's got like this like sense of humor that he doesn't like really get bothered by at all. But he's also like, I've also heard him talk about the same thing I just talked about, of like he's like he's expressed this thing of like, there's probably people here who want to see the game who are like, who is this guy, what is he doing, why doesn't he just play the game? That I'm like, all right, at least I'm not like, even someone as big as Germa has the same kind of like, I guess insecurities, not really like insecurity, but just like the same thought of like, oh man, I'm probably ruining this game for people who want to see the game. But if you're here for that, you're here for the wrong reasons now. You probably learn that pretty quick. The people who are here for that probably learn that pretty quick and move on, if that makes sense. But I do, like, I still want to get through, like, it's not that I'm, like, worried about taking too long to get through the game to keep people's attention who want that kind of stuff. It's for myself, too, where I'll be playing a game, like, I've been streaming this for 4 hours tonight, and I probably played, like, 2 hours worth of the game. The other 2 hours is me talking about cock and ball torture and sleep paralysis and aliens and ghosts and guardian angels and demons. So it's like, I want to see more of this game, but I keep distracting myself. But it's fun to be distracted. Like, I'm like sitting here like, what else do I like ramble about next? But I can't really think of anything. Like, I feel like there was like something I was getting to, but I've lost it, so I might as well progress. See a video. Okay. She's probably talking about billiards, but I was literally complaining about that earlier. How like I don't like seeing people get hit in the balls. Yeah, billiards. What a weird coincidence. Oh wait, let me look at these. The balls. I guess I'm gonna wing sync. Dude, I hate the sound effect for that. It's like kind of like suddenly loud. It probably doesn't sound as loud to you guys, but it's loud for me. A spare one stops working. That's kind of funny. Oh, thanks for the chocolate. Edelstein the Red. I couldn't remember, I don't know if you guys have played Fire Emblem 3 Houses, but Edelgard, the girl leader of one of the houses, I couldn't remember her name yesterday. I was like, I was trying to remember it for some reason, and I was like, how do I not remember? Like, I could remember her last name, because it's Trace Velger or something like that, which is one of the dragons in Final Fantasy XIV's name. That's the only reason I could remember it. But I was like, what is her first name? I couldn't, like, I could remember Claude and I could remember Dimitri, but I couldn't remember Edelgard. But I knew it started with an E, and I was like, it's like Evie or Edie or something like that. And then eventually, like, I had to look it up. and I was like, oh, Edelgard. I was like, how did I forget that? Because she, like, I don't even like her that much. Like, I picked, I've only done, well, I haven't even finished one route in Three Houses, but I went with Golden Deer because I liked Claude the most. But Edelgard is like a main character and like the one everyone simps for.
いいのよ、お礼なんて。
So it was like weird to forget her name.
その代わり、ホワイトデーのお返しには期待しち
Oh,
ゃ
I
う
forgot.
けど。
Yeah, White Day.
何がいい？
そうな。リュウキちゃんのあれ、見せてくれればそれでいいわ。
あれ？
地で始まって。
Something hard that will leave a mess all over my head. All right, I'll get you some chocolate. I forgot. That's what I was gonna talk about earlier. The spelunking thing, because they like were talking about spelunking for a minute. Oh yeah, you mean spelunking? That has something to do with the bar counter. Spelunking, dude. I was watching Lily Hops, the VTuber, and she'd been watching like cave diving videos, and they're like that stuff is like terrifying. That stuff is very like, I don't know. I know people say this all the time about like weird, dangerous activities like that, but it's very white. It's definitely a white person thing. Like white people, I don't know. Like me and my friends say this like whenever we talk about stuff like this. I'm like, yep, that's a very white thing to do. Go cave diving or mountain climbing and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that's a white person thing. They have nothing. They have their lives are so like, I don't know, easy that they have to like do stuff like cave diving and mountain climbing and I don't know, like deep sea diving, dangerous like activities that there's no reason to do these things. Not that they can't be fun or exciting, but it's like, I don't know. How is your life so easy and boring that you have to like do something like that to I don't know, fill the void? But anyway, she's watching all these cave diving videos that I was just like, man, like I'm not even claustrophobic, or not that claustrophobic. I get claustrophobic in like crowds of people. Like we went to Disneyland as like a family a few years ago, like before COVID, and we were like trying to find a place to watch the parade and all that. And I just like got super like, I don't know, like claustrophobic, like walking through the crowd and stuff, because we'd been walking around all day and it'd been fine because there's like there's crowds of people here and there and there's lines and stuff, but there's like still like plenty of space to walk around. But at night when it's like parade and fireworks time, everyone gets like crowded in the streets and like big crowds and stuff like that, and like trying to like walk through all that just like gave me like all this anxiety, and I was like, I'm gonna be sick, I gotta go out and like leave. And so like I was like, hey, I'm gonna go sit outside because like I don't feel good. And so like I went out the gate and like sat outside for, I don't know, like 10 minutes or something, as my family was like still like trying to find a place to watch the show or whatever. And then I was like, all right, I feel better now, I'm gonna go find them and hope that they found a spot so I don't have to like keep standing and walking through these crowds. And then found them, and they were like, they had a spot, and it was like it was so crowded, but it was like I had recovered. But like anyway, I'm not very claustrophobic, but watching these cave videos, I'm just like, dude, like I can't like, it's hard to watch because they're squeezing through like all these like tiny gaps, and like there's water, they have to like there's this one cave that had like tons of water and like a waterfall inside, and like it looks cool, and I'm like, man, this stuff looks cool, but like I don't want to be there. Like I don't want to like going through all that just to watch, like see this thing is like, no, I would rather watch the video and see the pictures afterwards. But like, yeah, there's like parts where they're treading, like walking through water, and it's like getting higher and higher, like they're getting like walking down deeper into it, and then it's like up to their chins or whatever, and they have to like the cave is like coming down so that it's touching the water, and they have to go under the water to go under that part of the cave and then come up on the other side and like hope that there's air on the other side. well, I'm pretty sure they know in these videos, but they don't like say that right away. They're just like, all right, let's go, and then like go under and like swim out, and then they pop up on the other side. But it's like terrifying. I'm just like, dude, this is not like, I don't know. How do you find? I don't know how you find fun in that. Like, I can understand doing other like scary, like skydiving and things like that, being like, oh man, this is like exhilarating. But it's like cave diving and things like that. It's like, dude, that's too much. That's too much for me. Mountain climbing too. Like people climbing Everest. Like I was reading this thing the other day that's like, oh yeah, climbing Mount Everest isn't as big a deal as it used to be, because a lot of times when you do go on the Mount Everest climb, you have like guides, and they'll carry your stuff for you, so it's not even that hard anymore. And there's like long lines because everyone's doing it now because it's so easy to do now. Not that people don't still get hurt and die and stuff like that on it, but it's not as dangerous as it used to be. But like reading about it, it's like it just seems like a miserable experience to like do it, because you're not the first one to do it. Any like the people who were like the first ones, like the first few people to do it, it's like, oh man, they're doing something like this amazing feat, like climbing Mount Everest, or you know, whatever, these like super tall mountains that are like, you know, an actual challenge. But now, like reading this thing, it's like, yeah, nowadays it's you just pay some guides to take you up, and they'll carry your stuff for you, and you have to wait in line because everyone's doing it. And so like you just wait your turn to take a step, and like I don't know, it just seems like a miserable thing to do. Like it's not like it just seems like it's like running a marathon now, where it's like, oh yeah, not everyone has run a marathon, but it's like become such a popular thing to do that now they're making ultra marathons and like all these like harder marathons, because like marathons are too easy now, like everyone's doing it. But marathons are also a thing of like, why do people do that? That just seems like so much work for just to be like, I did it. Like that's what climbing Mount Everest has become, is like, oh, you pay a bunch of money to get these guys to carry your stuff so you can go to the top and say, I did it. Like that's not, I don't know, that's not appealing to me. I feel like, yeah, I don't know, there's like so much more stuff. Like I've been to, so like saying the whole like I did it thing reminds me of when I was working in Tampa, Florida. I traveled a lot, and I went to the Middle East a lot. So like a bunch of like countries all over the Middle East, like Egypt, Afghanistan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Bahrain, a lot of countries. And in a lot of those countries, I would do stuff in the country, because we would have like a couple days off to like go out and explore the country. Not explore the country, but like the city that we were in, go see the sights to see and stuff like that. And a lot of times I would do those just to do them, because it's like, I'm here, I might as well go and like be able to like say that I did the thing. But even doing those, it was like something to do and something to see. It wasn't just like I was saying, if I was at Mount Everest, like when I was living in Okinawa, I took so many trips to mainland Japan. Like I've been to Tokyo, Kyoto, Fuji, Osaka, and like everywhere in between. I've never gone like east, or like that far east or north, which I want to do eventually. But I've seen a lot, and I remember we were staying in Fuji once, and a couple of my buddies I went with, they wanted to climb Mount Fuji, and I was like, that sounds cool, but also like not, like they wanted to do it to be like, hey, we climbed Mount Fuji, and I was like, that's not enough for me. Like I don't want to do it just to be like, I did it. Like I want to, I don't know, I want to go to Fuji, like to the base of the mountain, like take pictures and hang out, but I don't want to climb it. But they climbed it and I didn't, and I don't remember what I did that day. I think I just went to like I know I went to Fuji-Q Highland, which is like an amusement park. They have an Evangelion, well, not anymore, I think they took it down now, but they used to have an Evangelion section, which was cool because they had like a big unit 1, like a life-sized, at least like his like shoulders and up, like the head and shoulders. It was really cool. But what was it? Yeah, like one of these Middle Eastern countries. A lot of times it's like I want to do it because I want to do it and experience it, but also to be able to say I did it. the Fuji thing was like, I don't want to experience that. I don't want to climb a mountain. I'm here on vacation. I don't want to exercise. Because that's not, yeah, like if I'm going to experience something to say I did it, I want to enjoy it at the same time. Which is like, yeah, like a lot of these countries I went to in the Middle East, it was like, I'm going to the pyramids in Egypt because I want to do that. And then be able to say, hey, I did it. And I rode a camel. I should find the picture. Hold on. I might have it on my PC. But there's a picture of me riding my my gunny. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I have it on my PC. Oh man, come on. It has to be here somewhere. Oh, wait. Where is it? I can't find it. Oh man, this sucks. There's a picture of me on a camel that my gunny, like we went to the pyramids and he took this picture. Or well, he didn't take the picture. We had our like tour guide take the picture, which was also annoying because like, the guy who like let us ride the camel, I was the only one who rode it because after I rode it and got off, they so yeah, the guy was like, he's like, hey, you want to get on the camel? It's free. We'll take a picture. Like we'll let you take a picture and all this and that. And I was like, yeah, sure. This like, dude, this happens so much in the Middle East with like a lot of like tour stuff. You go there and they're like, oh yeah, you want to do this thing? It's free. And then you do the thing, and then when you're done, they're like, all right, pay me. And it's like, you said it was free. I'm like, yeah, but pay me. And it's like, do they not know what the word free means? Like, what the heck? But yeah, the guy was like, ride the camel for free. And so I rode the camel, and then he took a picture. He like, I gave him my phone to take a picture, and he took a picture. And then when I got off, he's like, all right, that'll be like however much. And I'm like, you said it was free. And he's like, yeah, but pay me. And it's like, that, okay, here. And then I paid him. And then nobody else wanted to get on because they're like, I don't want to pay him for that. But it was still kind of, it was scary actually. Camels are extremely, like they're way taller than they look. Or at least riding a camel, like sitting on a camel is like, it's scarier than it looks, if that makes sense. Because I was like, oh yeah, dude, let me ride a camel. I would love to ride a camel. And then sitting up on it, it was just like, wait, okay, now I'm higher than I thought I would be, and this is kind of scary, and I don't want to be up here anymore. Dude, I can't find it. Let me see if I have it on if I have it on my phone, I'll send it over real quick so I can pull it up. Because it's like, it's not, I don't know. The picture itself isn't that funny, but what my gunny did with it, because he had the picture, because I sent it to him, because he was on that trip, and he was like, hey, send me that picture, and I sent it to him, and then he added text on it. Oh, I don't want to like spoil it, I want to show it. Dude, I'm afraid that it might be on my old phone, which I still have, but that'd be like way more work to get to. Because also I think the battery's completely dead on it. I'm wasting so much time. Dude, where is it? Oh, I found it. Oh, dude, yeah, this is like from, well, it's saved on my phone from 2020, so it's been 2 years since I've looked at this thing. Okay, let me send it to myself real quick. Actually, let me just tweet it out. But I have to find it again. I'll tweet it and then save it and put it up on the stream. Okay, here we go. I don't know what to like write on the tweet. I don't know, I'm just gonna say The context is in the stream. Okay. Oh wait, why did I save it to my phone again? That was dumb. In my head I was like, okay, now I need to save it so I can pull it up on stream. But I need to save it on my PC. Okay. If you're following me on Twitter, which is linked down below, you can see it right now. But I'll pull it up. It's so stupid. Hold on. I need to save this somewhere where I can get to it. Okay, I think that's a good spot. Alright, now I gotta pull it up in OBS. Oh god, it's huge. Whoops. Hold on, you can't see it yet. But I have to resize it. This new OBS update is so sweet. I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream, but OBS has an update that like it kind of changes the UI, it makes it like look a lot nicer, I think. But it's also they have this like, I don't know if it existed before, but they have these markers that like kind of tell you where your image is. Okay. Like they have like bars on the sides. You can't see them on the stream, but in OBS there's like lines coming out from the top and the sides, or top and the bottom and then the sides, to like tell you how many pixels from the edge you are, so you can like center it and like adjust it and things like that, which is extremely nice. I feel like there were probably plugins for that before that I could have got to do that, or a setting that I could have turned on that would like tell me that stuff. But anyway, this is when I was riding the camel. Like they took the picture and my gunny was like, send me that, and then he like made this and he just put like epic as fuck on the top, and then printed it out and then hung it up in like above his desk in our office, and would just like point it out whenever people would come by, like, hey, you know Lopez, look at this. Look at this guy on the camel. It was just like, I don't know, it was funny. And it was funny because like I don't know, I was probably like a corporal at the time. So like a corporal is an E4 and a gunny is an E7. So he's 3 ranks higher than me, and he's probably like 10 years older than me. But he was like, I just want to have this picture of this, one of my junior Marine, I guess I wasn't a junior Marine, but one of my Marines riding a camel, and add my own text to it and hang it up over my desk. It's just like, I don't know, it was fun. But like I got to do cool stuff like that, and that was like cave diving, spelunking, stuff like that. I'm like, that doesn't seem fun to do, and like doing that stuff just to say I did it is not appealing. Riding a camel to say I did it is like, I want to ride a camel and I get to say I did it. That's fun. And the pyramids, like that picture's so good because it's like the pyramids are in the background, like everything, like it's like I'm riding a camel in front of the pyramids. What else did I do? I don't know. I've been to a lot of countries. Well, a lot of Middle Eastern countries, and then Japan. But I think the only time I didn't get to do something was when I went to Oman, or no, Bahrain. It was either Oman or Bahrain. No, it was Bahrain, because I remember in Bahrain they have a thing called the Grand Souk, which is like this big old like market thing. It's like kind of like the markets that they show in movies when people go to like the Middle East, and there's like, oh, like all these markets and the streets are filled with people, you know, like walking up and down, and like the markets are like trying to sell stuff and all that. And like the Grand Souk, I think it's called the Grand Souk. Hold on. No, the Grand Souk is in Dubai. Or maybe there's one in Bahrain too. I don't know. There's something in Bahrain. I'm pretty sure it's Bahrain because I remember me and the guy I was on that trip with, like my like, what do you call it? I was gonna say battle buddy. Because we always got sent in pairs on these trips, on these missions. Deployments is what the Air Force calls them, even though they're only for like a couple weeks at a time. But me and that guy, we hung out in the like the lounge thing or whatever, like the whole trip because we weren't allowed outside of the hotel. They were like, when we got to the hotel, they're like, hey, don't go outside. They're having these like anti-military demonstrations and you'll cause problems. Like you'll make people mad. And so we're like, okay. And so like all we could do is stay in the little like lounge area and drink and eat for free. But I remember being annoyed because like every trip I went on, I was like, all right, what is there to do in this country if I didn't know of something to do? Like when I went to Jordan, I was like, oh, I know Jordan has like tons of like biblical stuff, like historical biblical things that like I want to go see and do. But then like Bahrain, I was like, I don't really know much about Bahrain. I know they have like a lot of like naval history and stuff like that, which would be kind of cool to like go see that kind of stuff. But like, what else is there? And I think that might have been it, unless there was like, I think I for some reason I keep like the souk is in my head of like, oh, I wanted to go see or do that. But yeah, when we showed up, they're like, oh yeah, don't go outside the hotel, don't leave, because you'll cause problems. And it was like, okay, fine. But yeah, and then Saudi Arabia, like I smoked hookah in Saudi Arabia, which is like that's like, I don't know, like I don't smoke, and I don't even drink much anymore. I don't do any kind of drugs, and I don't smoke like cigarettes or hookah. Like I don't smoke tobacco in general, or I don't smoke at all, but like tobacco is the least appealing. But like, how are you gonna go to Saudi Arabia and not smoke a hookah, right? And so I did that. It was kind of cool. And that's one of the things I did just to say I did it, because it's like I'm not enjoying this. Like I don't like, I don't know, I don't like smoking things. And so like smoking hookah was not appealing to me, but smoking hookah in Saudi Arabia was appealing to me. But anyway, I need to play this game. I need to make progress because I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to end soon. And I feel like I need to know what is up with Mame at least. Okay.
情報ね。ああ、そういえば今ネット界隈で
Finish the
怪
rest of
し
this
げな動画が
cold
話題にな
tea.
ってるんだけど、知ってる？
それって
It's
も
still
しかして
good, but
ニルバーナトライアルのこと？
it's just cold.
それじゃなくて全く別の新しい動画のことよ。
Wait a second.
配信されたのは今日の午前0時。
A new video? I was like, she said, no, there's another one. And I was like, oh, is she going to talk about the first video or whatever? And she's like, nope, a new one, released at midnight. And it's like, wait, of course it was released at midnight when we were blacked out or whatever.
動画のタイトルはニルバーナ X。
X？
And we're going to watch it and freak out.
X。
龍騎調べてみたな。配信者は例によって例のごとく不明よ。
その動画 QR 動画に似てるのよな。だから HB 事件に関係してるんじゃないかと思って。
ママはその動画見たの？
え？スマホにも保存してあるわ。
Oh, God.
見てみる？
I was like, I said we're going to watch it and freak out. But in my head, I was like, oh, we'll probably like check it out once we're done here or something. It might like be in our notes and we'll go like, we'll finish checking all the places out on the map. And then as we're driving in the car, I don't know, on the way to whatever, he'll be like, oh, hey, Tama, pull up that video. And now we're going to watch it right here. Oh, okay. We're not. Tama knows. Exactly. Okay, good. literally what I was afraid of. And Tom was like, yeah, don't do it. Oops, wrong way. Have not included anything that would induce a subliminal effect. That doesn't mean they're safe. Possibility that their special production technique only works on people like Ryuki who have suffered some kind of trauma. Stimulus given below the threshold of human perception. Unconscious desires, emotions. Okay. That's what I was talking about this at the beginning of the game when we first watched that first video. I compared it to Snow Crash, the book, and I feel like there's like one other thing. But I know I was talking about how like I had the idea before I read the book, before I even like encountered it in any kind of media. And I was like, when I read Snow Crash, I was like, wait, I thought about this when I was like a little kid of like, man, what if you could like make a virus that like happened through videos or like something that like infected people's brains or affected people's brains, like subliminal messaging, but like that could like kill people or cause them, kind of like how like flashing lights and things can cause seizures in people with epilepsy, but like just like a certain like an image that is like, I don't know, the right colors and the right spots or like the right movements and things that like shuts people's brains down, like works on everyone or something. But that's how these videos are affecting Ryuki basically, and that's how kind of like Snow Crash was like, oh, it's this virus that like plays a video or it's transmitted through this video, and then people who watch it die or they like go into comas or something. I can't remember what it was specifically. And so like the book is the main character whose name is Hero Protagonist. It's like, I don't know, like I feel like the book, like I don't know, I read it because like it was like recommended, like I don't remember who recommended it. I know like one of my buddies in Okinawa recommended it like when I was in Okinawa, but I didn't read it until I was like, this was on a trip in Saudi Arabia. This trip, so like I went to Saudi Arabia. I've probably spent 2 months in Saudi Arabia total. I've been there like 3 or 4 times, but one trip I was there for like a full month straight. Like I got bored there. I was like, dude, like, because I wasn't allowed off base, and the job I was doing was like real, like literally all I was there for was to give, because my job, so yeah, my job in the Marines was, I was a special systems, what is it? I was a systems and network administrator, but it's like, what is it? Special systems administrator communicator. But I was a systems and network administrator for, I mean, I could do any network, but we were like specialized in doing top secret stuff. Like I was saying, I had a top secret clearance or whatever. In Okinawa, like my jobs in Okinawa and Tampa were different, but like I still had like the same MOS or whatever. But when I got to Tampa, I was no longer systems and network administrator. I was like I was communicator, the communicator side. And so our job was to basically build all this bring all these communication devices and like laptops, radios, satellite antennas, like all this stuff to these other countries to basically build a small office for the CENTCOM commander and his staff to like show up and use, so they could have access to these like classified networks and things like that overseas. And because that was our job and we were good at that, we had this, well, we didn't have this trip to Saudi Arabia, but there's like a Navy Marine, well, I guess it was like a joint unit that was going to Saudi Arabia, and like the Navy guys who were gonna be the like comms guys there, they like did their paperwork wrong, so all their gear and stuff got held up at customs. And so the people in Saudi Arabia were like, hey, we don't have access to our networks we need to get to because the Navy guys screwed up. And so my unit was like, oh, we can like they were asking CENTCOM for help. They're like, hey, can someone send someone? Like they asked the J6, which is the comms like unit, the 6, like, so in the military you have like 1 2 3 4 5 6 J6, G6, S6, and it's just like that, the J, the G, the S, like that's like the level it's on. Like S is well, J is joint, G is like command, S is like lower level, like unit, I guess. I don't know. It's like there's a weird like rank structures and like command structures and stuff like that. And like the letter is like which level it's at, and then the number is what like office it is. So 1 is admin, 2 is intel, 3 is operations, I think. 4 is supply logistics. 5 is what's 5? I don't remember what 5 is. 6 is comms. And so, and when I was in Okinawa, I was part of the 2, but when I was in Tampa, I was part of the 6. But yeah, so they're like, J6, can you guys send someone to give us comms? Like, we need emergency comms. We have no way to get to the stuff we need to get to. And like the whole J6 was like, we can't do anything. We don't have anyone who's good enough or any like gear on that level. And then our team, the comms team, we were under the J6 administratively, but we were operationally under the CENTCOM commander. They were like, hey, we can send a guy, and they were like talking about me because I was one of the best guys on the team. And so they're like, they sent me and like sent me with a bunch of gear and with some random guy, because you're supposed to do not random guy, he was another guy from the J6, but he wasn't from my unit. But like when you're traveling with top secret stuff or like any like classified stuff, secret 2, you're supposed to do 2 people. So they weren't going to send me by myself because that would be illegal. So they grabbed another guy with the clearance and had him go with me to this on the Saudi Arabia trip. And then when we got there, he didn't know how to do the job. Like, he wasn't trained to do my job. So he was just like, every day he would like show up to, like, we would go to where, like, because they were working out of like these like apartment, like they didn't have like an office, because like all the offices, like dude, my job, so like I was saying, I was good at my job and I was like one of the best guys on the team. I literally built, like, I don't know if they still have it in Saudi Arabia. What was the base called? I can't remember what the base was called, and I can't remember if it's Riyadh or Jeddah. I think it was Riyadh, because I've been to both. But they're like, whatever base we were staying on, the guys, like, the gear got caught up at customs, and then the comms guys on the base literally just didn't do their job. Because like when I showed up, I was like, I brought all my stuff and I set everything up so that these guys would have comms, but I was like, I only have enough for like 2 people, so like I can't support this whole office. And they're like, that's fine, we just, like, as long as we have some access, like, we only need it to hold us over until these Navy guys get their stuff through, which was only supposed to take a week. But then at the end of that week, they're like, hey, we need you for like another week. And I was like, I mean, that's fine, like, as long as my unit says it's okay, I don't mind. Because I'm getting paid per like extra, I'm getting paid per diem on top of my already, like, my normal wages. So I'll stay as long as you guys need me, because it's like another like $180 a day or something. And so I was like, I stayed for like a whole month, and like at the end of every week, like until like at week 3, I was like, can I go home? Because like I like the money, and you guys are all right, and the job's easy, because literally all I would do is I would show up, turn everything on, make sure everything's working, and then just like sit there all day just in case something broke. And they were like, hey, we need you to fix this, because I was a systems and network administrator. After I got everything, after I did the comms part, I became admin and just like sat and waited until someone was like, hey, I'm locked out, can you reset my password? Or hey, like, I can't get to the internet, or I can't get to whatever, and then I would go do it. But in my downtime, like in the first week, I was like, where is like the 6 on this base? Because like, it doesn't make sense for you guys to not be able to use comms in this place. And like, oh yeah, like that was like the first thing we tried to do was go to the comms on base, but all their stuff is down. And I was like what the heck? And so like I went over to the 6 on the base, and they're like, oh yeah, we have this whole like SCIF, which is Secure Compartmented Information Facility, which is basically like those rooms where like top secret stuff happens, nothing really happens. People just sitting on YouTube all day. That's what I used to do in Okinawa. We worked in a skiff, but like my job was comms and like administrative stuff, so like I didn't have anything to do unless something broke. So I sat on YouTube all day. So like I don't know, that's like a lot of people is just like sitting on YouTube or reading news articles all day. Like work happens, but it's not like in the movies where you like go through these double doors and you put in these secret codes and stuff like that, and then you get inside and all these people are like hacking away and stuff like that. No, you like go through your doors, you go inside, and everyone's just kind of like watching movies, drinking coffee, watching YouTube videos, talking, just like chilling, like nothing. It's, I don't know, it's not like in the movies. But anyway, yeah, like they're like, hey, we got this whole skiff, but like nothing works. And I was like, what? And like I like literally spent like a whole week like at night after hours, after like doing my shift, like because the job I was doing, like they worked from like 8 to 4 or whatever, like a normal day's work. And so like at the end of the day, some guys would stay late, so I'd have to stay late with them. But once everyone was gone and I took all my gear, like because I couldn't leave it there, so I had to like take it down and set it up every day. But after everyone left for the day and I could tear everything down, I would tear everything down and then go over to the comms building to like get things up and running. And then by the end of like the first week or second week or something like that, by the end of the trip, I had basically built a brand new network. Like I was calling back to Tampa to our guys to be like, hey, they have a skiff here with all these PCs and like hookups to like JWix and Sipper and Nipper, which are all the different networks. Like we can get it running. Like this, they have everything here. They should be able to get it up and running. And there was like this cool guy who was part of that unit, that joint unit that was out there. He was a Marine. He was like a Marine colonel, I think, or lieutenant colonel, who would like hang out with me. He would like go keep me company and just like talk about like basically what I'm doing now, just like talking about all this random stuff, all these stories. He was doing that to me as I'm working to like just like, I don't know, motivate me, keep my morale up, so I'm not like sitting there working alone, just like feeling like I hate my job. At least that's what I think he was doing. He might also have just been like wanting to hang out with me because he's like, you know, a Marine, because like it was a joint unit and he was like one of 2 Marines, and the other Marine was a brigadier general who was like, he couldn't just like go hang out with him, I guess. But anyway, yeah, like I spent like nights, like every night working in that office. Like it was so annoying because like I was saying, the joint unit, or the J6 guys who were there, like the people who, the comms guys who were there were like, I don't know how any of this works. They literally did not know how to do their job. And they were content to just like let that office sit there unused. Like a waste of money. There's so much money gets wasted in the military. And like this was an example of just like this office had been sitting here for years, and because it like went down at one point and nobody knew how to get it back up, they were just like, whatever, like ignore it, pretend it's not there until someone asks. And then when someone asks, it's their problem now. But anyway, yeah, like I was like coordinating with my unit back home and the guys there and like intermediaries and like other people outside of it too, to like get everything up and running. And we got everything up and running, and I got a joint commendation for it. Like I got a ribbon and a little like award for it. Well, for that whole trip, but that was part of it. And then yeah, that's what freed me to go home, because like that was like week 3. Like by the time I was done with it, or I think I was done with it like sometime in the 3rd week, and at the end of the 3rd week I was like, can I go home now? Like, you guys have an office now, because like they were using that office now too. But they're like, no, we want you to stay here for an extra week, just to make sure everything works for that week. And if at the end of that week we're confident that that it's gonna stay up and running and there's nothing goes wrong, or at least like if something goes wrong, we're going to be leaving soon anyway, or the Navy guys should have their gear here by then, we'll let you go. And so like at the end of the month, like 4 weeks later, or like yeah, like almost a whole month later, they let me go home. And then I went home and was like, I like landed in Tampa and I just wanted to kiss the ground. I every time I landed back in Tampa after being deployed in one of these countries, I was just like, I just want to like get on the ground and kiss it and be like, thank God I'm home. Because it's not like all the countries suck, but it's like, I don't know, you get homesick even if you're only gone for like a week or two. But sometimes you're gone for more than that. At least at that unit and on those trips. Especially if Afghanistan trips. Afghanistan trips were always super long, always like a month or two. But anyway, I talked about how I wanted to hurry up, and then I went on another tangent. Watch nirvanA X. Let's not watch it.
さあ、知らないけど。彼女何かしたの？
テアラと接触した可能性が高いんだ。だからもしかしたらテアラ。
わかったな。
I didn't mean to do that.
それじゃあ。
The big milky balls. Stop it.
その呼び方なんとかならないのかしら。
たまたまたんたまたまたん。世界で一番。
Oh, I forgot their name Tama Tama.
それはもちろんママさんです。そうなのよ。わかってるじゃない。
That's not how that works. Last time she was like, oh, I don't remember anything I say when I do that. But now she's like, oh, I remember.
どうでもいいわ。
確かに。
お
Oh, okay, she was
それじゃ
pretending.
真面目モードでいきますたまたまたんたまたまたんある人を見つけてほしいの土井甘めって名前の女の子彼女は一体どこにいる
Okay.
ナイクス日本支部に行くといいそこで貴重な情報を得るだろう
Is Mame gonna be dead now?
どううまくいった
ありがとう。
That makes her more
参考
suspicious.
になったよ。ナイクス日本支部か。
もしかして今の言葉は真に受
I'm
け
gonna
るつ
take
も
her
り
seriously. Yes.
そういうわけじゃないけど。
I remember what she said last time, but I'm pretty sure whatever she said was right or something. I'm scared to watch the video because I don't want to like. Let's watch it.
頼むよ。
龍騎
わかったわそれじゃあっちのモニターにデータを飛ばすわね大画面で見た方がわかりやすいと思うから
Probably better to watch it on a bigger screen. Yeah. Get all the information so your brain overloads.
ポチッとな
These videos are always so weird. They're also like unparsable. Like I literally have no idea what I'm supposed to be seeing in any of these videos. Like I don't know if there's something to be seen. Or if they're just random nonsense to kind of be like, oh yeah, this is weird, and it triggers things in the right people, and you're not one of the people to get triggered. $21.51 2DD CCFGGD AEIGAHE. Oh god, is he gonna do it? He's gonna do it. His eyes.
ほら言わんこっちゃないだから見るなって言ったでしょ
Wait,
なんともないみたいだ。
ヒヤヒヤさせないでよねまったく
that was weird. Like I was like actually ready for it, and like internally I was like kind of like not like holding my breath, but like waiting, like kind of suspense. And now I'm like super relieved that it didn't happen.
名前から考えて
Weird.
ニルバーナ構想
Uptime. Oh, I don't. Oh, I should have had an uptime command, huh? Well, it says 5:02 on my session timer. 5 hours 2 minutes. Let me write that down in my notes somewhere, because I also want to add a lurk command. Uptime. Oh, I think if you type /uptime, it does it too. /uptime. Yeah, if you type /uptime, well, at least on PC. I don't know about mobile. I mean, I've talked about it. I talked about it earlier. But I like to stream for at least 6 hours. But I didn't eat. Like, it's been what? I think the last time I ate, I think it was like around 4, or before that. Unrecognized command. Oh, well, for me it worked. I typed /uptime and it says 5 hours 2 minutes 34 seconds. Oh. Okay. I have my notes now. Hopefully I don't close them or forget them. I do this thing a lot where, like, I'll take notes on something that I need to remember, and then oops. I save it to my desktop, and then when I go to, like, do it later, because I don't have the window open anymore and closed it, I know I should. That's why, like, I wanted to get somewhere, make enough progress to, like, stop and then go eat, like, call it for the night. But I've been stuck in this bar for like 2 hours because I can't stop talking about random stuff. But I think once I'm done talking to Mama and we go to the next area, or go to decide where to go next, I'll call it. Because I'm hungry. Like, it's been 5 hours, but I would like to go for longer. But I'm hungry and I need to stop to eat. And if I stop to eat, I'm not gonna come back. I usually, like, if I take a break to eat, I don't play anymore for the night, or don't stream anymore. Wait, incidents in Shinjuku. Oh, I don't know if I finished the been with me. Sweet. I appreciate it. What was I gonna say? Oh, I don't know if I finished the thought, but, like, yeah, like, if I have notes up and I close them, even if I save them to my desktop, I forget about them because I don't have the window open anymore. And so, like, I have things that I have, like, taken notes for. Like, let me see. I had this, like, little, like, notepad document with stream stuff, like, stuff I want to, like alerts that I want to add, emotes that I want to add, and, like, other stuff that it's like I always forget to do those because I don't think about them. Once the window is closed, I just forget that I have it on my desktop until I see it. I'm like, oh, right, I got to do that. And then it's like, oh, well, I can't do it right now. And then I forget again by the time I have time to do it. Like I was saying, like, with those alerts, like, I always forget until I'm in the middle of a stream that I'm like, oh yeah, I got to add more alerts. I mean, I don't have to. I have a billion alerts already, but I want more. Just because it's kind of fun to have, like, a gotcha of alerts. But anyway, I'm gonna leave that notepad up so I don't forget to make those commands. Because I think one of the commands is, like, a default one for Nightbot, the uptime one, I think. Test run for the initiative. Wait. Oh, okay, I was like, what is she, like, I was like, did I miss something where she gets specific? But it's literally just like incidents at Shinjuku with something with a rocket, no casualties, test run for the initiative. I'm like, wait, what? Am I, like, who's behind it and why? I'm like, behind what? Like, just all it says is what happened with that rocket. That's it. Don't know any of the details. Clues to when. I still don't know what she's talking about. Mama creeps you out. She's kind of... Mama's creepy when she does, like, the weird pervy things. Tama is friend. Tama is pretty good. I'm like, Tama's growing on me. At the beginning of the game, I was like, Tama's... No, she's no Aiba. Aiba's like... I want to get back. I want to get to the present. Oops. Because I miss Aiba. Aiba, my beloved. Tama's like... Aiba's from the first game. So I have, like, an attachment to Aiba. And when Tama showed up, I was like... Tama is just not Aiba. She's the worst Aiba. But now it's like, alright. Tama's her own thing, and I like her. I just don't like it when she gets, like, really creepy with pervy stuff. The same thing I don't like about Mama. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? 2 codes. That's the one of the ones you wrote, I think. Yeah, 2151. Oh, those are zeros. These look like D's. Okay, wait. What's this date then?
これは多分日付と時刻を表していて
Date and a time.
そうか。2月15日の12時。
February 15th. Oh, 2/15/12? That's tomorrow.
ね明日の正
Why
午
wouldn't they put a zero in front of the two?
それがニルバーナ構想の実行日時。
Also, these. I wonder if they meant for these to look like D's so that you couldn't just like figure it out immediately, so that they would have to tell you. Because, like, I feel like they could have done this in a different way to not warp the zeros. Wait.
あまり時間がないわね
それで
I wonder if we're
もう
gonna
一
get
つ
hit.
のアルファベットの方は
Oh, right. The
こっちの
CC.
方は完全にお手上げよ
CCFGGD AEIGAHE. I'm trying to think. Trying to think of words that are like 2 letters, single letter, 2 letters, single letter. Because there's a comma here, so it's like something, comma, something. And if I can solve this first one, well, all we would have is a G, so we would know this, whatever the G is down here. The only thing I can think of, because like it's 2 letters, the only words that start with 2 letters are words that have 2 vowels in the beginning. And the only thing I can think would, like the only vowel that kind of makes sense, maybe A's, because like, I don't know, words like aardvark have 2 A's, but 2 E's is a little more common and 2 O's is a little more common. But it would have to be like 2 O's, so like 2 vowels, consonant, 2 vowels, consonant. And then I don't know, whatever this vowel would be would fill in here, and I could kind of think like, okay, because like it starts with something here and here, so we could try to work it. The E is also in here too. I'm really like I want to sit here and try to figure this out before the game gives me the solution. But I might be just completely off. It might not be that simple. It might also be nonsense. So like whatever it actually resolves to is another code or something, or an abbreviation or something that doesn't make sense. Or it might be like hex. No, because the second line is too many. Hold on, I'm gonna through the alphabet in my head. Oh. Ranked on Latex Legends. Okay, have fun. Enjoy if you can. I can't enjoy League anymore. This goes with that team stuff I was talking about. I get annoyed with my teammates. But thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day or night, whatever time it is for you, whatever coast you're on. Oh, Apex Legends. Okay, I thought like League, Latex. Apex is more enjoyable. 1 a.m. Oh, okay, so you're West Coast? Sweet. Because it's 1 a.m. for me too. I have the little timer above my camera, which should still be right, I think. Yeah, okay. Well, enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for the gift sub. Thanks for hanging out. Take care. See you later. I'm still stuck here. Yeah, I'll probably be ending real soon, so I probably won't see you again till next time. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Have fun in Apex. The only thing I can think of is like, so the word, there's like the thing, the oo parts. It's like OOP ARTS, but that doesn't fit there. I don't even know if we have an oo parts page. We don't. This little Tamagotchi thing asks me about oo parts every now and then. How do you want to meet someone? Teacher calls for a battle royale. How's that loving? Taro, watch out. Burdock and Taro. I remember what I'm supposed to be going for there. Let's see. Oo parts, like, cause it could be OOP, but then it would AR doesn't make sense because these are, it would be the two of the same letter. I've also thought about numbers like 33677 336774. Then 159 971 8 5. I don't know. I can't see any pattern with the numbers, or at least like the numbers, at least like the 337 or 33674 774 is like, means nothing to me. Hold on. Oh, I don't know. 6 letters, 7 letters. 6-letter word, comma, 7-letter. Time and date, guessing those refer a location. Oh, actually that makes more sense too now. Because I was thinking like English words, but if this is like a Japanese name of something, then I have to, like, that complicates things a lot, so I might just have to give up. Okay, I'm calling here. I'm starving and I can't go on. Maybe tomorrow I can make more progress since I won't have as much to talk about, because I feel like part of the beginning of the stream was me, or part of what took up a lot of the stream was talking about all the sleep paralysis stuff that happened over the last few days. And since I talked about it, I don't have to talk about it again tomorrow. But yeah, that's it. I'm trying to think. I should be back tomorrow. I started pretty early tonight. Well, not that early, but I started around, like, I think I started before 8. What's 5:17 now? Yeah, it was like 7 something, 7:55, which is pretty early. Well, not that early. I usually start around like 8:30, or like I start getting ready to stream at 8, and by the time I'm like done eating and prepping stuff, it's like almost 8:30 or later. So getting before 8 is it's pretty early. But I'll try to do it again tomorrow, because like I don't know, like I like part of why I started early was because I was like, I'm already awake and I'm not doing anything and I'm not hungry, so I'm not gonna eat. But I should have, so I could like, because if I would have eaten, I would have started later, but I would be full, so I would have food in my stomach, so I could keep going. But yeah, tomorrow I'll make sure I eat so I can go, because I want to make like, I'm kind of frustrated I didn't make much progress, but I did make some progress, and I want to make more progress. But the other thing is, like, I don't know, I could definitely finish this game before Splatoon 3 comes out. That's like the main thing, is I want to finish before Splatoon 3 comes out. And I want to finish with enough time to play through Splatoon 2, so I can like have the story and stuff like that. But if I don't finish in time, like if I don't have at least a couple days, I'll just play Splatoon 2 on my own time and just like talk about whatever happens, or maybe I'll record it and then like upload it. Maybe I'll stream. I was thinking about this today, because like I was talking about it earlier, how I stream in kind of like 2 sessions, like of like a few hours at a time, and then there's like the time during the day that I'm awake from, like, because like I'm gonna finish here, I'm gonna go eat. I mean, it's still pretty early in the night that I'm like probably not gonna go to sleep right away. I'll probably get on 14 and just like faff about until like 5ish in the morning or whatever. But I was thinking about it earlier today when I was awake, of like, because like the last few days, like I've been awake during the day, that I'm like, I could stream now. And I used to do this, like when I first started streaming, was like stream a chunk during the day and then stream a chunk at night. And like the night streams were always longer, like as like this is one of a shorter kind of stream. Like I would prefer to go for at least another like 40ish minutes, like hit 6 hours and go beyond that. And my night streams were always like that, of like 6+ hours, and then the day streams were always like maybe like 3 or 4 hours. But I was thinking about doing that again. But the only thing is, like, the only thing I'm playing during the day, the only thing I've been playing the last few days has been 14, and I'm not doing anything in it that is like worth watching, if it makes sense. But like I was saying, if I run out of time and have to play Splatoon 2 parallel with this game, or like I only have a day to do it, I might, if it seems like I'll only have a day to do it, I might start early. Like if it's taking me too long to get through this game, that I'm like, I'm not gonna make it in time for Splatoon 3, I might start playing Splatoon 2 during the day and streaming it during the day. Anyway, that's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day or night, whatever time it may be for you. That's it. Goodbye.